early in the morning, it's fresh. Well, I was supposed to be here yesterday, but one of my girls had a gallbladder out, so unexpectedly. So, but yeah, poor thing. Oh, the only good thing, Stuart, is that the Worlds have already been cancelled, so it's not like this has ended up for her. But her body's been through the ringer this year, so yeah. Oh, she's a hard dancer. She's just started work for us up the hill. It's such a nice. Yeah. No, she'll be they're just such a nice family. Yeah, really cool to have them on board. Yeah. No, and look, I could see her last week. I can't believe she was still trying to work on Friday. Yeah, very much so.
Oh, what was that? Oh, really? Is that what he said though? What's the issue?
I love it. Yeah.
It's pretty weird. You can see why you say that. Alrighty, welcome everyone. Well, I've got a conflict in the fact that I am a member of the Hospitality Association, so I'll pass over to Councillor Wills.
Okay, so thank you for that. Obviously, we've got a delayed submission today, so nice to have you here. And for us, I'll shoot questions at the end.
All right. Thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Christy Phillips. I am the South Canterbury Branch President for Hospitality New Zealand. We have approximately 3,000 members nationwide and a good range through Timaru, Mackenzie, Marama, up to Pleasant Point. So thank you for the opportunity to put in our submission. In this, we have raised a few issues that we believe that will be coming through central government in the future during this plan, including the short-term rental, the freedom campaign, and just also wanting to highlight for us in our regard around the rates differentials is probably the biggest feedback we got from our members. So if I start there, we did some calculations looking at it on just the price of a cup of coffee. So if a cup of coffee today is $4.50 and the rate increase of 10.5% is 47 cents, the residential price for that cup of coffee is going to go to $4.97. With a 35% rate differential, the business cup of coffee is going to cost $6.71. At the end of the day, it's still the same cup of coffee going to a person. So our members are asking, what are our businesses receiving over and above, or how's that contribution coming back to them? When you're looking at what they then need to make, if we're selling a cup of coffee for $4.50, net GST is $3.91. Taking out our product, wage and overhead costs, it comes to $3.56, and our profit before tax and interest is 35 cents on said cup of coffee. Just using one of our current rates bills of $4,288 for the year, the amount of coffees pure coffees, just to sell that, to pay the rates, we need to sell 12,176. With the proposed rate increase of 45.5%, that's $6,239, means we have to sell 17,716 coffees just to cover that rate increase. So in a town of this size, we'd be looking at having to sell 5,540 more coffees just to meet that rate increase. That's not including any of the other overhead or compliance costs that are being put in our businesses. And that's purely looking at the coffee. In our submission, we've used the $10 pint, which I think probably hits home with some people a little bit more familiarity on that side of things. So that is something that I would urge you to consider. We absolutely believe that investing in the community, and we need to spend money to move forward, and you guys have some really great visionary plans. However, we would encourage all avenues of funding to be considered, and not just looking through rating businesses. When you include the potential possibility of a bid policy coming through and the targeted rate that then comes with that, obviously the phone calls at our end haven't been particularly positive on that regard. At the end of the day, bid policies going through, landlords come back to tenants, earthquake prone buildings. There's a lot of things that will accumulate together. We want to be a business friendly council. So in the city hub discussions, every workshop I've sat in, people said, it'd be great to have heap of cafes and restaurants on the main street. So that's awesome, but we're going to target rate, we're going to put bids on them. We've got earthquake prone buildings, and as soon as we start putting cafes and restaurants in there, we don't have the people living upstairs, we don't have the population in there, and we have all the other compliance that comes with change of use. So I'd love to see things start to happen. Would really like to see the master plan of where you all think it's going to happen and how those linkages from Heritage Hub to Caroline Bay are going to work, so that business coming to town or business wanting to expand within town has the opportunity to do that in a way that's cohesive and looking forward. It was flagged with the Heritage Hub that there was the potential for council to look at putting a conference centre or an eatery in that building. And at one stage, there was talk of maybe council owning that. Feedback coming back to me is, please stay out of our businesses. Council's here to facilitate and enable, not to take us into competition. So there's plenty of operators around town. We're all trying to grow our staff and move out of our businesses in some way and, you know, help the community. I think going forward, there's a really bright future for hospitality within Timaru, and let's encourage those young people to go forward and be entrepreneurs, and not be worried about having council competition working against them. In terms of the short-term rental accommodation, I know this is not just a local issue. Hopefully central government does start putting their money where their mouths are and actually looking at this nationally. It does become an issue with our commercial accommodation providers. They feed into the tourism funds. I had an Airbnb host telling me quite happily the other day that the new landlord rules don't apply to them because they're not officially a landlord. So they're not renting as such under all their insurances. They're saying they're just a rental, but they're probably not paying tax, to be fair, and they're reaping all the benefits that destination management planning, that Venture Timaru, all our events and policies of growing Timaru. These people are 100% benefiting from that, but potentially not contributing to the same extent as our commercial operators. They're certainly not having to comply with fire, health and safety. In a civil defence emergency, motels are mandated that they have to have facilities for their guests, and have to have equipment on hand for all of their guests at the time, all the time. Airbnb do not. So I don't know where that sits for you guys under the district plan, because it will come down to some of the residential zoning, whether you've actually had a look as to where these places are sitting, because they will be outside their zoning regulations for some of them, and what the plan is going forward, but we would absolutely love to engage with that. I believe there is a place for that style of accommodation within this country and within this district, but we'd really like to work hand in hand to make sure it's a fair and level playing field for everyone going through. The ag and tie, we've gone with option 4 potentially in your district, in your long-term plan, mainly because we believe that's the most forward-looking. We're not looking over and above the 10 years of this plan itself. We'd love to see what you actually think a new venture would look like, or a new building would look like within the Heritage Hub, and how we can actually make a real draw card for this town, rather than getting to another long-term plan for 10, 15 years time, and all the money we spend on redoing a new building now, if that hampers us from actually growing in 15 or 20 years, from making a really cool spot that becomes a draw card for the South Island. So we would like to see more data around that before putting our position either way. 100% behind our Aggie Park and Stadium. That's great for the whole town. What that brings with people coming through town, they might not necessarily be the competitors. They might be someone that's just driving past and a godson is playing in that event. And all of a sudden they spend 3 or 4 hours in Timaru and think, wow, this is cool. And then they're back within weeks. And we can say that because we see that in our venues. So absolutely go through there. And yeah, I guess at the end of the day, I want to say spend, definitely, debt. Let's share it with the whole community. The whole community does benefit. And we want that betterment of that community experience. And yeah, need to be careful on that intergenerational side as well. Don't want to be the council that lumps everyone with it down the track. Let's go with what you're doing and be forward thinking. So I think that's pretty much where we're at. If you've got any questions, I can try and answer them.
Well, thank you very much. Just compliment you on a very detailed submission as well. So that's appreciated, and good to hear some views as you're talking to it as well. So I'll now open up to the floor for any questions. Councillor Booth.
10% to your coffee, is that what you're saying? Price of coffee?
Price of coffee?
Yeah.
What we're saying is that the rate increase for a business compared to a residential for that same coffee is going to increase that. I'm more than happy to pass this on to you guys.
Yeah. Well, I guess if
Where
you
that's
have,
at.
yeah, no, that's okay.
So yeah, a $4.50 coffee we would be having to sell at $6.71. Just
I worked it out, it was perhaps 0.2%. So anyway, that's all right. And so as a hospitality industry, do you want the council to have money to spend on services and improvements to help with the areas that you generally face onto, such as the streets and the streetscape?
Absolutely, we're at 100% behind council being the enablers and the infrastructure and working through that, and happy to, we're not saying we don't want a rates increase, we're just saying let's make sure it's monitored and tempered.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah. You've got to spend money to bring people through. Yeah. And future proof.
Okay, any further questions from the councillors? Everybody's comfortable? Thank you very much for your submission. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Steve, for getting my name right today. I hope that was on record. It's still in his phone as Kirsty.
Just for my special friend.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Thanks, Christy. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wills. Appreciate that. So now we'll head towards back to the main agenda. Is everyone can get back there? Follow myself. Yep. Right. Just need to see whether my highlights are saved or not. Don't have much luck. Welcome everyone. So we'll get started. So we'll just go through the official agenda. So we'll go to item 4, urgent business. We've got enough business without urgent, so nothing there. Any matters of a minor nature. We'll go now to a declaration of conflicts of interest. So maybe any submissions that you might have been, just to pick that up. So yeah, Councillor Oliver. Go Geraldine and the nature trail. Yeah, cool. Councillor Wills, anything? No, Councillor Gilchrist. Yeah, I don't see that as a conflict. Councillor Burt, no. Myself, just my own submission and member of the Hospo Association. Councillor Lyon, any conflicts? You haven't been listening. That's all right. No worries. Okay. I think we'll break actually and try and start again in half an hour. Okay, no, nothing. Conflicts. Yes. Anything relating to any submissions, just to tidy any of that up. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Raleigh. No worries. Are you on the Temuka Bird Aviary Trust or something as well? No, no, you're not. Okay. Councillor Piddington. No. Councillor Parker. No, nothing. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. And if there's anything that we bring up throughout the course of the day, let's just raise it at the time. So what we're going to do is Azura sent us that information last night, so I thought we might touch on some of that first, just get a bit of an indication and understanding around some of the outliers that's in that information. So we'll just take a couple of minutes to get that set up in the first instance, and then we'll just go through some of the work that's been covered with submissions on over the last couple of days, any Q&A around that, anything, and then we'll get into the main agenda and start to work through it. Also, just be interested probably in what is in the disaster relief recovery fund and what does go into that, just so that can be consideration. Please, thank you. So you've all got that information in front of you, and we'll pass over to you, Azura, to help us work through and understand.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
That one. So the graphs that were sent through, I'll see just a really quick distribution across each of the differentials that we're looking at. And so the first one is the commercial, and on that one you can see the variation. And effectively what we've modeled is to show the differentials in terms of the increases. So what you're seeing there is the bands, and right across the left of that is anything below $2,500 in increase compared to 2021 to 2022. And right on the right hand side where you see the 67 with the increase of above 2,500, that is the number of assessments. So each of those graphs are showing the number of assessments in terms of the differential categories of essentially the 4 key categories. So going from the first graph, we're saying that approximately 4% of the total are above $2,500 increases. And the majority, if you look at the graph, are actually the weighting, the averages are sitting between sort of $0 to $100 increase to maximum, you'd say, 300 to 400 is at 116 properties. So that's what that's showing. The second graph there, obviously multi-units a very smaller number, but that's the same sort of distribution that you're seeing. Majority of that is 100 to 200 properties with 52 properties with $100 to $200. And over on the other side, that's the primary differential. So what you're seeing there, effectively the highest point on that graph is 398 assessments with $300 to $400 increase. And on the outlier section, you see all the way on the right-hand side is the 51 assessments, which are actually above 2,500. So in terms of a percentage, it's only 2% that actually end up in that rural differential. So hopefully that gives some context to the number of properties across the whole rating band. And the last one is obviously the differential for residential, which, I think it's pretty much in par with what we saw on some of those sample properties. At the 6,500 being the majority of the numbers, sitting in that band of 200 to 300 maximum dollar impact.
So the reason why with the likes of the primary, we get that extreme at one end with 51 properties is because they're large properties with considerable increase in
Exactly,
GV.
yes, exactly. So the values that we're talking above sort of the 2,500, when we looked at the actual land value of those property, we're talking above 1.5 million, majority of those. Some are like 4 million, obviously very out of the norm. So when you look at that band, it's actually very high value properties in that band. Yes, majority of them are in, especially in the rural that we were looking at.
In saying that, I mean, most rural properties would be worth 1.5 as an example, probably as a minimum. But it's just that extreme increase.
Yes,
in
that's the
valuation,
extreme
isn't it?
increase, just to
Yeah.
see what that means in terms of the total population of the rural that we're looking at.
Going back to, yeah, what got the increases with the GV? No, there was one outlier, one group, wasn't there?
Yes, there is. So some of those outliers, so it's quite scattered in terms of the negatives, but you can see the numbers there again. Sort of looking at that decrease section on those graphs, you can see the numbers are not that many. So on the primary, there's 48 properties with negative $100 change in value. And then that's that sort of tail end of the other graph.
Your questions about what's part of the rural sector rose in values though, isn't it? So I can't remember offhand. Does anyone remember? No, we might just go back to that GV.
Yeah,
do you remember which?
I wouldn't want to, I'd want to go and
check.
Your worship, but there were some that I think went up.
Yeah, we might just clarify that, which part of the sector did.
We can have a look at that.
Any other questions for Azura, please? Just put your microphone on, Al.
So as an example from the QV then, say for instance, property's worth $2 million on QV, but then land value that may only be 800,000. Would that be right?
Yes.
I'm just using numbers in general.
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on each property. Obviously, the modelling was done on the land value for the purpose of rates, but yeah, definitely we can have a look.
This is based on land rates.
Yes, correct. This is all based on.
A property that's 1.5, what I'm getting at, is probably potentially got a QV of 3 point.
Potentially, yeah. Obviously, if it's a new build or a old property on what land they are, yeah.
Thank you.
And then, so just a question from me, and let's just use primary as an example, and might not be an exact science, but the bands, how much of that would actually fit within a 10.5% increase, or is that too hard a question?
We can certainly look
Can
into
we-
that in terms of the increase. I guess for the purpose of the modelling, we just looked at the dollar increase
Yeah,
to
totally.
put context. Yeah, well, we
Yeah,
can get
no,
back
that's
on that
cool.
one.
We can come back to that later.
Yes, yeah.
You happy with that? Is everyone happy with that as far as discussion? We'll do a couple of things we can touch on later on. So I think that's pulling that out. So which part of the rural sector? Yeah, and then just what fits within that 10.5% band. Cool. Alrighty. Any other questions? Right at the finance team in front of us.
I'm going to answer my question.
Go for it, Sally.
So looking at primary, and you've got 48 with the negatives, 51 at the top. My question is, could you not take the lowest and the highest out and then divide the rest and make it an equal playing field that the rural people pay the equal share?
Yeah, so Pete, did you want to add into that one?
Yeah, through, yes, through you, your worship. So, yeah, like that as a model to take the outliers like that is not unknown. So you take away the outliers and then you say, what are you left with? And you take the average of that to get a sense of what is the average percentage increase for them. That certainly is a model that could be looked at, because that's not uncommon or unknown to try and get a sort of an average by removing the extremes at each end, the outliers at each end. As Councillor Lyon pointed out yesterday, it becomes fundamentally the differentials as a political decision. And what we could do, though, is I could ask Azura, because the model is, I think, reasonably dynamic, isn't it? We would be able to do that, take out those extremes and see what it would do to the average primary rate increase, general rate increase for those properties, if you like. I haven't done the numbers, but my sense looking at them, so sort of 51 properties over greater than $2,500 and a handful of properties down the end, it's probably not, it will move it a bit, but not very significantly would be my sense. But we'll do the numbers and come back and show you what that effect that would have for those properties in that category, the primary category, and their general rate increase. Now, the question would be, where does that go? Because it will reduce it. Where does that go in terms of the distribution of that? I'm thinking that you're probably thinking it's the general residential rate as to where it would land. So if we say removed 100 from there, whatever that number is, or 1,000 or whatever, that would have to be redistributed over other properties. And my guess is you'd be thinking the residential. So we can do that and come back with those numbers and show you the effect it has on that primary group for the general rate if we eliminate the outliers.
Thank you, Bede. Councillor Ruth.
Would that not effectively be cross-subsidisation and the reduction in rates for people with wealth or with high value properties, and that being dumped on the other people out of proportion?
Yes, well, I would think the answer in my mind would be yes. Yeah. Do you want to comment?
I was just going to say, so if we go back to the discussion we had when we set it, this here, it's talking about the size of the pie, and Mr. Harper might be able to tell me here, I think it's about 42 or 43% of the general rate is borne by the residential, and the other sort of, what does that mean? It's 57 or something like that. So the other sort of 57, which is 28, 29%, is carried by both the primary and the commercial industrial, with the multi-residential carrying a portion. So what you did was keep those size of the pie the same and said that's what we'll do, and now this is what you've got is this is how they've fallen within those sectors in order to build that rate up. Now, of the $5.5 million increase that is in there, about $4.5 million of that 5.5 goes to the general rate, correct me if I get my numbers wrong here, please, is all right. And of that, about 1.5 million is for roading, is it, Andrew? Yes. There's about 500,000 for footpaths. We increased it, I'm going to use a conservative number, say 750 to $1 million, because we no longer have the income from the Alpine dividend and the like coming in. So we've had to fund that. And our ETUs, emission tradings units, are about what, 700,000 increase. So if we just pile those numbers up, 1.5, 500,000 gets you to 2 million. Another sort of million gets you to 3 million. The 700 gets you to 3.7 million. So what you're talking about of that 4.5 million, those are the main chunks that have, if you like, building blocked it up to that number. And then you said, okay, let us keep the whole pie, and what each sector pays the same, which, as Councillor Ryan said, is a political decision. The question then is, how does that fall on the various sectors?
Is it just wide bus bringing that in at this time, the consequences had to the rural rates? I mean, maybe that needs another visit, because there's a lot going on at the rural rate as it is, and is the timing of that right time to put an extra cost onto that area? So I think that's probably something you consider proceedings too, because it's just something that's changed. It seems to be a good idea, but we're now seeing the consequences of that idea. I think it's time to.
Yes.
I know you're very keen on Andrew, but we're not paying the real rates.
Yeah, actually, well, we've done some analysis on that. It doesn't have a great effect on the actual rate increase from the real. Yeah. But the other point I will make is that the $1.5 million of extra roading funding, that's all going to be spent in the rural area basically, but it's been spread across everybody. So, you know, there is some, wins and gains and wins and losses here. Yeah. So, you know, should that full 1.5 million be put on the rural community?
That's right. So we will pick that up back up.
It's sort of an idea to implement that this time. Repair on always funded
Sorry, Stu, can we just finish with Alan? Can you just jump out and then jump back in, Stu? And then, because just moving between a couple of topics.
Thanks, Mr. Nigel. I guess back to the original question from Sally. I thought what you meant by your question was that 51 people, the 51 paying over 2.5, to actually be more distributed evenly throughout the primary. We're talking about primary at that point, rather than where you went.
I see, yeah, okay.
Okay, I mean, the pie's cut. And this is simply, so, you know, and I take, so but further on to where you're saying, and also what Andrew just said, there's a cost of delivery. And in my mind, there appears to be a catch-up required in that primary area, because, as you said, a fair chunk of that is going into that roading network. So, and you know, to be fair, that those numbers don't appear to me to be out of whack. I mean, a business is a business. They are, if they can't afford the rates, they shouldn't actually own that piece of land. They're not doing enough with it. So, you know, either.
That's easy to say.
Well, it's reality. So anyway.
Thanks, on. Go to Councillor.
I've got real concerns of any knee-jerk reaction. We said rates are complicated. Those people are paying more rates because their land value has jumped exponentially more than anyone else's. You're worried about the 51 people in primary. What about the 67 in commercial that have also had a massive jump over 2,000? And my point is, we're just going to make exceptions, and exceptions is ridiculous. It lands where it lands, and this can be caught up when we review our differentials. To do knee-jerk reactions here, we're going to get into all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, look, I think you raise a valid point, and we are discussing the review of the rating differentials later in the day. I think, yeah, I do actually agree, and you've got to be careful. We've got a policy that is not perfect. I think we'll all agree with that. But what is a better model? And as soon as we start tinkering with it, without going through proper review, taking into account Councillor Lyon's point around it being a political decision. No, sorry, wait. So we'll go now to Councillor Wills and then Councillor Lyon.
Oh, look, I know we're going to discuss.
You're on.
I know we're going to discuss this a bit more later on, no doubt, but look, I absolutely agree where Councillor Piddington's sitting. You know, we've gone workshop this, we've debated it, we've looked at the best model that fits all, and I don't think we need to be going too hard down this line at the moment. And we haven't discussed it. Yesterday we had a presentation from Federated Farmers. They were pretty quick to say about our residential or urban property values, but they didn't want to discuss about the increase in their values over the years either. So I think somewhere along the line, there's a bit of smoke screens and mirrors going on. So I think we've workshopped this and we have done the best we can overall for the whole community. But I'll discuss further later on.
That's right. I'm just conscious on 7.13, we do pick up conversation around footpath funding as well. And to your point, I think it's worth looking at there's some information in there around the costs. Maybe not the right one. Too specific. But so did you want to comment?
Yes, indeed.
Thanks.
Yeah, this is the one chance we get to do these things, and if we don't do it today, we'll never do it. So the reality is, though, that I think what Councillor Parker was saying, I agree with him that if we use the old pot, the pot situation, and not step out of each sector and look at levelling within the pot, because we're not trying to avoid paying rates from each sector, but just want some evenness and fairness. That's all. And somehow there doesn't seem to be that evenness and fairness in commercial and in primary, to me. And it's we chose to do something about it or not. You'll be judged by doing something about it or not, and so will I. So we're faced with it. So it's an elephant in the room, and we'll work on it, perhaps.
Thanks, Councillor Lyon. Just conscious of being able to see the massive visitors that will come around lunchtime, just so everyone can hear us well. Just perhaps move your iPads off to the side so the microphones pick up properly, just so everyone can be heard well. So anything else to touch on that? And I think then we need to discuss Waka Katahi too, Andrew. Unfortunately, that's why you're sitting there, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. Let's jump into that. Thanks.
Okay, was it on Monday we received advice from Waka Katahi over basically giving us an indicative funding allocation for what they term as maintenance. Now, maintenance to them includes renewals. That's maintenance and renewals and operations as well. In a nutshell, we requested 59 million over 3 years, next 3 years, which is years 1 to 3, and of course, an LTP. And we had budgeted 54 million, I think, or around 50 million, sorry, 50 million. So, we allowed a bit of fat. We always aim high when we put our bids in, as always, and knowing that we're never going to get exactly what we want. However, the end result is that they're only going to give us 42 million. So we're significantly down, and interesting enough that the previous 3 years is basically 41 million. So they're barely giving us our previous allocation plus inflation, and that's about it. This is despite, I guess, the whole REG process and developing asset management plans. We've spent millions of dollars collecting data, putting up our business cases and everything else. It's really just come down to the pot at the end of the day, which is, of course, allocated by government through the government policy statement on transport funding. It seems that a lot of the funding is being diverted off to rail in particular, which has reduced the size of the pot for roads at the end of the day. Then unfortunately that pot is from fuel excise duties and road user charges, and that has been pretty static over the last 3 years. It's not increasing. Vehicles are getting more efficient. We're having electric vehicles, of course, who are not paying anything towards the roading funding at the moment. And I guess the way businesses do road user charges too. They're getting a lot smarter with that. So with these GPS systems, they basically turn off their road user charges as soon as they enter a private property. So at the end of the day, yeah, the funding has dropped, and COVID, of course, last year had quite a significant effect on the government income. So they're sort of living within their means, but it's not very helpful for us. And the timing of the decision is certainly not helpful at all, because it's quite a significant gap. So we were basically short of about 8 million, which is assuming for 51%. So it's about 4 million over 3 years. So we're looking at just about just over 1.2 million per year, a drop in revenue. So that of course has flow-on effects to our borrowing capacity as well, because of a drop in revenue. Now we're still waiting on the other half of our program, or perhaps the other third of our program, which is our improvement works, which includes safety works, include intersection upgrades, those sorts of things. Seal widening comes into that category. So that's what they call a low cost, low risk program. Basically, to NZTA, a minor project is anything less than $5 million. So hence all of our projects go into that category. So we're expecting advice on that program and confirmation of our maintenance program in August. So it's going to be a while before we get there.
After we set our budgets, it's handy.
Yeah,
It's good
but
timing.
yeah, it is. There are, I guess, some flow-on effects with this. Yeah.
So as far as that financial assistance rate, what's your advice for us in regard to, if we're not going to pick up the subsidy for money that we spend, should we be spending that money? Obviously, there's a decrease in level of service, but ultimately, everything we spend really outside of road extensions has that far rate attached to it currently, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're going to have to have a look at the budgets and perhaps trim it back a bit. Certainly, we've got a step increase with our road rehabs renewals, so we might have to cut back on that. The impact of that, of course, is potentially a lesser level of service, and one of the options we could look at is reduced effectively demand, and the biggest demand is from HPMV overweight vehicles. So we can say, right, okay, we're going to restrict those to only our key arterial roads or our principal roads only. That is going to have a bit of an effect on the economy.
Yes.
Yeah, but it could, I guess, promote some political discussion at central government level too.
Well, I agree. Yeah, I think there's benefit in that. Councillor Booth.
So, Andrew, when would we normally expect to get this information? I mean, they've come out with it just right now when we've done a whole lot of work and they drop that on you. Are they late, or is it normally later?
The original process was we submitted our bid information in September last year to NZTA. They, at the time, indicated that they would have a decision to give us an indicative decision, I should say, around about March or April. So yeah, they're late. And of course, being that lateness is certainly not helpful with our processes, the LTP process, that's for sure. It would have been better if they delayed that decision and put it out to the 1st of July.
I get.
Because we've got audit and now saying, well, you've got better information, perhaps you need to revisit your LTP.
So I guess, is this an example of perhaps what might happen with centralisation of water? So I guess that's just a comment.
No, it's a fear for me.
But also your comment around the roads that we allow these heavy vehicles on, because I know that, for instance, Earls Road, we've spent 550,000 on in the last 9 months, I believe, which is over and above what was budgeted and expected. And that's simply because of heavy usage by heavy vehicles. And I'm talking 50 tons gross? 58 tons. So, we need to, and we don't get any road user charges off that. We don't get any assistance with that. So therefore, we should be ensuring that those heavy trucks are actually on the designated routes, which transit are actually paying for. Would that be a fair comment?
Yeah, we have control over, I guess, the routes that those vehicles use. Yeah. We have been pretty lenient because we also recognise that, we're helping particularly the primary industries. They're the ones who use those routes. Most of the milk tankers are 58 tonne now as a standard, and of course all the logging trucks as well. But yeah, there is an option to restrict that.
Yeah, okay, so basically it's reinforcing that there needs to be more money spent on those rural roads. And the driver for that is actually our rural people, our primary people who are requiring those trucks or getting the efficiencies from the high tonnage being carried on the roads.
I guess there's danger here if we have a 3-year period where we're spending effectively almost less based on increased construction costs, etc. Then we're going backwards, aren't we? Councillor Wills.
Understand where you're coming from in regards to maybe restricting some of our internal road use. But there's a certain amount of trepidation and concern around the financial impact that'll have on our economy locally. And I'm really concerned that if we start going down those political games and try and throw those challenges out there, it's going to be actually for our whole economy right across the district. Could actually come back and bite us. So I'm a wee bit concerned if we're starting to think around those sort of lines. Though I agree with it to a certain degree, as in a certain level, I'm really concerned about the financial implications it may have locally for us, employment, the whole economy. So I just want to voice that now. And whether we're going to pick this discussion up further on, I'll leave that up for you.
Yeah, I think there's concerns around the country's transport strategy moving to rail, and at the Canterbury Mayoral Forum, we do support decarbonisation and moving to freight to rail, which is great. But also, if you look at our outlying communities, the likes of Mackenzie, they don't benefit from rail. They still need really good roads, and so do we. Also, the numbers, I think it was 1% of freight entering Prime Port is on rail currently. So, the strategy needs to be timed. Right.
6%
Yeah. And we've always said that, it's great to support rail, but you can't take from one basket and move to another. And that's supported at a Canterbury-wide level. And now this is what's happening, and understanding pressures from COVID and all those sorts of things. But there'd be a worry that this is, money being spent in certain areas that works against Canterbury.
So I'd be interested to see there's been a reduction in Canterbury as well with the eroding. Do we know if that's impacted yet?
I'd say this would be consistent across the board with TAs, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Auckland's a different entity into itself, isn't it? Okay. So you've come with an issue. Now's your opportunity to present a solution. Yes, yeah, of course.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. Andrew, of that, the other portion, the third, how much would we need to get in order to bridge the full gap?
I haven't read that out
yet. Yeah, okay. So we've just got this. This really came late on. I think it was the first, and we're still trying to work the model and the numbers through, because it is quite a complicated model about what's funding assistance is provided for and what we ourselves actually then have put in and requested, and what is unfunded work.
in the middle of the civil defence.
And in the middle of a civil defence emergency, where underinvestment in a number of parts of the state highway network manifested themselves. So,
yeah, taking into account, Andrew, what do you think so far the cost on our roading network?
We're looking at probably around 3 to 5 million in damage. So, yeah. And another option is start divesting some of our assets. Is, I guess to throw that up there is, Route 72 is obviously becoming a backup route from at least South Island scale, probably on the national scale. Should that become a state highway again? Should we be working with NZTA on that? The other up is this Factory Road, Farm Road, then Canal Road, the main bridge into Clandyboy. Those roads carry 5% of New Zealand's total GDP. No other road in the country carries that. So, should that be state highway? If it's not state highway, then the other option is, should we be getting what's known as, an enhanced funding rate for those, recognising the national significance of them.
Yeah.
These are discussions that we need to have at a political level, though.
Yeah, I think I would support the enhanced rate before we give away our assets. Councillor Gilchrist.
That was pretty much my question, just in light of recent events and which have really showed the importance of our roading network and also its fragility. Can we kind of appeal with new information? Does this give us more ammunition to go back and say, well, look, actually, we need a lot more than this. If you want us to still be able to move 5% of the country's GDP, then you're going to have to cough up more money. Can we use that to help us?
Yeah, look, I mean, I'll touch on, I think there's a good political opportunity here, and a few months ago when I was pleading to the Regional Transport Committee and got shot down by Waka Katahi, but he's now the Chief Executive of YMAC, so that's fantastic. There was only ourselves and Huranui, pleading for one-lane bridges as far as the overall resiliency of the network, and Ashburton certainly wanted a second two-lane bridge, but now you've got multiple districts that are affected, so the voice is growing. You've got Waimak, Selwyn, some part of Christchurch City and Akaroa. You've got ourselves and Ashburton all affected, Mackenzie affected to some extent. So, it is a Canterbury-wide issue. So if we're true to wanting a resilient Canterbury-wide network, and just look at the effect on the supermarkets at the moment, and I was talking to a mate down in Queenstown, and that's affecting Queenstown as well. So these things cut the country in half, and 13 hours, I love the jokes around social media at the moment, 13 hours to Christchurch. That's the reality of it, and it's not acceptable, is it?
Time in 18 months as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Very good. Covered the point. Yeah. Okay, so some work to, sorry, Councillor Booth.
Yeah, look, Andrew mentioned 5% of GDP. We're only represented to the tune of 175 million in infometrics information, which I've been banging on about for a period of time now, that we're well unrepresented, and therefore this is where it's important that we actually do stick our head up and say sorry, but we're actually more like 7 or 8% of GDP in New Zealand running through our veins here in South Canterbury. So, it's something that we should really
we should
not
exactly.
just don't accept what Brad Olsen says, because he's just using numbers.
Well, the numbers are wrong.
They're wrong.
I agree.
Wrong, really.
Just what's going through the factory, the numbers are clearly wrong. Yeah, you have to talk to the general manager out there to know that. So, as far as roading, I think we're happy to park this, but it's obviously going to affect overall rates potentially. Have some flow-on effects, so we'll come back to that maybe later in the day. Yeah, thank you. So, anything else from finance that we need to be aware of? You did also give us maybe go to that second page that you gave us this morning.
Yes,
Is there, and we'll just briefly talk through that one.
So the second page that you do have in front of you is essentially some of the key discussions from the last 2 days. And what we've tried to do is do a little bit of modelling on the recommendations and all the reports that are coming up at a high level, and what the impact of each of those would be in terms of funding and rates. So, for example, if you look at that first one there, the council option 3, if we looked at that as a 230k per year increase, year 1 will obviously be 230,000, but that will mean a 0.37 increase overall. And then over the 10-year period, we're looking at a 2.59 increase. So it's just essentially for each of some of those key ones that we pulled out and thought might be useful for the discussion today. And right at the end, on the other side, what we do have is 2 potential options, which are also stated in the report at the end. Obviously, considering the latest information from Andrew, we will have to do quite a bit of remodeling, but however, this is based on what was our starting point. What you see there in that table is just an indication of staying within the financial strategy. So a rates increase right at the end of 0.5, including all of the above. What that will mean is you can just about meet it in 2027 within those limits that we currently have. And then the second option is there, should we need to look at that as well for the time being, but obviously a lot of factors are changing as we go, so we'll have to remodel some of that. Any questions on that?
And I'm sure it'll be a day of remodeling, so it'll be fun.
No doubt.
And then as soon as we set the rate, nothing will change and the world will be perfect for 3 years. Is that right, Richard? So easy. Okay, thanks. We can probably park that then, and we'll get into, we'll just have a discussion now around yesterday and the last 2 days around submissions. Thanks, Azura. Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate that. Thanks all the extra work that's going on at the moment as well. We do appreciate that. Guys, just general discussion over the last couple of days before we kick into reports. Is there anything that anyone would like to raise potentially? We discussed later in the day around disaster recovery fund, and we'll get some information on that and what we're currently putting into that. So we'll bring that into the discussion later in the day. But is there anything that anyone wants to raise? Any points that? No, that's cool. Okay. Too easy. We'll move now. Comfortable move into reports. Yep, move. What's that? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, on 7.1. Yeah. So we're going now to 7.1, page 6. So recommendations, note all submissions, acknowledge submitters, and that all feedback, note all feedback, etc. Everyone on the page now, just so we're all up to date. Yep. Cool. So move. Thank Councillor Burt, Councillor Gilchrist. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Oh, it's easy getting through it quick. Time for a break. Okay, 7.2 now on page 39. Community and cultural facilities. So, what's the plan? Okay, cool. So we'll move to 7.2, which is community and cultural facilities. So I'll ask Simon to come up, and then if any of your teams here, they're more than welcome to join you as well.
Morning all.
Thanks, Simon.
Fair amount of information through the reports. Happy to go through any of the detail. The recommendations obviously at the top as usual. Largely the recommendation focuses around the Theatre Royal and Heritage Hub facility and the project with regard to that. Ashley has been intimately involved in this project, getting it in terms of the shape it's in currently. And probably best place to talk to what's driving the increases in this space and where this recommendation comes from.
Excuse me. Thank you, Worship and Councillors. Yes, the Theatre Royal and Heritage Hub. So I've put my numbers sort of hat on and gone through what we were provided 3 weeks ago. And there's a lot of stuff in there that is very helpful to the project and also what other staff have done. And I haven't been involved, but happy to acknowledge what other staff have done in terms of putting money in the budget for FF&E, furniture, fittings and equipment. And so the original 23+ million was basically construction, and it was always understood there'd be FF&E put in as that become evident of what that needed to be. That's now been included in the budgets and also in the cost estimate, and so that all aligns up. And then there's a gap, and I explained in my report that there's two parts I think council could reasonably consider for additional council funding. One is the recovery of staff time. Since the original proposal 3 years ago, we've got an internal arrangement where all capital projects meet all their costs. And for example, refer back to Seabay, all my time that I personally spent, office time, work time, and all time at this on that project was not recovered from the project. And that's just how it used to be. That's not now the case, and so we need to accommodate that. And the other one is we got told that the construction increase in cost guesstimate over the next couple of years was of the order of 600,000. Our general allowance for inflation for a project like this was 400,000 around about, and so there's a difference of 200. Given that it's site and project specific, I believe that should be funded. And so that results in that recommendation for the 600. And that seems like the right sort of answer for those items. And then, there's a concept of, for an enhanced facility, should there be some private contribution, some non-council contribution? And I've certainly talked to the chair of the Community Services Committee, and he puts his hand up and said, yes, we should include some of that. The number, is just how you feel about it really and what it should be. I've put it in at 750, being halfway between 500,000 and 1 million. But it could be any of those numbers. And then that would make, as we understand it at this time, the budget. But of course, it's on a concept design. And so you heard the quantity surveyor say in this room, it's as best as he could do on a specific components basis plus an area basis. But I just have to reinforce it still is only on the concept design, and it will get refined. There's a decent contingency, but it will get refined as the design goes through the developed design and the detailed design phases. So over the next 9 months, it'll get refined. Some of the contingency will reduce because the unknowns have become known. And the other one that I think we've got to be a little bit careful of is, what is the market going to be like when we go to build next year? And so we've got to be very careful about our procurement philosophy and how we do that. How do we maximize local content? And we've got some work underway on that at the moment. Happy to take questions.
Councillor Whittington.
Thanks for that, Ash. Look, one of the concerns that's come to me since the paper reported 30 million is we sold the community on it was going to be close to 24 million. And for reasons beyond our control, it appears suddenly it's 30 million, which is a 25% increase. How much confidence can the community have in our other projects going forward before the shovel's been put in the ground that they're not all going to roll 25% over our estimated budget?
I don't understand what other projects you're talking about.
I think you're referring to anything new in the LTP. Yeah.
Projects that we put out and told people they're going to cost X.
Yeah, well, it depends. When the budget estimate is done. If it's done on a project that still sits on the back of a notepad, then it's going to be wildly variable. But if it's done on the detailed design and you've been to tender, then it's going to be quite accurate. And one of the challenges as an organisation that we've had historically is it comes to a budget, a project comes to an LTP, somebody guesses that it's got a budget attached to it, but we don't always recognise that it's a rough order of cost budget, which is plus or minus 30% traditionally. And then as you refine the project, you then set the parameters, how large is the project, and all that sort of stuff. Then your budgeting can become more refined. I think in this case that the construction part of it wasn't too bad, but it's all the add-ons, the back of theatre replacement systems, all the new kit that needs to go into furniture and fittings for a heritage facility. That wasn't articulated as being in addition to the construction budget. In my discovery, I've looked through the notes for that. So and once again, I can't guarantee the cost, but it's much better than it was 3 years ago when it was, because you may be aware that the budget, the project 3 years ago was an amalgam of other projects, and it came through the LTP process, and trying to put a number on it was quite difficult. And so that number was a bit of a guess. But I know, for example, the stadium project, right, is based on a much better footprint, and it's had a ruler put over it, so that will be better than the rough order of cost, as this one was 3 years ago. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Talk about these things for hours, but you don't need hours from me.
Yeah, no, good. And not an exact science, unfortunately, but that's the way it reads in the paper, and people expect us to honour our commitments effectively. Councillor Booth.
Yeah, thanks, Nigel. I'm just thinking about does that cover the fixtures and fittings for the museum changeover as well, or is that separate?
There is a separate budget of $500,000 for work at the existing museum site after a substantial part of what is there goes into the new facility.
Okay.
And it does not include, so it doesn't include $500,000 for that, that's in addition, and it does include a sum for a van to transport items between facilities that needs to be reasonably customised to do that with some of the antiquities that we have.
Right. My way, $2.50.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, Hamish.
So can you explain then non-council revenue of $750? Is that from external funding or from people who have interest within the?
Yeah, you've got to be careful what words you put in. I learned from CBay that you don't call it private funding, because we got some corporate from Alpine, for example, and they're not quite council because one step removed. Their share is through the holding company and so on. So I call it non-council just to try and capture everything that's not council, every opportunity that's not council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burt. Yeah, I agree with both councillors, and Stu, you're 100% right about what we need to establish and know. I just think it needs to keep revisited, that this is an alteration on a massive scale. Everyone knows when we start with a new building and we've got a clear site, we do have the ability to stop cost overruns. We can always go back to the table and cut our cloth to fit. However, we need to think about what we're doing this for and why we're doing it, the confidence that we're bringing to the community for this project, and it's a clear anchor project that stages what we think as a community where we're going forward for the CBD, and also being mindful always that we are lucky, and it's more probably good luck than good management and timing. Because of COVID, the shovel-ready money we got is there. It's a buffer zone for our community, 11.6%. But underneath that, we must be known and understand that COVID has brought so many other pressures on this and increases based in that environment. Having said that, we need to be mindful, as you say, Stu, that when we say we're going to do something at a price, we need to clearly then define why we're moving beyond that. Thank you. Right, team, any other questions in regard to 7.2?
Is there some comfort around the 750? And
Well,
Yes, of course, Councillor.
I think it's a good discipline to make that offer to the community to be involved. I think community would look to get involved, and on the proviso that we can't give naming rights or anything particularly large like that. Those days are gone because there's so much other funding involved. But it is an opportunity for a large group of the community to participate, and I believe they will, given the opportunity. So I certainly support the opportunity to put a number like that in and do our best to achieve it. Yeah, because it's a very, I understand what Stu's coming from, but as Councillor Burt pointed out, it's a very fortunate project because of the stimulus funding. We've been extremely fortunate with the shovel ready and the work that was done to achieve that funding. So it's whilst we can navel gaze, we've been put in a superb situation to complete this project, for our community. We really have. So we would be ungrateful to look too harshly at the finer points of the journey through, because it has been a long journey. We've been a crying land for this site for many, many years. It's not a 5-minute thing. It hasn't been whipped in this term. It's been a long, long project. So let's work away nicely with it. Yeah, thank you.
And your worship, I think it would be good discipline on all of us if this is adopted, as it looks like it's going to be, is that we start talking about the project being a total cost of 29.35 and actually get that message out there, because that's what it is now, having been refined on the concept plans. And let's start talking about that real number, because that's what we're budgeting for.
Roddy, happy with conversation? Yep. Okay, well, we'll put the, do I have a mover? And so that's 1, 2, and 3. Councillor Gilchrist, go to Councillor Wills for a second. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Oh, yeah, part of that cultural stuff. Yeah, no, good point. So we'll just have, what were they, Matt? So while we're talking about community facilities, we'll just bring up a couple of the submissions that were presented before you and just get an approach. So we had Peter Bennett talking about changes in around Caroline Bay. We also had the pump track and also yacht club conversations, so and which can all affect budget. So it's for those to be considered properly, because that's what the public come to submit to us around those projects. And to the point around some, they didn't have the numbers in front of them, but it doesn't mean they're not a good project. And how does the council go forward in supporting those? So Peter Bennett and the Penguin discussion for me, and feel free to comment, will get picked up under the work with Caroline Bay strategy. So I'm comfortable that that work will be encompassed in that. And then, I think as far as that as far as that Caroline Bay strategy, there'll be work done in the next few years, and then I'm sure there'll be some considerations as far as future LTPs potentially. Maybe there might be some things highlighted that we need to do earlier, but they can be considerations at the time. Royce presented around the pump track, which was really good, and probably one of the more fun submissions. There again, good discussion. I have talked when the opening of the kids bike track happened, that the Lions were considering doing some work and maybe a pump track of sorts. I think what Royce presented was pretty cool. So what that ends up looking like, but is that something we perhaps challenge some community groups to pick up, but also taking into account if it's at Caroline Bay, sort of fits under that master planning. So there's a few things that sort of go together. And then the yacht club one was, I guess the point is, it's an amenity that not only the yacht club users use, but Councillor Piddington goes for a swim down that way as an example, and there are other users. So, do we want to allow an amount at this point? We don't have to sign it off yet, but do we want to allow a sum to contribute with the wharf as an example? So that's probably the discussion to have. Councillor Piddington.
I guess what I'd like to see moving forward, and I just all those included at some level, but we talk about a master plan for Caroline Bay. I want to know when it's going to happen, because it's kind of linked to the CBD. I will get that, but it's one thing I think we could push forward for the master plan almost immediately. I don't want to see it in 5 years' time and all these good ideas aren't going there. I don't want to see it to go to an out-of-town consultant. I think we've had enough reports on Caroline Bay that someone locally with the passion could deliver what we want. But I think we need to let the public know when it's going to happen. Just one question as an aside over the penguins. I saw a platform once in the Timaru Herald that they're going to put up and then it just disappeared. I'd like to know, have some clarity around what happened there.
Not sure if there's, Bill's, is Bill here? Did you want to talk to?
Yeah.
Oh, Bill, we'll get Bill up and then, yeah, come on up, Bill, thanks. And then Rosie, are you happy to come up and just talk around the Caroline Bay? Come on up as well if you like. Thanks.
Okay, Your Worship, with regard to the penguins, we met with all the people associated, the volunteers down at the penguins, and discussed a number of things, including platform, ramps, traffic calming, and at the time, they didn't want any of those developments. They thought they would impact adversely on the penguins, and so they were strongly of the opinion that that shouldn't be done at that time. That's why nothing happened.
Yeah, go for it.
There's two very different groups competing against one another at the moment. And I mean, it's very competitive. So we've got two different groups trying to achieve the same goal. But saying that there's a lot of conflict between these two groups, which is really unfortunate because I think ultimately at the end of the day, it is how people everyone's trying to say this, and everything else, but two groups that just can't agree on what they want to achieve.
Join us, Rosie, at the front because I think it all fits in with the strategy around master planning and stuff, and opportunity through that process to bring all interest groups of the Caroline Bay stakeholders together. So, yeah, Rosie, what are your thoughts around?
I think the Caroline Bay master plan is concept is popular with a lot of people, but it means slightly different things to different people. So what came through in the LTP submissions to me was that people were looking at Caroline Bay as a discrete destination, whereas the stakeholder work which Becca did with the CBD stakeholders suggested that people were looking at Caroline Bay as a draw card that would then channel people up into the CBD. So I think we need to look at both aspects of that, but when we talk about the master plan, it's easier to look at sort of small changes to Caroline Bay as a destination, but in terms of the linkage between that and the CBD, there's a number of sort of traffic management trials and things that might take a couple of years to bottom out. So where I would land is we can certainly start that process now, but the final details around the linkages and connections might take 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, so there's two aspects. It's what Caroline Bay delivers and then how it links.
Correct.
Yeah. So, but to your point, I think Councillor Piddington is, people do discuss what's happening down there, and it's pretty topical, and it's such a key asset for our region. So, can we move on that and understanding that it's once budget comes on that part in the first or in the very early as opposed to later?
I see no reason why we can't.
And I guess Councillor Piddington's other question was, what's our capacity to deliver local versus consultants from out of town in that regard? What are you?
Yeah.
Sorry, not to put you on the spot.
No, that's quite all right. Obviously, I'll have to abide by our procurement policies.
Yeah.
But that sentiment has come through LTP feedback. It's consistent with our buy local approach. I think absolutely we need to, unless there are sort of glaring price differentials. Again, I would think that would be the logical thing to do.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, just jump in. Sorry, can you team jump out just so we can then jump back in. Thanks, Stu. Oh, Richard, sorry, jump out again. Thanks.
I guess we want to be seen as a progressive council. I just can't bear that we wait 3 years for traffic flows. I mean, there's things that have been presented to us, the pump track, all those other presenters, that sort of stuff doesn't have to wait 3 years before we start to move on it, I don't think. And the second one, maybe we should be changing our procurement policies, because the feedback I'm getting is, when consultants come from out of town, they have to start right back here. They're not part of the community, part of the town. And we spend the first period for them getting up to speed. So that would be my 2 suggestions.
I think there's flexibility in the procurement policy that allows us to consider those things. In terms of taking 3 years, there's no reason we can't, where something is sort of a contained activity within the bay, there's no reason we couldn't potentially progress that sooner. The bigger question in my mind is that I believe that while it's council funding, the community, in particular the stakeholders who've been engaged today, have a certain sense of ownership of what happens, because we have tried just to go down the co-design route, which creates the expectation. And there is sort of a fear that we will do a knee-jerk reaction and cut away at the pie with this or that project, rather than looking strategically at what's the most value for our $30 million park. So I think there is a balancing act. But I totally hear you that we need to get some momentum on the bay, and I would like to think that we could find some wins there that would give people confidence. And also, while it might take a longer period of time to deliver the final result, that it should take a short period of time to get people timelines around it. Those big changes to happen.
Cool, thank you. Yes, sir, of course, Bill.
Can I just add some information about a pump track? I've been working with the mountain bike club for 3 or 4 months.
Cool.
And they are proposing one in Centennial Park. So work is underway on something there. So that might happen a lot quicker.
Awesome, save some money for that. Fantastic, but I think the thing is, we get through this process and we sign off projects and things that the community is really interested in. This is, it's about the journey for the community, isn't it? And so it's how these things that are important to them continue to be visual, and obviously Caroline Bay is going to be one of those. So yeah, but that's right.
Yeah, if I may add one other thing, we didn't actually invite the community to give feedback about particular projects during this consultation. They did anyway. But something like that probably is something that the community would like to.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you, Councillor Booth. Stay there,
Obviously,
team.
yeah, reiterating what Councillor Pillington's just said. I mean, it is it's identified as a key broadcast for Timaru, South Canterbury, and I see it as 2 different, when you talk about traffic management and actually the bay, there's 2 different subjects there. So we could be getting on with that master plan now. So we actually know what and where things are going to go and be working towards the future. That the traffic thing will just simply just take time. That's just connectivity. And so yeah, and I guess I'd probably, when it comes to that, you need worldly experience. And I think you shouldn't be trying to save money when you really need, instead of you really do need someone worldly to give you some advice about how to best maximize the use of that, what we've got. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, through you, Worship. For such a long time, 8 years, we've been sitting around this table and I've heard the same theme about Caroline Bay. And I think we've seen that through the local or the long-term plan submission process, how passionate we've got groups, organisations and people. And I certainly believe that moving forward, we should put some money aside and actually go down a community consultation strategy for Caroline Bay, parking your traffic management side, but everything else. We've had some amazing ideas, but let's genuinely engage and let's actually get some traction from this council. So we're looking forward to the future. And I think Stu or Councillor Pillington nailed it before when he said, we don't need external consultants coming in here. We've got some very passionate people around the development and growth that can actually contribute here locally. So let's use local, think local, and put some money aside and let's start moving this forward. Because I don't want to sit here in another 2 years, when the next election rolls around, we're still banging on about a whole Caroline Bay being the jewel in this, in the crown. But the reality is nothing's really changed. So we actually need to get progressing.
It's right. We'll let you respond in a moment, Councillor Lyon. But there is money. So as far as the strategy for Caroline Bay, the money does sit there, Councillor. So that money does sit there in the City Hub strategy. So there's money to do the work around the strategy for Caroline. Oh yeah, well that's what we've just been discussing. Yeah. So it's time. Yeah, I think that's been well echoed. Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Worship. Interesting to hear that nothing's changed on Caroline Bay in the last 20 years. But however, there's been a lot of change. But and the last big upgrade when the boardwalk went in and so forth was greatly appreciated, and all those other advances. I think it's extremely unkind to say that the bay has been ignored. There's always requests for change on the bay. That's what's never going to go away, because it's always seen as the jewel in the crown and all that stuff. So everybody's got a view, and that's why I don't agree with the concept of a local trying to pull together a local opinion. It will never work. It simply won't work. If you need a good, strong advocate with experience to pull the local opinions together to make something useful on the bay. Otherwise, you'll just have a mishmash and it won't work at all. So I don't agree with the concept of just doing it locally. Wrong. Somebody with some ability pulling in the local views, yes, only way to do it. Short of that, you'll have a shambles, absolute shambles, because everybody's got an opinion. Trust me, they all want something on the bay. You all know that.
Yeah, it is still around having the appropriate skills, and ideally, if that's locally, that's great. If not, sometimes it'll be the case too. Councillor Oliver.
Yeah, look, I think that Stu's banged on right on the ball. I mean, I think at the moment we don't want our bay to turn into an ad hoc piecemeal sort of place where we've got disjointed things and silly places and people putting pump tracks where there should be camping grounds for the future maybe, or something like that. I mean, we've got some huge opportunities. The Motor Caravan Association, 130,000 members on their app alone that we aren't even tapping into. They're all going down to Iraqi and Kakanui and all those places to get their holiday by the sea. So I think that, for me personally, I think it needs to be done sooner rather than later, so we can put all these things in and don't have all these ad hoc piecemeal sort of approaches of where things should be situated and all those down the track.
Thanks, Councillor Oliver. Councillor Booth.
Unfortunately, the Motorhome Association don't want to pay for anything. And so they come and expect to stay for nothing. They sit in there and they buy food from the supermarket, and honestly, they're quite low value. So don't base your things around.
That's right. That's part of it's part of another discussion. So how to attract the right visitor. So anything else? I think we've covered those points, Mark, haven't we? Any other questions for the team in regard to those? If we missed something, we can pick it back up later on. But I think Smith, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. We are coming up to, just before we jump into something else. So right, so we'll have a break now, guys, just before 10:30, and maybe if we come back at 10:02 or 10:02, and invigorated for 7.3. Yeah, we're going to have a break now rather. No, not bad. That's all the house for. I wonder if that's not enough.
Yeah, well, kind of it. Well, I guess.
And who's going to do the work? We need
Yeah,
to be part of that.
Yeah, just might be worth a discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, I did question if that was enough. Alrighty, we'll get started, team. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Cooper. We're looking forward to rather exciting environmental services group.
Thank you, Your Worship.
No worries.
Very excited.
Please give us a rundown on what's in your report and anything we need to be considering.
I think the report is fairly short and sweet. It seems to capture
some of the key points that came through in submissions. The earthquake prone building side of things, we, as you know, we had that meeting with some of the key people that are involved in that side of things in our community, and we decided on an approach to go back with some education and try and be understanding of how the sector's going to cope with that as time marches on. In terms of biodiversity, I think there were 6 submissions on biodiversity. However, we've already put extra funding aside in the budget for that, and I think the response to that was simply that we'll wait and see how effective that is before we revisit that funding. In terms of the bylaws, there was a small amount of feedback in relation to the dog bylaw, that particularly around Caroline Bay, and there was comments either way for more relaxed rules and tighter rules, but
doesn't sound like the back,
which seems about normal. And so in relation to that, I think the dog bylaw was reviewed in 2018. Is that right, Mark? Yeah, together with the whole consolidated bylaw. There was a new portion to the dog bylaw, which was the penguin protection aspect, but that was a minor change in our view. So a new review isn't required by statute until 2028. However, that's a long time between drinks, and things change. So I think there is an appetite to have a look in the interim in the next year or so, and do some minor tweaks. That's my understanding. I don't think, depending on the workload and what's out there in for consultation at what time and where the pressures are, but there has been some interest in tweaking some of the bylaws, so that'll be a matter to be considered probably at a workshop further down. District planning, district plan review has generated quite a few submissions that largely have been relate to the district plan review process. So a number of those submissions have been sought to be included in the consultation process for that when we notify the plan, and hopefully that'll generate some good engagement through that process. Environmental health, got a little bit of feedback, and so did emergency management. Emergency management was one submission about increasing the funding for civil defence, which again, there is already an amount put aside for that in the budget. And really, that's the contents of the report. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, cool. So one thing from me, we had Michael Richardson submit around district plan zoning and that. Do you think we can pick that up under growth management strategy potentially? So that was residential zoning.
It's something that we've been talking about, Your Worship, in recent times, and I think there is an appetite to speak to people who are involved in the development sector. That includes landowners with a view to developing their land. It might include developers, surveyors, a number of people across the sector, and bring that those anecdotal views back into the evidence for the GMS. So that's what we're hoping to do.
Well, thank you. Questions from Councillor Piddington.
G'day, Paul. Point 11, Tony Preen spoke to it. Earthquake prone buildings. You've got many building owners, including council buildings, are or have been seismically upgraded. My question is, can we actually see those numbers? Because from what I'm hearing, there's a number of building owners that will be doing nothing till the time is up. So it'd be great to actually know in the town how many buildings have been upgraded, those that have indicated they are keen to do so, and know those that aren't. Because if we're going ahead with a major CBD upgrade, there's some pretty big buildings in town, one that I know of that I don't think they're going to do, but it's right in the centre of our city. So if we could have some actual numbers around that, it'd be great, including what we've done, leading by example.
Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor Pennington. I'd be happy to come back to you with what we've got. Obviously, some buildings have owners that are out of town, some out of country. So it is a mixed bag. What their intentions are in terms of investing in the long-term viability of those buildings is something that's a bit of an unknown at this stage. But it's certainly, the clock's ticking on, and we need to know as much as we can.
Yeah, I guess that's my point, Paul. The clock's ticking. It'd be interesting to know. Got 100 buildings, 30 are upgraded, 30 are indicated. They're going to do something, and 40 we have no idea because the clock is ticking.
That's right.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one. It'd be great to map it, but it's on for us. It's on contact back with council, isn't it? So even with an initial assessment, even if they get a detailed assessment, that's not necessarily information that is logged with council. So it's how we can capture that. So it's an interesting challenge, but in the perfect world, it'd be great to have a bit of a traffic light system so we knew which and what buildings were through different assessment stages, what were rated to, but a big piece of work. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be a large piece of work, but I think there's value in trying to know as much as we can before it happens.
Yeah, just to get some early understanding of where the issues lie moving forward. Councillor O'Reilly.
Yeah, sure. Just going from what Councillor Pennington said, can that sort of be get into the rural towns too? You know, is that achievable to get some of those facts about that too in the same thing, or is that asking too much?
Oh, across the townships, you're saying?
Yeah, earthquake buildings, sorry. Yeah.
It's no different, no, Councillor O'Reilly. Yeah, so we don't know what the stock is and what state it's in, and what the appetite of the owners is to invest in the long-term viability of the building.
I think it's just another point I have is we had a public forum there with talking about bylaws and the dogs. We had a lady speak here on dangerous dogs and about the bylaws. So is there anything within that? Are we looking, is that part of what we're looking at?
I think that one was going to be brought forward, was it? Or oh yeah, it was part of the discussion. So those discussions.
No, just because it was.
Oh no,
it was
totally.
an emotional
terrific
presentation. So in all respect to her, we need to make sure we do.
Yeah, Mr. Cooper.
Might just add a little bit to that, Councillor O'Reilly. It's my intention at some stage soon to bring to council in workshop an enforcement policy, and that enforcement policy would be the guide for the thinking around the approach to all enforcement jobs, including what happened in that case, what we can and can't do, and what our approach is. So it would outline the philosophy, our obligations to complainants, our obligations to subjects that are breaking the rules, and all the thinking around that, the philosophy and what the process is.
Okay.
So I think that would make it easy to explain to people who are highly emotional, because these are effectively family.
Yes.
And it would help explain to people why we do what we do at what point, and reassure both councillors and community that we're taking an approach that's just down the middle and then in alignment with our enforcement policy. So that's what I hope to bring to council at some stage in the near future.
Yeah, that's fine. Just as long as it's not forgotten.
No, it's a good point, and a couple of nods from the ex-policeman. So, Councillor,
can you just remind me of the timeline for the earthquake-prone buildings?
It's a 25-year process, and I think we've got about 12 years left of that process. So the clock is starting to tick.
Would it be advisable that we had some sort of dashboard so people can actually, in regards to?
Yeah, I think that's what we just discussed, and we've picked up on that as a piece of work. Yeah.
And the SNA, yeah, you mentioned SNAs in the report. Did you have? I'm surprised you perhaps didn't get more feedback around that.
We've had some feedback outside of this process because we've recently sent out some letters to people with SNAs on their properties. We've had some feedback through that process. SNAs in relation to the Resource Management Act, we just follow process and the expert guidance that we're provided with around that.
Yeah, I guess I was just talking about obviously identification and district plan and taking consideration of them, which is some quite significant changes for some of our people.
So we have done some work in our district plan review around identifying those, and my understanding is that those affected landowners are being spoken to and understand the issues around that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
cool. Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Worship. Just on the earthquake buildings, on the priority route, through Stafford Street and through our small towns as well. The 12 and a half years that we've got to do that, we had, with the times ticked on, as you say. It's something it's going to have to be managed quite carefully, I believe, from our end, in that there will be, as we know, people that are strengthening and doing the right thing and finding out their NBSs on the other ones and get an understanding. But there also will be a group who'll hang on to the last day. And we've got to be careful as a council what we say and indicate on that journey, because there will be, at the end of that 12 and a half year period, a number of people who will then expect this council to pick up their problems and or do something with those buildings. And the reality is that's not fair on the people who are doing the decent and right thing. So we should be careful that we applaud people who do the right thing and push on and encourage them to do that, and not pretend that it will just go away at the end for the non-participators, because to me that would be tragic, totally tragic, because it's a journey that everybody should push on through. And the ones who feel they can't for any reason participate should put their hand up earlier rather than later. And that's where the nub of the thing will be, in my view. So how we articulate that, but I just caution ourselves as a council how we portray ourselves in the role and amongst that, and what could land on our plate if we're not careful.
Thank you, Councillor Lyon. Councillor Burt.
And pushing on from there, what is our role? We're enablers. Everything that we can do as a TA that enables people to get what they need and how they need to go about it. We had a presentation here, submission yesterday, that opened my eyes up, who effectively said to us, actually, it's not that hard, and people need to know and understand. They used a local engineer. If it's possible, if we could have that case study available to us and others who are in that position, to know and understand that when you incrementally do certain things to your building, it actually ramps up very quickly in terms of your percentage under the requirement, for the earthquake strengthening. But her story resonated significantly around it. Sometimes it's not that hard. If people are putting their head in the sand and are concerned, and it's whether they want to or need to, that could be a good starting point. I'd certainly like to know that story, if that can be distributed, so we know and understand as councillors what that actually means. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks, councillors. I agree with the last two commentators, really. I think we are in danger of a bottleneck, and there is a role for council to do as much education as we can around that, and help the building owners understand the problem. So it really is a challenge, and engaging with those building owners because some of them are putting their heads in the sand, and that's a real danger. Agreed.
Yeah, there was a good example through Sue, wasn't it, of where it can be done, and it was affordable, she said too. So yeah, and that'll get picked up and with the team doing the earthquake building workshops. And I think most of you probably a few years ago, great workshops as far as some great examples of what can be done. So that would be a great case study. Yeah, and I think you touched on a couple of points I wanted to make. There's, good opportunity, and although bylaws do need review, there's some considerable pieces of work that tie in with enabling bylaws such as City Hub, Caroline Bay, and those sort of cross over significantly around how we use those areas, aren't they? So, yeah. Exciting time for environmental services ahead, eh? So any other questions for Paul? That's right. So recommendation to receive a note. I'll look over here. Thank you, Councillor Lyon. Councillor O'Reilly. Any other discussion? No. Put the motion to floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thanks, Mr. Cooper. Love how all the ex-policemen get excited when they talk about enforcement policy. So we're now on 7.4, page 51. Welcome, Simon and Bill.
Thank you. Good morning once again. Take the report as read. This is the first report where there are some real deliberation on a number of different items in terms of requests and approaches that have come through from the community in consideration for funds that might not have been included in the original consultation document. The majority of the costs outlined in the recommendations are included in the material and modelling that is provided this morning. There are quite a number of items here. Bill and I are happy to take any questions on that. I'm not sure whether the team want to work through them one by one, consider them as a whole, or how you would like to proceed with these.
Well, question first from Councillor Burt.
I know I was just going to actually talk about that process. I mean, we could go and that very first one could spend half the morning dealing with it. I think what we need to do is maybe put it up on the board and look at it in terms of what the variables are. And when we come to landing later on, maybe decide then, because there's some detail that really needs to go into that.
So as opposed to
making a recommendation now.
So not making a decision now?
Yeah, just want to do it in principle now because there's a lot that needs to go into that. Yeah, wait to see those numbers.
Okay.
Because there's no use flying into that and get everyone saying, yeah, actually we're all on board with that. But then all of a sudden we have to prioritise at the end of the day, what's in the pot. I don't know. I might be.
Oh no, I mean a good example is the first one, 2A, another 500k.
Yep. Or a million.
Or is it half that?
Yes.
Yeah. Or yeah. What is it? So is any other comments around process?
Yeah, I just assume the numbers that we are the options that have been recommended that everything's based on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, our original numbers we're working to are basically the preferred options within our.
Yeah. So the likes of the 510 for C play, that's actually re-budgeted in there at the moment, is it?
It's in year 2.
It's in year 2. Sorry, yeah. No, that's fine.
Oh yeah, yes, sorry, yeah, that is in the scenario.
Yes. Okay.
So point of clarification, that's on the dwelling process. So just to clarify, the items on the board, you're wanting to triage the items or the recommendations here to see if they make the whiteboard and then consider all of those with other items at the end. So a quick decision, yes, in principle, or no, it's not. Okay. Great. We'll hand Mr. Harper the whiteboard responsibilities as he has the ownership of that whiteboard marker, if you're okay with that.
Might get a photo of that. This may be the last chance that.
Add it to the rogues gallery.
Okay.
I'm not sure I'm up for that responsibility, actually.
Right. Okay. So we're going to go through and probably do normal process as far as debate, etc., around a particular issue. So recommend them in principle. They'll go to the whiteboard if they make the cut, and then later on we'll wrap it up as far as signing it all off. So CPLA discussion. Councillor Wills.
I'm absolutely 100% in favour going to 1 million. I think the feedback from our community really puts it out there. We need to do something. We need to engage and make that one of the other jewels of the crown down at the bay. And I believe that the concept, the idea, and the community as a whole is, and the feedback I've had right across is absolutely positive for it. And I haven't had any negative feedback whatsoever. So I'm in support of the increase to 1 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burt.
Yeah, I'd support that, but we also need to know and understand the mechanisms by how we're going to make that work. And I've had a bit of discussion around it, and it is, that's correct, Steve, is that we need to own it. We need to actually take it on board as a council. If we're going to put that money in there, we need to own it so that we're accountable for where it goes, how it works. We're going to basically own it when it's finished. Because in terms of the entity out there, all due respect to what they're doing and the work they've done, there is really no mechanisms at this stage for that money to go to anyone in particular. So we just need to know and understand. If we go to 1 million, that's what we need to do.
Yeah, good question. Councillor Lyon.
Thanks, Your Worship. First thing I'd like to know is where the proposed funding would come from, or how it would be funded, the $500,000.
Because
it's usually helpful to know where extra expenditure is coming from, whether it's coming from loan or from some other source that helps us make up our mind about the reality of each decision.
Yeah.
And I really won't commit to this until I know where it's coming from.
And I would make assumption, but give me a nod, it'd be loan funding, Azura. Yes. So have a.
So what we've done basically is a mixture of loan and rates, obviously trying to keep it in a financial strategy.
Yeah.
So essentially, right at the end, if it is included in the existing list, you'll see the impact of that right at the bottom there.
On this one? Yes, on this one, yeah.
And that fact sheet, bottom you see the 2027 highlighted to 2.1. That's a maximum loan limit reached if we include all of these.
But my idea today is not to have a contest to see how quickly we can get to the loan limit. I'm actually coming at things from a totally different angle, because that is not the mission in my office today at all. I just don't I don't like the direction.
So that was you'd like to move that we reach the loan limit in which
that is not really what the day's about. Okay,
No.
I'll go quiet for a while.
Councillor Worth.
Yeah, look, I'd just like to agree with Councillor Burt. I think we need to take ownership of this. It's a community asset for our kids, and it's very important that it's not left up to someone else to organise. So yeah, I think we need to take ownership and drive it.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just pass on to Mr. Harvey. He's had some conversations and one around ownership and risk of project, etc.
I've been talking and being sort of well into this project by a group manager and had discussions with the various parties, and I can share some stuff with council, but it does relate to individuals' privacy and so on. So I suggest we park that until we look at this overall later today, and I can share some stuff.
Good point. Yeah, thanks. Okay, cool. Councillor Gilchrist.
I fully agree. I fully support it. I think it's a great idea, and we definitely need to be involved as well and have really good kind of oversight and control over it. Like Richard, I'm a little concerned about how we'll pay for it, but I do think there's great longevity in that project, and so spreading the cost over a generation, I guess, makes good sense.
Yeah, and taking into account, we're adding depreciation, cost of asset rate, repairs and maintenance. And I did challenge CPLA on that. I said it's not as simple as just giving you more money. There's more to it. Councillor Piddington.
I guess I'm fully supportive. It's going on the bay, which is important for us. It's our major tourist attraction, but it's delivering to a group. It's free once it's there. it delivers from 0 to 15-year-olds, and we don't really spend a lot on them, you know, in that free space. So I'm totally supportive.
I was actually hoping it would deliver through to 44, but it's all right.
It'll be an after hours. We'll put lights down.
Councillor Riley.
Yeah, I support it. I think it's just for the whole district. I believe it'll be for the people in the rural somewhere, and another destination to come in and utilise the bay. So yeah, I think.
Councillor Oliver.
Yeah, I'm all supportive of what's going on at the bay, and I think that this will just be another part of the cog for the bay to go forward in the future. So yeah, I'm supportive of it as well.
So we can probably pick this up in the discussion, but you know, we're raising our $2 million project, raising from 25% to 50%. You know, who's the owner of the project, who makes sure is it's successful, all those sort of things. Does that affect our ability to get community funding into this project? You look at some of the stimulus projects, they were 25%, and then the community got up and contributed and did a great job. But at what point does it become a council project and not a community project? And then people just say, hey, this is council, why are we contributing? So, just got to be cautious of where the rest of the money is coming from. Conscious also that the community does have good capacity, but there's some conversations around their ownership of the project, and it's not just afterwards. We know who's going to own it afterwards. Correct. It's always us. It's running it and making sure it's successful. Councillor Wills.
Some of that discussion will come out afterwards when Mr. Harper discusses with us, and if we have to go back to the original CPLAY group and have some further discussions around finer detailing, I think that can happen, and I think they'll be relatively supportive. They'll still be able to brand it as their own initiative, but then in joint company with TDC taking ownership possibly. Further discussion required.
Okay, cool. So look for a mover for this. Councillor Wills, Councillor Burt. Any further discussion? Moving in principle, Councillor Lyon. No, there is a little bit to say, so I think it's just in principle. So contribution is provided in year 1. So look, I think we'll look to do 2 and 3. Decide its contribution to the project. No, I mean the timing. Yeah, well, I think we do need to add, but we haven't really fully had that discussion. Just talking about ownership, how we add that to a resolution. So maybe if we look to move A and B and just make a note that we need to come back to that to add a motion, I think, once we've had further discussions. So comfortable with that? So it's yes, move and second, comfortable with that. Further discussion can come later. I'll put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Yeah. So, and then recording a long list of what we need to come back to. You here. Okay, moving on. District Bay strategy. Pass over to the team again.
Thank you, Mayor. So district play strategy ties in with the other strategies that have been proposed across the district. This one looks at district-wide playgrounds and having a strategic approach to what are our needs moving forward in the future. Historically, playgrounds have catered for a certain age group, but the growing demand and need is to look at other options, whether it be age groups beyond that 14-year age group, but also accessibility in this space as well. With the CPLAY approach, we need to figure out across the district what are the needs of our playgrounds to ensure that we're meeting the needs of our community, but also not duplicating the services that we are providing in this space. Ties in with the other strategies that we have to be all inclusive as well.
That's okay.
Have we ever had a district play strategy before?
No, we haven't. There's some work going on in the Spaces and Places Plan Review that's dealing with play, and also the CBay consultation. There's a lot of information they've received about varying abilities and disabilities and how we can better cater for those. So both of those are drivers for this. But you'll notice that it's not proposing that it happens straight away, that it's deferred until year 4.
Other comments on district play strategy? Councillor Rowley, you have something on this?
The word play sort of played a fact in my mind. Is it a playground or other play areas? No, it's fine. I've just been facetious. Yeah, you just wonder what, Councillor Parker had asked the question. We've been getting along all right so far with doing playgrounds and things and using your expertise and your staff's expertise, Bill. Do we need a, we obviously, you're saying we need a strategy, but are we not doing it?
I think we're doing probably 75% of it now. New information has come to hand, we can put that in. I don't see this as being an enormous piece of work. It's just that we, going ahead, we get that new information and just improve what we're doing as we go along.
Councillor Booth.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh, sorry, Bert, sorry.
Yes, that's right.
Apologies, my apologies.
It's no different than the philosophy we just talked about, having a CBD, major planned strategy around that, the linkage with Sea Place. So many things have happened ad hoc. We've got that major development up at Alpine. How does that buy into everything we're doing around a play space? To Basil Arthur, with so many competing interests, people talking about going out there and doing all sorts of things. It's in year 4, it needs to be done. And if we're doing 75%, we need to pull it all together. That's our bread and butter, to have strategy, so that as a council, we're planning specifically for what we do and how we do it.
Thank you, Councillor Booth.
Do playground suppliers not provide plans and briefs for nothing for the sale of their equipment into your spaces?
They do, but what has been learnt, there are different people with different conditions that is very specific. That is what I've learnt from the Sea Play consultation, that is very specific to various groups. I think we're also talking a little bit broader than just sport playgrounds as well. Can we do things with natural play that doesn't require expensive playground equipment? How do we access it for various people and things? So that's the 75% that we're doing already. So
thank you.
So it's really just
yeah, I think that's the key thing, to not just think playgrounds. We're thinking play, we're thinking facilities, basketball, all those sorts of things, isn't it? How and what? Councillor Oliver.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think it's good to be able to encapture all the playgrounds, identify what ones need upgrading. Obviously, our own playground gets used very frequently. It's looking tired. It needs an upgrade. We're not pushing for an upgrade at this stage, but it is looking tired. It's good to be able to put these and rank them and see who's using them and how often they're getting used and all that, so we can actually have a strategy that's not ad hoc of how we're upgrading and all that. So I think it's a really good idea going forward. We're actually doing a domain landscape plan at the moment, and one of the things identified was the playground. So I think this is a good idea and going forward, and it will just save money than cost money in the future.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Good comments. Any other comments on district play strategy? Otherwise, I'm happy to have someone move that. Councillor Burt, Councillor Oliver, further discussion? Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Aye. You're against. Thank you. Do you want that noted? Yep. Councillor Barker. Thank you. Motion carried. Golf facilities strategy.
Thank you. You'll notice through the reports, there's the officers had some guidelines in terms of how to craft and create the reports. The options were to consider, to recommend, or to provide a further report for further information. The majority of these items are for consideration. With the golf strategies one, there in the body of the report, it talks about a paper going to the Community Services Committee on the 8th of June. We've had to put a hold on that, pending some of the information we've had come through from public submissions in terms of let's look at the facilities being provided with regard to golf as a whole, and hence the need for prioritising this approach. So I'd like to change the consideration to perhaps recommend that we look at the golf facility strategies to help inform the decisions that we need to make in the future around Highfield Recreational Park. So how do all of our facilities tie in together? The landscape has moved a little bit in this space with the development of driving ranges and so forth in different areas. So discussions with His Worship is potentially this golf facility strategy is a recommendation as opposed to consideration.
Yeah, cool. And we had a brief conversation yesterday after some of those submissions. I think it just could have been Monday. We were due a paper next week, but I certainly support us doing the work around golf, and that will feed into considerations around Highfield, Councillor Piddington.
I guess dealt with sports clubs a bit, and they can be quite tribal and defensive of their own patch. Spaces and places have pointed out there are too many golf courses within South Canterbury. It would be good to give them this money so Orangi Golf, New Zealand Golf can look at it. It comes in with the driving range being placed at Gleniti now. You know, we don't need two. We've got to be sensible about some of these decisions, and to have a report that's factual rather than passionate, because we're all passionate about our sports and our clubs, would be very helpful.
Thanks, Councillor Piddington. Any other conversation? No, look, I'm happy to move this one as a recommendation that we include golf's facility strategy. I guess the key thing for me is that it affects Highfield, so we need to move forward on it. It's a sooner than later piece of work, obviously, and I know, Bill, you're aware of that. So can I have a seconder for that? Go, Councillor Piddington. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Tamika Avery.
Thank you. This proposes to move the budget from year 3 to year 1 and accelerates the development in this space.
Cool. Thank you. Councillor Wills.
I just asked why the ratification of read change from 3 to 1.
Community interest, really. There's quite a been with regard to Tamika, there's been quite a view in the community that it should be have a higher priority, and that's why it's there. Thank you.
Yeah, so Riley.
I believe there was a lot of, amongst the community, a lot of misunderstanding of the timing of the bird aviary, and there was the plan, the domain development plan was out there. Perception was it was going to be in this year. Where that came from, I'm not sure. So the community sort of became a bit emotional about it, not a bit, got very emotional about it, and that's why we sort of asked maybe we can bring it forward. It is in, you know, further out, but to make life better in some of our smaller communities, sometimes we maybe have to suck it up.
So is there a box of tissues? Yeah, look, Councillor Lyon and I visited recently, and it certainly is in need of an upgrade. Just before I go to Councillor Lyon, now this overall project includes toilets as well. The 350, is that correct, or is that just relative to the?
That price is, I believe, just relative to the aviary component.
Okay.
But having said that, we've got preliminary drawings, so we haven't got any costings yet. But that was a rough order of cost.
Yeah, so there could be some savings potentially. Councillor Lyon.
I thank you, Worship. Bill, the funding that was in, 2 or 3 years out, is that from the 10-year domain $1.5 million that was put in? So it is part of that.
Correct.
So in effect, that's been budgeted for 10 years ago, hasn't it? And yeah, okay, so that makes it clearer that it's able to be brought forward more ably, because it was something that was projected for, it's been projected for 10 years. So on the basis of that, I certainly support it coming forward, given that it's part of the 10-year development of the Tumuga domain. The reality is that we've got to understand that 10 years is 10 years. That 10 years will be up. The community can't keep coming at us for things that weren't in it, but this was, so it's fine to bring it forward in my eyes. Okay.
Look, and I think part of the delay has been about some of those, the realities of, the current finances and needing to make decisions. Sometimes, not perfect. There's winners and losers, but some projects get pushed back and some get brought forward, certainly priority. But I do myself support bringing it forward, having gone out and visited and seen the state. It's if we're looking at holistic wellbeing across all of our community, including the birds, then we need to act sooner than later. Councillor Booth.
Just probably question to Councillor O'Reilly. Is there any interest group out there that perhaps take a ownership on the of the aviary? I imagine would be, wouldn't it?
The industry and the people that staff and really volunteers, they council supplies food for them, has to do with monetary interest. Maintenance is done by volunteer, most of it. There is a lot of every day to travel, so I think we're well suited on the maintenance and deer birds. The comment made was, we don't need, 19.
Thank you. It sets in the long-term plan. What worries me is the fact that we're jumping and putting it into our budget now, which we don't actually have a genuine idea on the true cost of it at this particular time. It could be 300,000, could be 500,000, who knows? I'm more comfortable sitting it there 3 years out rather than having to bring it forward to our next budget. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the nature of the business that we're in, isn't it? We're to Mr. Harper's point earlier, a lot of the projects it's not an exact science, but it's as best as we can get. It's no different than government budgeting, and then costs escalate. So, or sometimes we have some wins as well, as we have with some of our other water projects recently. Councillor Burt.
Look, I know it's going to be a feather in your cap, Councillor O'Reilly, to Len's aviary. Having said that, really, in terms of, I actually agree with Councillor Lyon, understanding the principle of what it was there before and how it has been held off. It's $350,000. It'd be great to get that drilled down to a real cost, but at least we know what it is. I'm comfortable having it a new one.
Cool. So let's, Councillor O'Reilly, would you like to move?
Yes, I'd like to move that we leave it in this year's budget.
Thank you. Councillor Lyon, second it. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Sorry, we're doing this on principle, based on it may not fit the priority on principle only. Yes,
it's currently flying. It may not fly.
We're just winging it.
Because we may have to claw it back.
Chris, please don't use Barbara, Councillor Gilchrist, last quote. Yeah. So in principle, thank you. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say. Sorry,
Question,
Councillor Parker. Yes.
What year are we on with the 10-year plan currently?
We've got about, I think we're 6 or 7.
Right. So this was initially planned as one of the final finales for the refresh or
We've
redevelopment.
got, what's happened is this project and another one in the car park, it has taken 2 years worth of funding to actually deliver. And I think if you look back over the similar thing, the rough order of costs or the prices when they're developed sort of 8 years ago, things as you get down to a detailed design and it's funding them or matching the funds available with the construction is difficult sometimes.
So is this the last major structural improvement for the domain?
Yes, it is. We're down to furniture, pathways and signage.
Right, thank you.
And toilets do come into that, further toilets, so is that another? Yeah.
Can I maybe speak? The domain development, a lot of that work, the previous, leading into it, was a lot of the cost was done by local contractors for a substantial amount of money that saved council a lot. So, it is a consideration. It has been in the domain development, there has been a lot of local contribution towards the overall development of it. So just put that out there.
Thank you, and certainly worth a visit. It's a bit of a jewel, the Temuka domain, isn't it? Right, well, I was putting the motion to the floor. Well interrupted though, Councillor Parker. Thank you. Apologies for missing you. Put the motion again. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Against? Would you like that noted? Thank you, Councillor Wills. Motion carried. Botanic Gardens.
Thank you. Timaru has Botanic Gardens independently assessed as of being national significance with our gardens. One of the concerns that we have is that we have not had a lot of investment in this space over a period of time. This is proposing that we actually develop a plan, landscape plan for the gardens as a whole. It's not a landscape plan in the sense of what plants, investment in what plants. It's more around the accessibility, the trails, the tracks, the flow through the gardens, how they link together, highlighting some of the heritage items within the gardens themselves to better showcase the items we have here, enhance that standing of national significance, and do the planning now for the future years so we can actually work in the space and maintain that ranking.
Right, questions? Thank you, Councillor Wills.
I'm just 100% behind this. I think it's, especially with the gardens, having the significance around where it sits at the moment. So 100% support for myself.
Councillor Booth.
There's a significant upgrade going on at the hospital at the moment. And I just wondered whether they've sort of taken consideration, perhaps our gardens, which are sitting right next door, and opportunities for open spaces and wellness and rehabilitation for the patients. That's just simply a question. And yeah, probably not.
Yeah, the National Health have got a lot of money to spare, I'm sure.
I say so perhaps would that perhaps could be done something in collaboration, perhaps. Yeah.
Enhance facilities.
Thanks, Councillor Booth. Councillor Parker.
Sorry, I've just put a lolly in my mouth. I'm supportive for this for this plan, I totally agree that the Botanic Gardens have been underinvested for some time. There's been not a lot of improvement. It's an opportunity to really develop it more in the upcoming years, especially with its walking tracks. Yeah, I fully support this.
Cafe in there as well, you think, or no? Sorry, moving forward, Councillor Parker. Sorry, Councillor Gilchrist.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of it too. And I think it's quite a draw card for visitors driving through the town. And if they stop and spend some money, then that's brilliant. So the $60,000 I think is a drop in the bucket compared to what we can get but we really need to maintain that, don't we, that garden of national significance.
Keep in mind, this is just to develop a plan of what the future will look like. Yes.
Right. My question is around how we go about this. There's lots of submissions over time and lots of conversations with our community because, beautifying biodiversity, all those things are really important, entrance ways and those sorts of things. We're spending, $60,000 on potentially a consultant, but is it likely that we could get a resource in-house that would help across the district with some of these things? Because maybe it's specialty, and I'm sure that's what you're probably about to tell me, specific to the gardens, but I just see a further need for this sort of skill set within council potentially.
Yes, I think we've been getting by with a lower level of skill set. Some of the larger local authorities have that skill set in-house. We don't. We've been a bit small over time. It is something, and we've picked the big projects and we've brought in those skills for the big projects, and we've done minor stuff ourselves at a lower level. So that's a philosophical approach, and supporting by budget. I suppose I don't know what it would cost to engage something and have the facilities. We have done some preliminary thinking around this ourselves, and there's some ideas going out, but it's a matter of developing those ideas and portraying them in such a way that they can be sold to the community and get feedback on them like that. So hopefully I've answered your question.
Yeah, sort of.
If I may add
yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
It poses a really interesting question. So is there an opportunity? We've talked across a number of different strategies and the need for planning holistically across a number of different areas. So it raises an interesting question. Are we better to pay for each of those strategies on a per item basis, or is there an existing resource that could be employed directly by TDC to do this work on our behalf? And would they have the skill sets, diverse skill sets to cover off these strategies, right from sea play through to district play areas, golf facility strategies to botanic gardens? They're quite diverse. And then the remaining question is, would that give us some cost efficiencies and potential savings? Don't know the answers to those, but it could be something to explore.
Perhaps I can help. There's two different streams. There's the strategies and the landscape development approaches. So they're different skill sets.
Yes.
There is some consultation aspect in both of them.
Yeah.
But they're different. One's sort of drafting, design, creativity, and the other one's writing policy strategies, that sort of approach.
Yeah, and capacity within existing team, etc. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Your team's not busy at all, Bill. No, that's cool. I just I'd like us to have an open mind to an approach that could be across. This is quite specific in the skill set, taking into account that there's skills within council. What is the better way of doing this for our community? Because to the discussion earlier, we were using a lot of out-of-town consultants, and yes, the specialty skill set is key, but I would like us to look at a combination of design, strategy, specialist skills, how we can actually
better do what we're doing in this space, because we always, how many strategy we've signed off on just one page.
Yeah.
Yes, Simon. And then I'll
If
go
we
to
were
Councillor.
to pick it up in-house and use the in-house resource and skill that we've got, it would have to be at the expense of something else that is currently underway. Alternatively, funding whatever that other piece of work is to create the capacity internally.
Yeah. No, look, totally understand current capacity, bearing in mind, and obviously in different years we've, signed off 45, 15, 60 in different skill sets, but let's be open-minded to having a conversation how we can do it better. Sorry, Councillor Booth.
Yeah, I guess I was probably just backing up what Bill was just saying then. We've spoken about 3 or 4 different specialist skill sets this morning, let alone, what else is there? And so generally when you go to do something, you need to pull in a specialist in that field, whether it's a playground, an urban designer, or a landscape gardener. And there's lots of variations of those too. So I think it's like having someone who can recognise what skills they need when they haven't got them and simply pulling them in.
Yeah, agreed. But if we had that approach, we'd just go and get an architect at the start of every job, whereas, there's companies out there doing design and build and, saving us money. So let's be open-minded to a better way of doing things. But anyway, got off track. Let's go back to 7. Any other further discussion, questions for the team around landscape plan? Seem to get pretty good support. Mover, Councillor Gilchrist, seconder, Councillor Parker. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, public art policy.
This looks at a review of the public art policy, street landscape art, and the more activity into that space.
Yeah, so we have one now which probably needs upgrading, and there is a view from some members of the community that we're reacting, but it's simply reviewing that, and it's an in-house thing that we're not applying for any funding for, but just noting that out of the submissions that that's something we should do over the next 3 years.
Yep. Happy to support that. And beauty of a policy, it doesn't have any funding attached to it. In-house funding. Not quite as visual. Questions? I'm happy to move that myself. Thank you, Councillor Oliver. The motion to the floor. Those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Cycle track.
So just a bit of background with this. You will recall that probably 18 months, 2 years ago, we had a lot of coastal erosion by the Caledonian ground. There was 250,000 set aside to resurface the track. Because of that uncertainty over that coastal erosion, we delayed that. Unfortunately, in that period, the foundation of the track has really failed. The water got in cracks and it started to wave, and they're only just struggling to have practice rides on it at the moment. So it's become clear that it is pointless to invest anything further in that track. What they're now proposing is a 250 metre velodrome rather than a 400 metre. There is a place that could be available at Sir Basil Arthur Park, but what this is for is just some funds that will enable them to begin planning and get other funding sources from other funding sources, and start their planning off. It'll be 2 or 3 years down the track before they are in a position to start building. So this is just something to help them out.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, look, I'm totally supportive of this. They've got to the planning stage. The problem with cycling for a long time is they kept riding forever, so didn't do too much planning. They're now moving into that planning stage with some good people on their committee. So I think it's a great idea. They'll know exactly where they are and what it'll cost. There could be an argument they could go to other funders to try and get this, but they're a small group. Let's give them a step up.
Thanks, Councillor Pinnikin. Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Worship. You initially, you sort of understand, Bill, where they're placed now, and normally I'd be nervous about 20,000 going across because often that comes with an indication of support in the future. But with the history of, I suspect, the involvement we have with them down at Edie Point, I guess this one becomes a little different. Because just because council funding is given at this stage doesn't indicate what happens from here on in. And I suspect we were up for the 250 for the resurfacing. So this puts me in a unique position that I can support this, whereas I'd have been wary otherwise.
Councillor Booth.
Look, I had some concerns around the pictures that I've seen in the presentation, where there's, a simple coat of paint. We've actually tidied the fence up and stopped it falling to bits basically. And that's really up to them and their initiative to do such tasks. So I'm a wee bit dubious, but and the other question I guess I was going to say was, can that be included in the up the road there, incorporated into the up at the stadium?
Fortunately, in spaces and places, we have to maintain some green area because it's also a public park at Orangi. We looked at it and it just won't fit, unfortunately. So would have been great to be there, but a second hub at Sebastian Park might prove really worthwhile for the district.
Yeah, look, and you've got multiple codes. Softball using Sebastian again, along with the home of football. And yeah, so some other codes. Football's happy for some other codes to come and borrow some of their space for the future. Councillor Oliver.
Yeah, I'm quite excited about velodromes. I'm a cyclist, so I know what it's about, and I love watching track cycling. But look, we've got a huge interest here because our South Canterbury Cycling Club does so well at a national level. And I think we owe it to them just to at least have a scope out of what a velodrome could look like and how that could enhance their profile going forward. So I'm fully in support of looking to seeing what that looks like.
Certainly fits with us, central location strategy, sport, those sorts of things. Councillor Booth.
But ultimately, it's going to be $5 to $6 million, isn't it? I mean, that's the end of the day. It's going to cost a lot of money. 11 million. Well, what's a lot of money? But anyway, that might be an indoor one. Yeah. So I guess, as say, you start on a journey, just be prepared for where it might end up.
Councillor Wills.
Look, I'm happy to move this. We've seen the development and growth and what it's done for our community. International cyclists on the national and international stage, and they've got an opportunity to mould it the way they want to mould it and make a bit of a cycling hub again within the Central South Island. So 100% happy to support and also move it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to move that. Bill, one question for me, 20,000, is that enough? And are we obviously working alongside for them to deliver this? Because I think they'll need some support, yeah. You may reply, yeah.
That was where yesterday when they did their public submission, I just said, look, happy to look at it, but also there's that contribution that comes from them as well. So I think $20,000 go a long way with them contributing as part of that sort of foundation research work as well.
Thank you.
I believe they are seeking some other funding as well.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
It's looking good, but I can't say that it'll come.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just conscious of when we give outside groups, SC Plays, cycling, all those council funding to do a strategy, how do we keep track on what's happening there and do we get benefit? Councillor Riley.
Yeah, I support it. We are Central South Island, and apparently a lot of these cyclists go to Invercargill and travel out of, through out of Christchurch. So it just gives Timaru district another, gives another venue for outside people to participate in our city and town. So yeah, I fully support it.
Thank you. And that's a second. Happy to second that.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? Just before I put the motion to the floor, I'll draw your attention to the board that Mr. Harper's drawing on, and that's all the things that we've said yes to so far in principle, of course. But now I'll put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Walkways and cycleways.
Thank you. A number of submissions were received around walkways and cycleways across the district. This proposes to look at a review of our off-road walking and cycling strategy, but also the active transport strategy as well. In light of those submissions, just to review the policies and activities in that space at the moment.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Looks like a bit of a no-brainer, obviously pretty important for our well-being. Any questions? Look, I'm happy to move that. Councillor Oliver, second. Yeah. Any further? All okay? We'll put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? You didn't say anything? It's true. Moved. Thank you. Number 11, Geraldine Nature and Sculpture Trail. We had the submission yesterday.
Bill can probably provide a lot more detail than I can with this one. We heard a submission about this, so that is seeking support, financial support for this approach. There are some ongoing maintenance costs with regard to this. They're also included into this area. The body of the report does talk about a number of requests that we have received over a period of time with regard to cycle trails and walking trails across the district. And the question was, should there be a contestable fund with regard to the rest of our community funding program for walkways, cycleways for various community groups to apply for, as well as or instead of this request.
So just this one's slightly different than the others in that this is looking at a destination attraction within Geraldine, possibly 3 separate loops, promoting sculpture or other points of interest. That's where the 50,000 is sort of a capital component of that for developing that component. There is over the page, and that's, you'll be pleased to hear, this is the last request for funding from this particular report. There are some volunteers that are doing some really good work on trails around Geraldine, and it's providing some materials and equipment aspects that enables them to do the voluntary work. So that's what that component's for, and the rest is sort of a capital development.
Thank you. And a lot of the early works, has the work been finished as far as that STEP funding, as far as where they've got to? You're aware of that?
Yeah, so we're pretty much sucked up the initial funding for the design policy, and we've still got around $16,000, I think, project management. We've got $19,000 to project management. I think we look up that project management side to someone that's more in that realm. Because it will make existing money project management through that initial starting concept. So you want to speak?
Yeah, no. Yeah, happy
so
to.
it was was stood up a number of years ago. It's something that's a little bit different. District doesn't have at the moment. And it will probably one of the only natural sculpture reports that town will have that it's got by that LB at the moment. There's gardens and stuff, but not so much sports. And we'll keep this. It'll just be another addition to the district to keep up that vibrancy of giving people an option to do something a bit different on the weekends. It's not just a jewelry. It's not just for tourism. It's for the whole district. We've got some really good people on board. People on board at the start. We go into the sculpture stage. We've already had donation for the first piece. There's some really good people there fit that well into the sculpture, the sculpture of the sculpturists, and it will be hopefully self-funding once it's up and running through sculpture sales and have some permanent pieces hopefully. So hopefully once it gets up and running, it will be self-funding going forward. Just to the walkway group, so we have had a walkway group for some time now, doing voluntary work. I don't know if you've been to that road, people, you know, it's sad at the moment, to be honest, the floods are part of it, but, you know, those guys just beaver away there, except sort of point doing bits and pieces. I guess they need something to we're free going to go money for a shingle or something like that, but just keep that walkway looking for the future and stuff like that. So it's basically just getting along on voluntary stuff at the moment. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Cool, thank you. And there's more, they're looking at other funding options as well.
Yeah. So the community board, they've given $10,000 to Project Supper. Michael Barker's given $10,000 to the sculpture piece. And we'll be looking for people to donate sculpture and art and get artists to come and set up the sculpture for sale. So there'll be a commercial aspect, but we'll have the curator to work that as well. So it's been really well thought out. We're looking at something high level. We're not looking at grass growing and sculpture and sitting for 5 years looking tardy. We're looking high level. So, and we've already been to the didn't we? Sculpture gun, Titanic sculpture gun. So done a lot of homework on what they look like and how they operate. So
it's going to be better than TITAP though, isn't it?
It's going to be better. So yeah, that's the sculpture in a nutshell.
Cool. Sounds good. Thanks for that. Councillor Booth.
Yeah, I guess I just wonder how perhaps Tamika might do their trails, if they have any, or how that's funded. But I guess the bigger picture seems to be the expansion of bike trails throughout the South Island in particular. And whether, I know we're starting to do some work on that, and joining the dots, if you like. You know, I just wonder if there's that money's better spent on the overall picture of connectivity of some of these trails.
Councillor Parker.
Just a question regarding the Nat Trail and the sculptures being for sale. So, so there's some risk there at vandalism or theft. So are you guys going to be looking at cameras, or what's the kind of security, and will that end up coming back to TDC to install and fund those cameras, if that's what you're thinking?
Thanks, Councillor Barker. Yeah, that has been talked about a bit. We're probably looking for the way the sculptures are set up. So if you've got something that can be put on the ground and run away with it, probably make it so you have to go to the river or something silly like that. So it has been all thought of. I don't believe that that's been talked about at TDC. I can't get those costs into the future of security or anything like that. So
Councillor Billington.
Yeah, I'm supportive of it. Looks well thought out. A lot of support from the Geraldine community. Add something vibrant to the edges. We can't spend all the money in Timaru. We need to look to well thought out, well planned things in our district outside this, you know, where we are. So the support they've got already seems pretty amazing, and it looks as though with Bill and the group, they've done a lot of hard groundwork to get us there. So totally supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Worship. The 15,000, year on year, is that for what, maintenance, or what really asking, Gavin, is the 15 going to maintain it, and you're not having to come to council to do any maintenance work ever on this track again? It's going to be maintained by the community, or does that 15,000 do that? I mean, what's the ongoing 15,000 for?
Yeah, so that is, I think the answer is probably we don't know that, if being honest at this stage. But it is to initially maintain what we've got in the first stage of it, I think. Is,
I mean, I'm supportive of it. I just don't want to have a double hit. That's all, to be fair. I'm supportive of what you're doing, but just to understand, you're still going to hit us for maintenance, or is that going to do it? That's really what I'd like to know. But however,
Yeah, look, I think probably initially that would be some maintenance, but it's probably the first stage, making some of those trails, going with the signage and bits and pieces like that. It's thing as well, so some boards, some history boards and stuff like that, so that's probably what we're looking at for that first stage as well, so it'll be going into something constructive going forward, and of course every stage that comes on will need that little bit of projection to keep to the standard of the last stage, so that's probably what we're looking at.
so, I mean, you're assuming TP in year 1, 10 years. 10 years.
yeah, if council is of a mind, but I think, yeah, well, that's what the request is, but which would assist volunteers in maintaining it. And if we want something that is of a quality, then you can't do it for nothing. That's what it comes down to.
I can understand. Yeah, I'm fine with understanding. I can understand what you're doing.
Yeah, look, I think there's just an obvious tag here that we get clarity around that 15,000 ongoing, and then it's approved via Bill and his team. Councillor O'Reilly.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I support it. I do question the maintenance thing, and I'm reading somewhere in here that you talked about maintenance for tracks, and that is $1,500 per year per kilometre or something like that. So how far is it around it? Yeah.
I think just to clarify this for once and all, for all, this is not a cycle trail.
No, this is
Okay. Yeah.
This is something different.
Right.
This is a destination place to go that has sculptures, nature, walks and things. It's more of a walking trail than a biking.
Right.
Parts of it will
We
be able to be
we
biked.
don't want the Geraldine community getting their walkers and their bikers mixed up again, do we? So, no, I support it. Thank you.
Councillor Beck.
Does the trail exist already, Kevin?
Parts of the trail does, the bill on the river exists already, and it's one that volunteers maintain. We still work out there to make this project happen, because to do it right, the landscape design, it gave us an overall picture of what the trail will look like, not a good concept. And to progress it is what decided that having it, doing it in stages will actually get it to the final product quicker than trying to fund something that's really big. So it's going to be a process. It's definitely a process we put forward to make it
So the 50,000 is for the actual creation of the piece you're missing.
It's more detailed planning. There is a concept, and so it may get it started, but it's refining that, coming down to what the 3 stages will be, and how they're a bit more of a specific design and flow that will get it to a stage where it can be constructed.
So the overall budget is how much?
That's what this will tell us.
So this is really only a fishing expedition then, to get money to get consultants to do a report. Is that right?
Well, there's been quite a lot of work because they got they got 70k with the stat funding through VT.
But so we're at the rough, we're nailing the rough order component, we've got a concept, we've got colour schemes. There is some costing, but as we've worked into it, it needs to be refined a bit, because we're still in that 30% range at the moment. Now, I can't remember off the top of my head what the total breakdown of those costs were. Should have had them here, but I haven't. So there is some numbers available, but this is saying that. So there is a mixture of land, Land Information New Zealand, Department of Conservation and Council. All public land. And we have MOUs with Lynn's and Doc.
Yeah, and look, my couple of years in connection with Geraldine, you know, you've got Michael Barker, you've got others that have been, you know, pushing this for a long time. It's not just a sort of yesterday suggestion and asking money. There's a lot that has gone into this. Yeah, Councillor Wilkes.
Is it possible just to get an overview of the plans sent to all the councillors?
I can't see that.
No.
Just so we can actually get our head around what you want to achieve and how it's going to look like. Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, as far as the recommendation then, someone like to move? Councillor Oliver? And do you want to comfortable as is, maybe just with a tag around the 15,000, just to. You don't have to, sorry, I won't tell you what you need to move. You.
I'm happy to move council consider the goals of the budget for the nature sculpture board and giving some 2021 for the upgrade maintenance of the track.
Cool, thanks. So we're going to move that. Seconder motion in the current form. Councillor Puddington. So any discussion around the motion in its current form?
Just wonder whether we shouldn't separate it out. Really, it should be a community task, perhaps the maintenance.
So are you happy to just move it separately, or do you want to?
Yeah, I'm happy to move it separately.
We can put that motion to the floor and. Sorry, just clarity, you can put that motion to the floor as is if you like and see how the cards fall, or as is. Yeah, so we've got a mover and a seconder. I'm happy to put the motion to the floor. All those in favour as is, A and B. So that's 3, and against. Councillor Burt, you're against. That's right. So against carried. Any additional motions that someone might want to move? I think you've moved the original motion. I'm happy to move that we put the consider the 50,000 and it's by itself as is. So that where are we? So right now go to the so on the budget for the 2021 2022. So the 50 grand itself. I'm happy to move that. Is there a seconder for that motion? So I'm now separating. All right, so I'll move the motion and then you can make an amendment to the motion if you like. So Councillor Parker, you were happy to second that as is. Any further discussion, amendments, suggestions? So this is on 50,000, just as it's written here. So yeah. So that's an amendment you'd like to? No. Oh yeah, I'm comfortable with my original motion. So that's right. So we'll put that. So any other further discussion, suggested amendments, Councillor Puddington?
I guess just a query. I mean, it might be splitting hairs, but we're supporting a bird aviary and we're going to maintain that. If we're supporting a sculpture walk, why are we not maintaining that? I just don't quite get it.
I don't think it's not that we're not to, we just need to, we can consider the item separately. So I'll happy to bring that to a separate motion shortly.
Just on that one, does it have to be the 15,000? Could we reduce that fund if that's going to make more councillors comfortable with its final decision?
Okay, before
Why do we have to go 15,000? Why don't we go 7.5 or 10,000?
Okay, before we, okay, good questions. I'm going to amend my motion. So the original 50,000 with the maintenance of the 15,000 with a catch that it's got to be approved via Parks and Rec. So we'll delegate that authority to Bill and his team to better understand what that looks like, so the money's not spent. Councillor Parker.
My question is why do we have to put a monetary value on the maintenance? Why can't we just include the maintenance of the track?
I think there's probably danger in that, because when the community's doing it for us, they say, well, maintenance equals, so for 15,000 you're capping our contribution. And so, and it's for some of those projects, just for understanding as they are in the past, it is a trailer load of shingle, it's earth, it's contributions, isn't it? So, and then they're effectively providing the labour to get that work done. Yeah. So, sorry, I've amended my motion, were you happy to? Yeah, so 50,000, and then point B, if you like, is 15,000 with effectively delegated authority to Bill and his team, Parks and Rec, to both understand what that looks like. And if they're happy with that, then they can move ahead on providing that 15,000 to the community to enable that project to happen and the maintenance ongoing. Yeah, so sorry, Joe, you're comfortable with that. This won't be the only long-winded motion we get today. I don't think so. Councillor Booth, you're okay? You were up before.
Yeah. It's the cut back of the shrubbery and maintenance of the tree.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I think that's the beauty of this. If it's a budget that sits within Parks and Rec, and I know this might be messy for you, Bill, but he's got, and his team have got oversight to this. So I think it's, you put a case forward, we're doing this, maintenance, we require this, along those lines. Is that okay? Yeah.
That's exactly how I would see it.
Yeah, perfect. So yes, were you happy to amend your motion? Thank you. So motion is very clear to everyone. So do we need anything read back before we vote? I think we're pretty good understanding. I'll put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Too easy. So I think that's sorry. I can't raise that. You want to talk to Councillor Wills? Thanks. Contestable fund, but I submit it on it. Sorry, so I'm just stay there because we might have one more. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. No, but I mean, Okay, just to get clarity, so that, yeah, the 15K is from year 2, based on Ash's assumptions, everyone's understands that, yeah. So we should make sure we test each other on, or challenge each other on clarity if we're not sure. That's to you, Councillor Wills.
Further to the next matter, there's a submission previously been made by our mayor, just in regards to 15,000 per annum commencing in 2021-22 on the year 1 of the LTP, will consider the request through a contestable fund. I'm just wondering, if you look back onto page 51, this goes into point 10, walkways and cycleways. So I just want to have some discussion around that. And if I may, Simon, through you, you just raised a contestable fund just a moment ago. Is this what you're also thinking of, the big picture stuff as well, or purely cycleways around the 15,000?
So the idea came up that walkways, cycleways was a growing area across the district, with linking tracks in a lot of different areas. And as an alternative to the motion that was put in number 11, the consideration that you could opt to establish a contestable fund where community groups could apply through our community funding process for some funds to help them maintain their community related tracks. So they could access a contestable fund for the trailer load of shingle, supplies, and whatever that might look like, for those community groups to do the work on those tracks and maintain them.
So have you got an idea of the fund value at this particular time?
We talked about some different options, but really it is up for consideration for yourselves in terms of what would you want to make available for that. Is the prevalence of tracks and trails increase over time, and maybe something that you would have a seed bucket of money and continue to look at and review over time. It may also be something that comes out of the review of the active transport strategies and walking and cycle trails. So it could be officers to produce a report to come back with recommendations to council.
Okay, thank you for that. I see we've got some questions to be asked, so we'll go through. Councillor Ryan.
Is this for tracks that aren't vested in the council, or just, you know, a volunteer group, showing volunteer groups, Simon? Is it volunteer groups within track, on tracks that are vested in council, or is this something other than that?
I think there could be quite a broad scope for that, for both that are just community tracks or those that are vested into council.
It gets a bit tricky.
What I might do there, Councillor Ryan, is just ask I'll just step in and maybe give some clarity around it as well.
Yeah, no worries. I was hoping not to present to council on my submission, but anyway, you make me nervous. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So there is another point. Yeah. So maybe councillor Long, I'll give you the background to the submission, but just made note that it can be brought up in the, when was it, in report?
It's in the organisation governance report later on, so we just realised, so we can discuss, I think.
So just to close it for you, the submission is basically around the success of some of the stimulus funding. If you look at the cycleways and not to do with maintenance, more to do with capital projects. So if you look at the likes of the Wash Dyke through to Pleasant Point, how that's been success, that enablement funding allowed it to get to a point. So similar contestable funding, year on year, capped to enable those groups such as the Geraldine one and Temuka one wanting to do cycleway. So it's about enablement funding, but it gets picked up later. So that's in essence what it is, and CapEx versus OpEx. Taking into account, we end up with the OpEx.
Yeah, is there some sort of a group who are overseeing the entire network for the cycleways which are being developed throughout the South Island, and whether we are part of that, or we, is working towards a goal, or final outcome, like obviously the network where it's all connected.
Yeah, look, I think part of
we're going to also discuss around how much money we get. I think what we do is going to go, because when is it coming up? It's part of our discussion.
So there's a broader discussion on that governance report a bit later on.
Oh, yeah.
7.8.
Which takes in rowing and some other things.
Yes, I think if we can progress on this, but also be very mindful of the fact that the development has made a submission around it. We bring that up and have a long further discussion. When it comes to that, because that due process.
Yeah, no, that's all good.
Just got Councillor Bington.
Keep it to next week. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to move that to second that or just
You passed the resolution.
Okay, cool. So time wise, we got through. Oh, we're to 7.5 now, aren't we? So what time? Noticed a few toilet stops there. Do you want to break now? What are we, 12:30? Is that right? Oh, lunch is scheduled for 12:30. Okay, well, let's break now and come back at 1. We've got a bit to get through, so yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Simon, Zora, and Bill. Appreciate that. 7.5. Pick up. Cool. Rec facilities. Thanks, Simon. Let's kick in.
Afternoon all. So the report receives our notes and considers the feedback regarding recreational facilities, community facilities, noting that this is primarily focused on swimming pools and Aorangi Park, but noting that the key issues reports are discussed later on this afternoon. So it doesn't touch on the Aorangi Master Plan and the proposed project with regard to that. Happy to take the report as read and happy to take any questions with regard to those items.
Cool, thanks. Simon, questions? Happy to move? Yeah, Councillor Burt, Councillor Wills. Further discussion? No, all good. I'll put the motion to the floor. Those in favour, please say aye. Oh, yeah. Yeah, motion carried. Sorry, 1 point. Yeah, the woman from Coopers Creek who talked about hours in regard to facilities being open later at night. Do we just want to have any brief discussion around that? Yeah, Councillor Wilson.
It's just not around our rural community as well. Opportunity for education, so use those facilities, especially library. So be quite happy to go to the trial period. Just put that and go. Because it worth the extra time to be open and consideration expenses involved. Why actually put it to the trial period? So I'm quite happy to move the trial period for library, especially.
Perhaps Simon, what you could perhaps speak to an approach around that, because further considerations, staffing, lots of things. So, yeah,
sure thing. Coopers Creek, so I presume it was Jordan Service Centre.
Oh no. Oh, she was based from Coopers Creek from her submission. Sorry. Yeah, right. Yeah, she was stuck in the flood.
Okay, so the Timaru Main Library. Yeah. I know that Timaru Main Library has reduced its hours recently in the last 12 to 18 months, or perhaps longer actually, 12 to 24 months ago, because of lack of patronage at night. So perhaps I'll go away, do a report, do some research and come back to council.
Yeah, and I think the overall question was, it was around she and others were in town, and she gave a great example of, feeling like a bit of a leech or something, have a coffee, but you sit there for 3 hours and a cafe, you sort of feel like you shouldn't be there. But is there facilities within council that are open? We did talk around Seabay, and there's sort of no obligation in that regard to
the cafe shut.
So yeah, so it's about yeah, maybe just pass you to give some thought. Councillor Parker.
Thank you. Sorry, I was a bit slow there. I didn't get the right page up. Just talking about the CBA while on this matter. So during the consultation with the Muslim community, they raised about ethnic communities and other communities and religions and even genders about considering having the pool open for a session when it's mothers or females and children only, because this it will probably affect more than just the Muslim community. They will not bathe or use the pools when there's men there. As a female, I can say that, you know, that there will be other females that will feel more comfortable to bathe when there is no men there. But I think they brought a very valid point that our community is becoming more diverse and our needs are more diverse, and definitely I think it's something that CBA could consider to help meet the needs of all our community.
Councillor Burke.
You know, I can see the principle behind it. You can imagine the logistics of saying, right, there'll be no males working this day or for this time, so we'll split your shift, and what's the predominance of males in the staff ratio. And then of course there is the gym upstairs, which has a full and everything. And do we close the gym? And there's, yeah, a lot to consider.
Clarify.
Yes,
I totally get that, but I think it's something that we need to look into. Yeah, I personally think it's a valid point. Accessibility for all, regardless of religion or race.
Yeah, and it's interesting as our cultures blends over time. So yeah, interesting challenges around lots of things. Councillor Booth will sort it out for us though.
It's a tricky one. There is another facility. There is a private pool provider, isn't there?
The guy by the sea.
Yeah, so perhaps it's that specific that they could, and they feel that strongly about it, that they actually go and find their own solution. Because it's a very fine. I mean, I know we need to be culturally diverse, but practicalities are probably quite hard. Thank you.
Councillor Gilchrist.
I completely agree with what Councillor Parker says, and making things more inclusive for our growing diversity in our community. It will be inconvenient and sometimes it will be difficult, but that doesn't mean it should be done. And yeah, and so I think there will be some challenges with that, and it might be that we support them to use a private pool or something, but I definitely think our community have said that this is important to them and we really need to listen to that.
Thank you, Councillor Gilchrist. Yeah, an interesting challenge as we build new facilities, and you know, I think there was some really good stuff that came through around different cultures and their use of public space, and they're wanting to use it, but also we might need to take into account the variety of needs, and that includes you know, those of different cultures. So interesting challenge for us. No easy answer, but I think something we've got to be pretty aware. Any other further discussion? We had moved the report before, so that's was carried. We'll move on then to 7.6. Thanks, Simon. Yes, 7.6. Just it up. No. Good. Welcome, infrastructure. Hey.
Thank you, Your Worship. First up is roading and footpaths. So yeah, I sort of take the report as read. In a quick summary, seemed to be a lot of support for the program that we have put up, and there's quite a lot there, and particularly around the active transport side of things, quite a bit of support there. The My Way, of course, was mentioned, and this, as you experienced during the hearings, there was some confusion over who was responsible for My Way, but it was good to see that, yeah, even so, they're supporting through Timaru District Council. We actually did pass that on to weekend anyway. So The only one that really came through was seal extensions. Of course, that is one that comes up every time. It was interesting to note that we only had 2 requests, being Cliffs Road and King Road. Spur Road didn't actually come in a submission, so, and that's probably one of the more greater need ones. But yeah, so that's as far as the funding is concerned, we have no budget in year 1 of the long-term plan, and then we kick into our standard $300,000 per annum, subject to meeting the policy requirements from there on.
Yeah.
Not a lot else to
Yeah.
comment on.
The 300K, what does 300K get you? Almost gets you an Avery. How much road does it get you? Roughly, I know all things being equal.
Yeah, about a K. It really does depend on what else is needed to get it up to that level of service, but yeah, about that. A K to 2.
800-year strategy to get our district fully sealed. Was it? Yeah. And the challenges with construction costs increasing too. It's not going to get any cheaper, is it? But yeah. Councillor Oliver.
I'm just, sorry, excuse me. I just like to say that seal extension we did on Harari Back Road might be playing this part in the flood once State Highway 72 opens today. If the truckies start talking to each other, not too sure, but that might be for that real reason we get it sealed. That might be happening today. It's only freshly sealed, so I hope they don't muck it up for us.
Oh, cool.
Awesome.
Councillor Piddington.
I think I know the answer to this, but submitted Timothy Jackson came up with one of the more innovative or transformational ideas of putting a bridge to bypass State Highway 1. I know it would be expensive, but everyone's complaining about highways and getting in and out of Washington. Any chance at all in the future, or none at all?
Given the current NZTA funding and the bucket that.
I'll pass that.
Councillor Booth.
Just in regards to State Highway 1 through Ashbury, and we obviously managed to get a bit of a patch up, which is actually holding quite nicely. But when are they actually going to come and do the proper job as they said they would?
So we've got some coordinated works that we're working through with the Drainage and Water Department as well. They've got some significant infrastructure to replace. So they are scheduled to go in, I think, July through to September, October. And then there'll be a period where we'll leave it to settle, or highways will leave it to settle, and they'll be back in early in the new year. So new calendar year, not financial year. So they're talking kind of that February 2022. Yeah.
Thank you. Which one? Oh, that's right. Woodbury Road Seal Jordan Community Board. What was that one? Widening. That's what it was. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so that is in our seal widening program, but again, it's kind of limited by the Waka Kotahi available funding. And while we have allocations for our maintenance operations renewal works, we're still waiting for those improvement work allocations, which are expected August, September. I'd say at this point in time, it would be in the top 3 priorities of our seal widening list. We can try.
One question from me. The security cameras, we provide intermittent funding. One of the women that was running the local patrol said, half the ones, they're often not out or working. Are we consistently in contact with police around, those cameras actually doing the job they're meant to do?
Yeah, the monitoring of the cameras is done by the police, and the whole system and everything is up there. So we do rely on the police telling us when these cameras aren't working. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, but as far as I'm aware, they are working most of the time. Yeah.
Great. Oh, councillor Whittington.
Well, mine was just about the security cameras. I know you're reviewing the current placement and effectiveness in the CBD. What prompted that, or is that just a standard review?
Factory.
Yeah, the position of the cameras were actually determined with police, and every time we install a new camera, we always ask them where their priorities are. So we're very much guided by them.
Thank you. Further questions? I think we're okay. We'll move for that. Councillor Gilchrist, Councillor Whittington. Thank you. Is that a sort of a raise your hand, glass at the same time? Put the motion to the floor. Those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Moving to 7.7, staying in infrastructure. Thanks, Susie. Welcome, Grant.
Thanks, Your Worship. Again, we'll take the report as read. This, of course, covers a lot of the other infrastructure with airport, sewer, stormwater, and waste minimisation and water supply. So the water is the bigger part of this. With the airport, though, having said that the airport did actually get quite a bit of comment. There was very much a polarised view of whether we should be upgrading it, whether we should be extending the runway. The message is that, you know, we're only going to do that work when it's needed. We're not rushing in and ahead of time. The Q300 aircraft are around for a bit longer yet. So, and yeah, waste minimisation. Yeah, a lot of support as usual in that area. We do quite well, and of course our contamination rate and recycling is reducing, so it's another positive. We will have the new contract in place and new system there. So put a comment there. There is one thing that is being raised in this report is that the waste levies have gone up, and that was missed when we originally did the fees and charges. So just there is a recommendation there to approve the increase in the waste charges to account for that increase in the waste levy, and which will occurs next year and for future years. It slowly rises up. And in the waters, a lot of comment on water quality, and that both covered on the actual, waterways and also the water supply systems. Grant, do you have any add to the waters?
No, not really. There were some submissions for and against in relation to the water metering and the strategy. So no, I don't really have anything else.
There is also a recommendation about the new connection or a new allocation. It's basically per unit on the Downland scheme, but also the T minor rural scheme. So this has resulted from significant upgrades. We spent a lot of money out there, 25 million on the Downlands and a similar amount on the T minor scheme. So it's about recovering that. It is effectively, think of it as a joining fee. Yeah, it's a one-off connection charge and you get an extra unit of water out of it. So
so the additional treatment and the additional capacity within the scheme, this is the proportion of that for the new connections or the new use as compared to the existing consumers. So it's just for new connections.
Yeah, I think Councillor Lyon explained it well to the feds the other day. No, they didn't understand. I think they thought it was just ongoing costs as opposed to new connection. And when you're getting rural sort of lifestylers as well, there's a cost to country living, isn't there? I guess. So any questions for the team around water, airport, waste? Councillor
Can I just make an observation? Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, Councillor Booth, and then we'll go to Councillor Lyon.
It was just really around how we show, perhaps when people go to the dump, and their carbon liability. And if we actually showed it to them in a separate line item, and it was linked to the carbon price, so they actually knew what they were getting and what we were paying, and we knew that we were transparent in what we're sheeting, how we're sheeting those costings back. I mean, it's just would that be a possibility?
It's a good idea. When you go the weighbridge and you are contributing 1 tonne of carbon.
Yeah, at the moment it's built into the charge. It's something we could look at separating out. I'm not sure how we could do it, but because it varies on the type of waste that's going across that weighbridge.
Yeah, there's a education part to it though, isn't there? That's a good point I think you're making. Bed. Yep, jump.
Thank you, Worship. Look, mine's just an observation and a quick one. Just the blue bins. I've never had more contact with the locals than since the blue bins have come, because they're all filling up with the leaves. So the no lid is troubling an awful lot of people. But however, I just have an observation. That's all it's doing at the moment. They're sitting there filling up with leaves. So it's going to happen later on. It's just an observation.
Thank you for that. Just
You speak, sorry.
Yeah. Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Booth's point, that because in terms of this sort of two parts, one is the levy, and that levy is going to increase $10 a year every year for up to, I think, $60 at the moment over the next sort of 5 or 6 years. So we could, I think, because that is we could separate that out, could we, as opposed to the ETUs, which is the other sort of component, and that is much more difficult to capture because it depends on the type of waste, where it's going, and so on. But we could look at whether it is bringing visibility, because I think that's part of the information, and people are aware of what actually they are contributing to it and the cost of it. But this levy here, what we're really signalling is that it will be going up in step changes every year for the next 5 years. I think it is now. We could separate that. Look at separating that.
And it's also the scope of the levy as well is changing too.
Yes.
So it starts to encompass, demolition, for instance, rubble and things like that.
Yeah, which makes sense. And I think I remember being something, it might have been when Councillor Gilchrist, when you and I went to R&P early on in the piece, example of some waste levies overseas, and it's only when you get to such a point that you actually get some change with consumers and others, and it's, obviously you get dumping at rivers at the same time, but significant, and it was a lot higher than $60, so I'm sure it's going to continue into the future. Councillor Gilchrist.
Yeah, I really agree with what Councillor Booth said, that telling people why it's expensive to dump waste, because there's a cost to everything, and the cost is either to the environment or you or whatever, and helping people work out that actually there are financial benefits to reusing stuff rather than throwing it out or recycling it or doing something else with it, preferably not dumping it in a river. But I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah, that wasn't a suggestion, you're right, but when we're purchasing a new iPhone with lots of packaging that we don't need, and our Barbie dolls for our grandkids and all those things, we should be making better consumer choices, shouldn't we? So education is important. Anything else that the team would like to add? No. Happy to move. The report from the team with the best water in the country. Happy to take that. And Councillor Burt, you happy to second that? Thank you. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. 7.8, page 70, is that right? 71. Oh no. Where are we going? Oh, sorry, 81. Cross that page. Thank you. Thanks, Ash.
Thank you, Worship, for hearing from the Commercial Strategy Group. I'm actually where I'm recycled and coming around again.
No expensive packaging.
I'd just like to recognise the work that the staff collective have done to get all the stuff here and get all the reports in order and all those things. And a lot of that's got to do with just on the right and his team and during time that everybody's participated, and we're happy to be here to talk about the governance issues. And there's a number that mop up from other areas for us. And I've asked my colleague Simon to carry on the whiteboard if it's so needed. So I think we're still scrolling through the question. 81. So on page 81, and there's a whole bundle of stuff in here, starting at well, fundamentally accessibility. I'm just dealing with the recommendation because there is backup for it through. What we're suggesting is accessibility come in a number of submissions across the board, and talking to our risk and insurance manager, and this is a non-money related issue that could go into our audit program for that to be prioritised with all the other stuff that units got on in the 3 years. And therefore the audit and risk committee can look at where this fits with other projects. For example, when we did Sea Bay, as part of that project, we got a specific accessibility report. For us, I've got a copy of that in my office, and it really is interesting reading in hindsight. And it's not only about the ramp and the lift and physical accessibility, but it's also the texture and the contrast of the colour signs and all that stuff to make sure that people that have partial sight on can see stuff and all that. So it is a big issue, and we think it may be able to be broken into a number of portions, but we'll refer that to the audit program for them to prioritise that amongst the work program.
Yeah, cool. Makes good sense. Questions around that? For support? Yeah. Councillor Booth?
I just assume that any new project would have that eye cast over it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. But this is not about new projects. This is about everything we do. And there's some places that are not very accessible because they're a bit aged or old or ancient or something. We need to look at the options for some of those things, if that rates as a priority.
And just to add to that, I think it's also about having consistency across all of the services that council provides. So ensure that when council officers are thinking about how they're providing stuff, that they're starting to think about this stuff in a lot more detail and how it might apply, and whether it's physical assets or just delivery of different services. That is that sort of lens being used to look through and adapt our services.
Yeah, and possibly to extend to those that we fund as well. Arts and Sculpture Trail, a good example of and I know it is accessible, but
yes,
taking those things into account so we can start to influence the wider community as well. Councillor Gilchrist.
Yeah, just I think it's a great idea to have a framework, because there are some rules and regulations you have to follow, but they're generally for the minimum. And so this is taking things that step higher, I see it, where you're actually trying to be really fit for purpose and everything, and not just ramps and that kind of thing, but it's the way your website works and your reading materials and all of that stuff. So I really commend you on that. I think that's a really good move.
It's no small piece of work, and hopefully it can come in chunks, and we'll refer that to the audit risk committee and prioritize.
Cool, thank you. So we'll move these one by one. Councillor Gilchrist, you're happy to move that? Councillor Parker, you happy to second that? I'll put the motion to the floor. Those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Bid. Might be some more debate around this. Number 3.
Yeah, sorry, there was mixed reviews, but more in favour, I think, than against. But I'm not sure that everyone understands it. I think it's quite okay to have a policy. It doesn't mean to say that it's going to be implemented now. It's when somebody asks for a bid, then we've got the framework to allow for that.
You ready to move? No further discussion? Yep. And as far as the bid policy, we're happy with that in supporting docs here. I can't recall. We're happy with the policy that we discussed last time as stands. Can't remember what the framework was around what the what's that? No, it's not. No. That's right, because the only questions that we did raise at the time was around the level of buy-in needed. So as long as we're happy to delegate that to officers. We're just enabling the policy, but the policy will stand. And then whatever groups, the Timuka CBD group, as an example, may want to put a bid in place for their community. Yeah, cool. Okay, it was a mover. Councillor Wills, can I have a second for that? Yeah, Councillor Riley, put the motion to the floor. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried.
The next one is the extra request for more money on top of the 10,000 already allocated to the New Zealand Memorial Museum, the Cosny in France. It's a straight out decision, yes or no, really.
Yeah, so we have, for those that weren't aware, a couple of years ago, before this council, we gave them 10,000 out of the Economic Development Fund. And there's some examples of councils doing more. Councillors?
Oh, look, I'm very comfortable. I think when we made that donation of $10,000 back there, we said we've contributed. Wasn't a requirement to add any further money to that particular fund. So I'm happy to just say no to that now.
Yeah, any further discussion? So that's, you're happy to move that recommendation that we turn it down? Cool, can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Parker, the motion to the floor. Those in favour, please say aye. So that is number 4. Number 5, I'll pass to you, Deputy Mayor Wills. That's around contestable funding. So I have a conflict.
Thank you for that. So obviously it's self-explanatory, contestable funding between 50 and 150,000. It's either going to be yes or no. And if we do go yes, whether and how much we look at putting into that and building that into our current funding systems of funding streams. So we'll open up for some discussion. Councillor Piddington.
I've got a concern with the way we fund things. We have grants and loans policy. We have different groups coming from different buckets. Before we even agree to any of this, we should be looking at what sort of policy we have. Our COVID-19 fund of $2 million was well accessed. We got a lot of information around it. We knew where the money was going. And I guess that enhanced a lot of activities around. To start putting buckets of money for specifics aside each year that may or may not have the same criteria, rig around them, I've got real concerns because there's another request somewhere later in this document for event funding. The same thing applies. We need to have some rig around it because we give them money, then find out another group's given them money. Are we first, last cab off? Are we getting the project across the line? Are we seed money? It just gets all a bit confusing to me. I think we need to review our loans and grants policies first before we start doing these things.
So just on that, Simon, did you want to talk to it at all? Around the funding aspect? Yeah.
To review it. With regards to the funds, items are there as stated and ultimately decision for council in terms of including this as another funding stream for the community to apply for within the existing facilities.
There's almost 3 parts to the recommendations here. One is probably, the first one is probably number 6, review the framework for donations and loans and see if then you go to item 7, should there be a ring-fenced fund for walking and cycling to support volunteers who do a lot of the work, but they need money for materials, and then come back to number 5 to see if in fact you want to add some money this year or in the future.
Thank you. I have some sympathy for this and less sympathy for some of the things under economic development, but and I take Councillor Piddington's concerns, about how we're doing things, but this one seems to fit reasonably well. We can't get too rigid about everything, if you know what I mean. So here we have a few contestable funds, or we don't. The only proviso would be that you can't come twice. So we're talking about Geraldine. I mean, if you have a track that's being maintained or whatever by the council, you can't come again. It's how you judge that bit. That's the hard bit. That's the hard bit. But yeah, I favour something set up. I'm not saying what amount. I will be guided by that.
So how about we look at the, first of all, I think, have a look at the review and see how that comes back, maybe with the report coming back to the council. And then if there's a review that details and outlines their need or requirement to have a walking and cycling contestable fund, we then can build into that some sort of value around that if we see that it's fit for purpose. But then again, I think we're meeting Councillor Piddington's concerns raised around all these different funds. And I noticed over the page in point 10 as well, on page 82. So again, we've got to be very careful about where we're sharing our money and what the load is and whether everybody's getting a fair slice of the pie within our community funding. So I think in fairness, I think we should take a step back, have a look at the framework around the funding model itself, see what the report comes back with, and if it's recommended or suggested that we see a walking, cycling contestable fund, or that just gets built into the current funding models we have, then we can argue about the amount may be required for that.
Maybe do that at next year's annual plan.
If that's a good suggestion. Councillor Booth?
Look, we've just agreed to allow 15,000 for a walking experience in Geraldine. And the way that that was to go was that would be whatever was required would be done via Bill. So is this not something that Bill should be in? You know, like it's obviously about materials for the upkeep for our existing, I guess, network of bike tracks and walking tracks, or is this just for over and above that again?
I see this as another opportunity for particular biking groups and walking groups saying that they want to develop a particular pathway and once we go on extensions like there's a group of tracks that they can come back in 12 months later and go, oh, like another 1,000, 75,000 extend the track out. That's what I'm seeing this. Councillor, would you like to make comments around this?
Happy to just make the comment that it was really around the success of that stimulus fund and taking into account as it really around enablement funding for some of these community projects really. And I don't see it as community groups coming continuously back, for more than once on any particular project. And you'd have to wrap some stuff around it and around all your policy. There's certainly a review that needs to happen. And take into account Mr. Harper's opportunity around annual plan, but it would be also nice to get to a point where the LTP document is almost set in stone and that we don't have 1,000 requests every annual plan, and then we can stick to our plan as we are empowered to under that. But I won't make any more comment.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. It's, I support some sort of funding to go into be specific to cycling and walking. And when people do apply for these funds, there's a history of whose money they've had, what, goes right back a number of years. So that can be looked at and say, well, Jimmy Smith's group, he had it 2 years ago. So, overall, I had where you put it in what sort of box, but I support some sort of funding for cycling and walkways.
Thank you. Look, I guess we're looking for a number, are we? To start talking around. Suggested where? Suggested what do we suggest? 50 to 150 in the middle, is it? 100? But the reality is, I'm pretty strong about the reality of recognising that we are using ratepayers' money. And this is going to come up again when we get down the next wee bit. And quite simply, I feel an obligation as a councillor to be involved. If you start giving things out, council needs to be involved. We mustn't divest the right to be involved as councillors, because that's part of our job. So this here, I can see that's fine, council involved, and the one coming up, I'll talk again. But so I don't abdicate the responsibility of having to go to an extra meeting or whatever to give out the funds. That's part of what we do. We should be accountable when we're giving away things to our community, and we should not be giving it out to other groups to do it on our behalf just because we find it too hard. So I'll suggest and I'll move that we put $100,000 into that contestable fund. 100,000.
Particularly just around the walking and cycling.
Hill as described, yeah.
Okay, so I'm happy to second that, but we'll open up for further discussion. Councillor Piddington? Oh, Councillor Oliver?
Yeah, I like the sound of the biking and walking scenario. I think that's where we're heading. As human beings, we're heading to walking and cycling. We're gravitating to those sorts of things and stuff like that. And I see councils spending lots of money, $7 million and stuff like that on huge walking tracks. And I think we just need to keep up a presence as a council on maintaining and making some of these tracks available, because we've got some really good outdoor areas. I'm probably more at the $150,000 end. Other thing is, I do agree with Councillor Lyon. I think keeping it in-house is definitely the way I see funding. So yeah, I would agree with Councillor Lyon on that.
Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Councillor Piddington?
Look, I'm not against the cycles and walkways at all, don't get me wrong, but the last lot of enablement we gave, there were a lot of other good groups and organisations came to us with money. Are they all going to queue up and ask for their $150,000 fund next year? So I think it should be an enablement fund where all the good ideas go in at 150K, not specifically cycling and walking. If they're our top priority, no problem with that. But I think once you specifically put money into buckets, it makes it difficult.
I certainly think that we have the opportunity there to deal with other applications through our current process around, acquiring money for particular projects. But we have seen a growth in this particular area. So at the moment, so we can progress forward, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Gilchrist, as well, and then Councillor Burt. But I think we've got on the table, there's two parts to this. On the first part of the table, we've got a certain amount of money being, or I suppose put up, there's 100,000 at this stage, which we can debate a bit more as we go into it. And then the second part of it, I think we go into the reviewing process. So Councillor Gilchrist.
Yeah, I fully support the funding and the maintenance, particularly of tracks, especially if that encourages our community to get out and build tracks and look after them. And also it helps us meet some of our other strategic goals, which is getting people moving. So it's great for the well-beings, great for helping us meet some of our climate change responsibilities as well, because the more people we get out of cars and onto bikes and on their feet, the better it is for everything. So I'm supportive of that.
Councillor Burt.
100%. See where you're coming from, Stu, and it's hard to ratify because we get so much of this all the time. However, specifically in this, it links into all sorts of things as well as the economic development of if we're looking at linking it to other cycleways and all that sort of thing. I would want it to be just totally linked to goods and services only, so that these other groups can actually get out there as part of it. And if they're fundraising for it, the other ones helping to maintain it, we just give them the materials and services we need and they do it.
Any further discussion at this particular time about the subject? So at this stage here, we've got two sort of ideas. One is the contestable fund at 100,000. Councillor Oliver suggests maybe 150. So if we were to come some agreement around the contestable fund, and then maybe once we agree to that, we can go away and look at a report come forward back to the council. I've moved and seconded, correct, yes. So, okay, so at that stage, we've got Councillor Lyons who moved it, 100,000. I seconded it myself, so we're quite comfortable for that. And do we put it towards an annual plan for further review of the process around how our funding streams are not? Start just moved and seconded it? Right, okay, so
before you do
Councillor Lyons moved it.
Sorry, before you do that, can you just clarify whether it's just a one-off 100,000 or whether it's an annual thing or what the intention is there?
Can be an annual fund, correct. So at this stage, we have a mover to Councillor Lyons for an annual fund of $100,000. It's going to be contestable, second by myself. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Moved. Thank you for the discussion.
This is of course, we're still in.
Oh, that's the right in principle, correct, yes.
You're up to item 6, I think, is it? Was that? I don't think you specifically mentioned number 6 and 7.
Okay, I'm here to pick that up. So, yeah, community funding framework is reviewed. I think that's pretty self-explanatory, and there's lots of feedback around wanting to understand that. There's some other things that we're going to talk about that will tie into that as well around some other funding. So, look, I'm happy to move that one that's fit for purpose to. Oh, so it was it 6.1 that we've missed, really, isn't it? Yeah. So 5 and 6.2 actually tie technically. I'll pass that back over to you, actually, Councillor Wills.
So we've agreed to the value of what we're going to be looking at, and then do we move into the review of the framework? So 6.1 and then 6.2. So I need a mover and a second for that, unless you want to be some further discussion around it. So
We've done 6.2.
so that's included the contribution, correct? Yeah. So 6.1.
Yeah, and I'm happy to move.
Okay, so we've got to move it here, Councillor Gilchrist. And second for that, Councillor Lyon, yeah. And then if we go on to, no, that's 7's done, so that's fine. Yep. So that's all been dealt with now. Correct, thank you. So we voted and moved it. So put it to the vote.
Just put the motion.
Put the motion forward now. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Moved. Thank you. Good discussion, good debate.
Cool, thank you. So moving now, everyone's in agreement to district township strategic planning. Hey.
We saw, and we heard presentations from Geraldine in particular, being the initiator of this. And then for equity, we suggested that every community board might wish to consider doing the same thing or not. And we're suggesting that, to do it properly, you need to, some reasonable money. You can't do it on a shoestring. And so we've recommended a total of 75 be added to the list as a one-off to allow each of the community board areas to prepare a strategic plan.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you. I totally support this concept of the rural towns having a strategic plan. My query is that when Geraldine presented, they said approximately 40k for their plan, but the report says 25k per plan. I was just wondering, where'd you get the 25 from, or where did Geraldine get the 40 from? Because that's quite a lot of 15k different per plan.
Geraldine had already put some money in, and they were looking to fund it elsewhere as well through other funders. So that already recognised that it wasn't just council's role. Is that correct?
And also the Pleasant Point is smaller, it might not cost as much, the area to be considered, the number of people who consult with them might be smaller, and so it's not 3 times 40. And so you make it 100 or whatever, but we just thought 75, and then you get the 3 community board chair in and see if they want to progress it, divvy it up, and come to some arrangement.
Yeah, I guess there's no real science behind it.
No.
It's a contribution. You can make a decision to do less or more as you see fit.
So quiet. We probably do Pleasant Point just down at the pub on Friday night. Councillor Burt.
No, I just said it's something that could have been done a long time ago. They need to have a strategic direction about their existence and what they mean for their community, and it's a give me. I think we need to do it.
Thank you. It's been the strategic LTP, isn't it? Councillor Oliver.
Just to answer Councillor Parker's question, we did get professional advice on what it would roughly cost, and $40,000 was the figure. We've put in $10,000 from the community board as well, so it was probably more around the 50 mark. But yeah,
cool. And
thinking 40 from the council plus our 10, so we're probably looking around 50 for a strategic plan. Just to clarify.
That's right. Look, conscious of Mark, I'm sure you can talk to this because I think you've met with Wayne and others, and with Tracy, was it, at some point? Geraldine had quite a prescribed process around sort of who and what they wanted and best fit, and I understand that, but also there might be some economies in who we engage with, helping to work across the wards, I would have thought. Could you maybe give some comment?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be different for every board, and certainly the advice that I've sort of received from different sources is it's up to the board, I guess, to see how they might do it, and they might do it quite differently in each board area. In terms of Geraldine, I know they were looking to involve all of their sort of stakeholder groups, Geraldine, NZ, and Ethics and Trust, and that sort of thing. So it was a holistic view of the community. It wasn't just necessarily focused on council assets. It was looking at the whole picture. And I imagine that each of the boards would have their own sort of flavour that they'd bring to it, and approach that they'd want to bring to it, and that's perfectly appropriate.
Cool, thank you, Councillor Biddington.
Look, I'm just concerned we've come up with a figure. Geraldine have gone out, obviously done a lot of work around it, put 10 grand of their own board money in, which leaves 40 to fund what they want to do. And we're giving them 25 because we think it's a figure that's okay. Doesn't make any sense to me. We should be giving them 40 so they can get on with the job.
But they need 40 and we're giving them 25, they've got 10, is that right? Or do you need 40?
Started at 50.
Oh, started at 50. Oh, right. You make a very good point. Yeah. 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 I think it might be the other way around. Yeah, he's just. We'll go to a couple more questions. Councillor O'Reilly.
Yeah, thanks. I think this sort of works in for what our submission went yesterday. It would help give us it's a bit of a figure that we could work on. So for us, I believe as a community board, we would be accepting of that sort of money, and I think we could put it to some really good use.
Yeah, look, and just to Councillor Biddington's point, I think this is one source of funding, but if you look at CBD strategies, we have funded that out of economic development funds. So there might be some existing funds where we could look to top this, taking into account that we don't want to underfund something like this. That's an interesting signal to send to our communities. Councillor Burke.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to see that whole thing as a coordinated approach, not a ad hoc. You know, Geraldine doing one thing, then Tamika doing another. All of a sudden, we've got a district that looks completely different. It really should have one overarching look and feel.
Look, and I think this is the point that's been sort of raised a few times. Don't think of this work as, it's certainly not a CBD redevelopment master plan.
Say that.
No, I know you didn't. But I think, you know, there is some differences, and that's partly what we should be respecting through this process from the different communities and what, you know, what their requirements are. So there was another question. It's just gone on that, Councillor.
I still don't think there's anything stopping us from, in terms of economy of scale, looking at one company to do it, so it gets some thread through it and some linkage, but also adds that economy of scale for the cost of it, and then it could be depending on your expectations and the scope and nature of what you're trying to achieve. You know, pro rata the cost. I know the Republic of Geraldine will, you know, they've got a lot to think about.
So actually, let's just get a quick comment from approach maybe from our ward councillors, because it is about the wards. So Councillor Oliver, maybe a quick approach that might suit Geraldine.
Well, pretty much it's
yeah.
It's not about it's actually just about keeping our corner of the district vibrant. It's about making sure that we're feeding stuff into the long-term plan because it's conscious and things like that. So that's really what we're looking for. Just a vision we're different from the makeup of what's in the
Yes. Yes, Councillor Lyon, and then we'll go with Councillor.
Thank you, Bishop. Well, yeah, I simply would prefer to have the freedom to, appoint whoever we wish to work with us as boards, because this isn't, as the Mayor pointed out correctly, this isn't a CBD upgrade, and we're not doing that. So we're not going to change the theme of the district. What I believe we're looking at is strategically, how can we help our small town? And that's best done on an individual basis with an individual working on behalf of that community to try and lead us through it, rather than having one doing the three. I mean, here we go again. So I really, on this occasion, we're all for the whole district, but on this occasion, it's just this little strategic thing should be left to each community board, in my view.
You and Councillor O'Reilly.
It's something, it's to enhance our towns, not help. I think this will enhance it, give it just put another dimension to our place, not just to fill in the gaps that are there. This is something that's going to and I'll repeat the word enhance. So I feel that 25,000 will, I've got visions for it now, that then going back to our community board, and we can we can work well with it. And if it goes through, I appreciate
it. Okay, Councillor Booth.
Well, I think we're all talking about the same thing, but why don't you just go out and get a price and a scope, give a scope, and then you'll get a price to actually to do that, and then we know exactly what it's going to be. Because it's just a number.
I think we've got to put some money in the budget to start with. Understanding the cost for Geraldine, they've got 10, they need 40. I'm happy to move that we increase the budget to 100,000, taking into account that would leave 30 each for the other communities. They're a little bit further behind as far as potentially, but we can probably bring it all together. Also, that we will have the ability to go to Economic Development Fund. This would be something that would fit there if we did require any further information. Happy to amend that if we're more comfortable with extending it to 120, which would be 40, 40, 40. They're flexible in there, but my motion is on the table with 100K at this point. Anyone want to second that, or amend and or comment? Happy to second that at 100,000. Yeah. So any further conversation? Some good points made though, before I put the motion around scope. Let's just try and do this as economic as possible across, taking into account the differences. And then I think it's important for these community boards to pick this up and run with it and own it at community level, which is exciting stuff. So I'll put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. 100. Yeah. In principle, of course.
40, 37.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Your Worship, we're on to 10, 11, 12 and 13 to conclude this section of the LTP hearing process. So we had a submission from Venture Timaru that you've read. Since that submission, there's been lots of toing and froing between the Mayor, myself, the Chief Executive, the General Manager, trying to figure out how we can lever more money out of Wellington. And there was some confusion about what's already in the budget, what's not in the budget. My conclusion at the end of all of that is that it's $180,000 per year for events, and that will then generate more than that again out of Wellington, potentially, and who knows, the rules can change at any time. But I'm also suggesting if that is where you want to go, then the submissions on district promotion, tourism and events, we bundle them all up, forward them to Venture Timaru, ask them to update their SOI to take into account those submissions, and then with the money we're giving them, they have to address those issues and come back with a plan to to do that because they're using our money to do it and we're asking them to do it for us. That's where I'm heading. However, the floor is open and happy to take your, your guidance, your whatever you want to, do. We'll make it work.
Yeah, no, it's noted. Thank you, Councillor Booth. Yeah, look, and the opportunity to get a bit of funding from Wellington has been said, and hopefully that increases the ability to tap into another 300,000 with that small increase. So, which is really exciting. Councillor Lyon.
Well, as I stated before, I'm opposed to funding going across to Venture Timaru from our ratepayers because it's we've got to understand the requests of our community. I think it was a little hands off with the stimulus money. I think we all knew that. So there's a risk that could happen again. And I'm not quite sure why this is being tied quite like this at all. And I don't support it unless I understand it in a better way, because I don't support the way it looks to me now. I'm sorry.
No, that's cool. So I'm happy to speak to some of that. So one of the things last year with COVID, there was STAT funding, which was a strategic assets promotion, something rather funding that that's right, isn't it? That's Venture Timaru were able to access or invent the tourism side of it, and that was up to 400,000. And that's partly around the size of a tourism agency, size being dictated by the dollar value that is given to it by the local authority. To access the next allotment of funding, if you like, to go to 700,000 from government, you have to be of the size of 500,000. We'd already discussed around event-specific funding and take into account your point, but I think we can probably wrap some good policy or something around framework around that. So whatever money we give is very tightly controlled. I think that's your point. No, I'm listening. Yeah, and so that for a small additional amount of funding, which was an extra 80,000, that potentially would unlock another 300,000. Councillor Burke.
Oh, pulled out. So no, look, I've had some explaining of this to me in terms of what it is. $180,000 a year for events, locked up, putting some strict criteria around it and accountability. It's in terms of bang for bucks, what it actually does for our community and for our economy. It's a no-brainer, and what it can unlock in terms of the amount that it can unlock, again, no-brainer. It's one of the key fundamentals of why we exist in this community. In a time with COVID and people looking for places to go and be entertained and to promote our district wide and Timaru, I think with the right criteria and what it unlocks, again, as I repeat myself, this is something that we should definitely look at.
Councillor Gilchrist.
This might be nitpicking, or I've missed something when you were talking, sorry,
That's
Nigel.
right.
But point 44 on page 86, it says that they formally requested an additional 150,000, and yet the figure is 180,000. So I don't know if I've misread or misunderstood, which is highly likely.
No, I think you've got it.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. So, yeah, I think I tried to explain that before, but they've made the submission, and then since then there's been a clarification about what we already provide, and also how much would they need to step up to the next tier to gain 300,000 potentially of government funding, and the actual number is 180.
The reality of getting it, the extra money. And what do we know about what we're going to be left in-house to do when people come to the council? Is everything going to be shoveled off, donations and loans? I mean, what's the overall, you talk about overall plans for things.
Yeah, look, I think there's an overarching piece of work.
What's this about, really?
Yeah, no, I think there's an overarching piece of work around, and this will be cross collaboration with VT, but I think we need to set the framework around what we requirements. So you've got donations and loans, you've got creative communities. That's pretty clear. You've got a few. You've got cycleway funding, and you've got VT, event specific funding, and they just need clarity on who and what provides, I think.
Your worship, you know, what's an event, what's not an event.
No, I
you know,
agree.
You get into it's a difficult one. It's so easy just to shovel through it.
Well, currently, I mean, events isn't. No, that's right. You know, currently events are coming to donations and loans. There's no real strategy around it. It's just a yes or no. Yeah, look, and I think we'd acknowledge. Yeah, look, I think we would acknowledge that it was less than perfect, but there needs to be more. Well, you know, they are our CCO, and you know we've got mechanisms such as SOEs and you know, statement expectations and intent, etc., to put some control and. I mean, the other aspect is to your, because you're just you're not necessarily against the contestable events fund as such. So yeah, so with it in-house, that would mean there'd be no potential of getting another 300,000 worth of funding, and that's the difference. Yeah. Yeah. I'll get Prime Minister Jacinda on the phone. Yes, please be.
Yeah, thank you. So through you, Your Worship. Look, what in discussions with the Chief Executive of VT, what he advised us was that if we increased our funding for events up to 230, he has been advised by MB that there will be an additional $300,000 because we are funding to a higher level, so therefore they fit into another tier. So on the funding criteria that he's been presented with, it is that he is eligible, and it is these. I think the reason the caveat exists is that it is a funding criteria presented by MB, and so but on the basis of what we're now putting in ourselves, he fits the criteria, or VT fits the criteria to go to MB and say, this is what we're getting funded for events, and they will match it up to $700,000.
And that's in writing.
My understanding is he's received that in writing, yes, that he's.
That's fine.
It's the criteria. Yeah. We could certainly get confirmation if you like, pretty quickly.
If it is in writing and that's a promise, it's coming, it's fine, but if it's not, then it's valid.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I mean, we can get clarity
We
soon.
can start that and I'll get that matter confirmed in writing. Your worship will come back.
So unless there's further discussion, we could look to approve this in principle, subject also to clarity. Comfortable with that? Yes, no, it's fine. I'm listening. Councillor Burt. Sorry.
No, it's just exactly to your point, and there's nothing wrong with putting a caveat on it that it's there, sitting there, and is contingent on it actually unlocking that funding. So we can actually sit that into the motion, and it's there. And again, we're only doing it in principle based on whether it fits on our priorities at the end of the day.
Okay. Any further discussion? So I can have a mover for that. Councillor Burt.
I'll move based on the fact that also it's confirmed that it does unlock that funding, and it's contingent on that it will in fact do that. Give us comfort.
I don't think you can do that, Pete, in all honesty. I mean, we either give them the money and they've been told there's a contestable fund. If they don't get the money, are we saying we pull the 180 back off them? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I think you can, based on the fact that effectively it's there to unlock that extra money, to give us that knowledge that it's here. If we, like it, that's what it's there for. They put it forward. They say, sorry, the funding's been pulled, now you don't get any of it. We'll say, well, 180,000 doesn't meet the criteria to do what we need across our district. So it sits there or comes back or doesn't get unlocked.
What I'm suggesting is that, Councillor Burt, if you take that motion off the table, and then we'll just park this, we'll get some further clarification, and we'll come back in an hour or so to that point. Is that okay? Comfortable with that? Yeah. So,
And then the last one, Your Worship, item 13, that my colleague Mark has written here, is we've now got quite a few sort of change policies and strategic direction policy platforms and so on, and we probably need to sit down with council policy and so on, make sure this clean out and realign with all those things, and that's a good picture along with your view. And what I want to put that on the record is a report that you wish to be presented in due course without a time frame. It's going to take a bit to do that.
yeah, agreed. Yeah. Questions around that? Number 13. Councillor Piddington.
I guess I'd like to see a time frame. And I'm not saying it has to be in a year, but it just needs a time frame because otherwise these things drift.
Mark, I mean, certainly our intention would be to do it within the next year and a half or so to lead towards the next LTP process. Obviously we have a new strategic direction as part of the long-term plan process. So this is about, I guess, building that level of strategy below it, making sure it's coherent, that it's all on the same page. But some of those strategies are quite old, so there's a bit of a refresh needed. So getting it coherent and making sure it's working going forward.
In that case, I'd like to see a date put on it and you report if you're not going to make it, because then it stays front of house. Just that my time on council, a lot of things have been said, and I'm not saying you, Mark, or anyone in particular, but unless you actually have a time frame for it, it doesn't seem to have priority.
If there's a willingness to do that, Your Worship, then maybe and that this be used to this be prepared prior to the commencement of the next long-term plan process.
Yep, which would be early in the first. So that would be early in the first. No, it would be early in the first year of the new council. So it would be sort of 6 months into the new council, roughly. Yeah. Is that acceptable or? Yeah. No, I don't know either.
Something else after actually leaves.
Mark, what's realistic for you?
I guess our aim would be halfway. Yeah, so maybe 6 months after the new term of council. So working towards that, obviously working over that in the next period of time. So there's that.
First
so what's that? March 2023. Yeah.
March 2023. Yeah. Cool. Comfortable with that? Yep. Happy to move the motion. I don't know. Yeah. Question? Yeah, you are. Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Wills. Put the motion to the floor. Those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you.
Climate change, isn't it?
Climate change, 7.9. Oh, was it? Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. That's around the starting conversation. Yeah. What was it? It was around.
Okay, just a couple of things before we kick into 7.9, just a couple of things that came through the submissions that we need to pick up on. One was the presentation around rangatata huts. So I think the expired area management plan or rec management plan, something along those lines in 2013. So there's a request around some commitment for us to, I guess, make that relevant, get that up to date and have some work done around that. Is there any conversation around that? I think we probably need to commit to doing some work around that and what that means to that community. Councillor Gilchrist.
Well, I certainly think we need to be engaging with that community, and so this is probably a really good way to do that, and trying to make sure that their expectations are realistic about what council can and can't do, and what they might and might not have to do.
Yeah, and there may be some elements of that may actually fit under what our next conversation is around climate, obviously.
Yeah.
But should we? What is that plan exactly? Is it a plan that we own?
I don't know. Nicole, you able to help on this one?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thanks, Nicole. The reserve. Yeah, is it? Yeah. But we got.
Just on that point.
Yeah, there is a reserve there.
Yeah.
It's not the only reserve, so can we have an update on all the reserves?
Yeah,
Is it
for sure.
any plan that's not there or?
Yeah. So so is that expired? They said it. Yeah. Yes.
We don't own any of the accounts. They're all individual.
Yeah.
Owned. And there have been quite a few issues with breaches of the sea when we first of the reserve area. And then also they regularly have a river within that weekend. So the sea breaching and Tracy she was previously here, myself and councillors have been out of the net with this extensive list, very similar to something that's out. And we have redirected them to become some of their concerns because reserves through, but support them in that way. We do a lot of work here, but it is time to review policy. Some of the concerns. So it is a question of review. Also, I think we've got to be mindful of you begin to do recreation work as well, because there is climate change in that area. It's been modelled for that coastline, so we should take that.
Yeah, and I think part of the submission was around advocacy also, although I'm sure there'll be requests for all sorts. But the point is, so is that an expired plan or is it up for review?
It's not been reviewed or renewed, so it's still active.
Yeah.
It was due for a policy review, but it didn't have before my time. So it is time to actually look at it and update it with various.
Yeah. Okay. You Bill, thanks.
Yes, thank you. There are a number of reserve management plans that have recommended date for review. That's one past its recommended date. We have some major work underway at the moment, which is around the statutory process where we have to classify the reserves before we can review retail huts, not on those. What we are aiming to do is combine the whole lot into something down to half a dozen things, so that we don't have to do a specific one for each one. If we want to do the classification, so we're halfway through the process now. So that's part of the reason we haven't been doing it. But we can do this specific issue if they come up to the testing of those issues. With that, until we can get a large piece.
Okay.
So the management is split between two parts. We take care of the huts, some of the questions around waste and facilities, then back to parks and reserves.
Cool. Thank you. So you happy that that'll get picked up with some work being done there. Cool, thank you. Good to have some people in the audience. Welcome, Dan and Co. Thank you, and thanks. Nice to be able to acknowledge yourself and your team and the work you've done for our community. It was really good, and we really appreciate that. So thank you. Doesn't go unnoticed. So the next one that wasn't specifically in the papers was Saltwater Creek. Councillor Piddington and I have had discussions with the rowing club, and so it's around supportive funding. The submission was around funding for supportive, and the way that, I guess the way they view Saltwater Creek, it's their playing field effectively. So there's some work, and we did support a submission to ECAN. Don't know how that's got on as far as a request for a targeted rate, and also the rowing club also submitted to ECAN on the same thing, around doing some work to help get that to the point where it needs to be. It's been a conversation that's been ongoing for many, many years, but the question now is, do we look to tag some funding to support the work that's needs to go on for the rowing club? And the conversations that we've had with them is very much around, yes, they would like support from ECAN and TDC, but also it is their playing field, and they're conscious that they do have to raise significant money. So some of the issues that they've got there is around the weir, getting a permanent solution to that. ECAN are doing some redesign work on that. I think it'll need us to keep pushing for them to get some of this work, and probably help advocating for the rowing and other interest groups in that area. And what am I missing, Stu? Jump in if you like.
No, that was pretty much it. Where is the concern? The water drops below because there's fish holes, and they're looking at other ways of getting fish and eel over the top. Pete might be able to help me here. I think it cost them 80k to dig it out. They spray weeds, but they just need some support, I guess, especially around pushing ECAN to come up with a solution. The plan came out a year ago, but it hasn't quite got there. But just they said as a fit, their playing field, they're happy to contribute, but would like to see a contribution from us.
Councillor Burke.
Yeah, I'd just say it's probably worth parking until we establish what has happened in terms of the LTP for ECAN around that. I know it's a massive amount of adaptive management going on there all the time. There's 3 or 4 projects that have been separately funded for Saltwater Creek in terms of, you know, the ecology and what have you that's there. So it all needs to be, again, we talk about these master plans, it needs to fundamentally know and understand what the rowing club does, and what the, you know, what the scope of what they do there as well. So, I mean, if it's just the weir, well, we know what that is, we know what the cost is, but the overall management of it needs to be taken into account as well.
Yeah, look, I think the key thing is they've come for us to help with advocacy, and you know, they want a solution, and we just, this one just gets kicked down the road. So how do we help get them to a point where you know, they've got a solution where they can row, you know, most days of the year? Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Worship. It's certainly been, you know, ongoing and long process to get a resolution, you know, on the creek. You know, a lot of work was done with the landowners above to, you know, make more water available for the creek, and so there's been a lot of good things going on down there. But it's always been around the weir. You're quite right, and it's always been about who spent the money in the bed of the creek, and to what ability you had to alter it too much. So I understand where you're heading. I understand the aspirations of the rowing club. They've been similar for many years, and I certainly support us advocating on their behalf to do anything we can to make that you know, a desirable area for sport. And it's not an easy one to land, I promise you, but that's not a reason not to do it. So I support the advocating on their behalf.
Thank you. Any other comments around it? Look, personally, I think council supporting with even a small amount of funding might help it move ahead, because it feels like this has been a stalemate for a long time. And we can certainly, if we were to say a figure of 25k or something,
it might help it move forward. We could tag that again. So we're not just giving the money away without a firm plan around the overall design and what that money would go to. But I think it would certainly help and send a signal both to ECAN and to the rowing that we want this sorted out. There again, if you look at rowing as a sport and how well our local young people have done from this region over the years and continue to do so, I think it wouldn't be a bad thing to signal. Councillor O'Reilly.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, no, I support some way of cleaning it up. It's obviously, just environmentally, the creek itself sometimes doesn't look that nice, and there's a lot of walking, a lot of biking done around there. Plus, I think to get the rowing back there, it's obviously been a huge cost to people, parents and that, to run their children up to a pool all the time. So if you could get it into a good amenity that would be local, I'm all for it in some way. As you gave a figure, I didn't know a figure, but I'd be supportive of that.
Thanks, Councillor O'Reilly. Councillor Wills.
Thank you for that. A bit like the cycling proposal, again, South Canterbury produced world-class athletes, both nationally, internationally, and have achieved really high things through the rowing club here. What I like to see is that we've supported cycling by 25,000. We're not spending money on multi-million-dollar projects around velodromes or anything like that. I reckon we could offer up $25,000 as an enabler. Timaru District Council puts that forward as an enabler. Environment Canterbury also see that we're working collaboratively with rowing as well. So I think it's just a platform for us to launch and demonstrate that we are actually looking at our youth moving forward into the future as well.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Paddington, what are your thoughts on the 25k, and would you like to move that?
Yeah, look, I think 25k, as long as we tag it round towards the new wheel, which will solve the problems, we're then seen as helping the sport. Emma Dyke will row at the Olympics if they go ahead. She started on Saltwater Creek, so it's a proven training ground. So yeah, I'll move that.
Thanks, Councillor Paddington. Seconder there. Any further discussion? In principle, of course.
Yes.
The hard discussions come later. I'll put the motion to the floor. Those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Righty. Oh, yes. Yeah, just pass the resolution again that we continue past 6 hours. Thank you, Councillor Gilchrist, Councillor Wills. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Where do we go? Page 7.92, 7.9. Thanks, team.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is the first of the key issues that were put out for consultation. It certainly generated a lot of community feedback and certainly support for what council is doing, if not doing even more. So yeah, the difference between the two options is basically option 2 is, between option 2 and option 3 is that option 3 allows for more community engagement and I guess community education as well. So it doesn't, extra cost there is for an additional resource to undertake that work. So there's, Fabia, I think just give a summary of the submissions and some of the key points.
Yeah, so it was definitely a well canvassed topic within the key issues, and was a pretty hot topic in a lot of those community engagement events that we had. So we received a total of 378 submissions that were directly addressing the climate change key issue, and the majority of those were in favour of doing more or even more. So the latter, but the two different funding amounts. With regards to the sort of the themes of the feedback, across the whole spectrum of climate change opinions, and I think that was reflected in the submitters that came and spoke on Monday and Tuesday. And so with regards to those who did not support council's involvement, it was around it not being a local government role was a large theme. that we shouldn't be fast followers, and that we should wait for that work to be done prior and then adopt or copy that work, or that actually climate change is not a key issue, and that there's no value in any adaptation or mitigation efforts. So that was the sort of the spectrum with regards to the do very little. Obviously, it is worth noting that council does have legislative requirements, and that work that is already embedded within the previous work streams that we have. So then with regards to the submissions in favour of, there was definitely a strong leaning towards the community engagement and the leadership. And so it's off the back of that that Andrew's recommended that council go for the option to do even more. That leadership and engagement is very, it is resource intensive, and it's not in terms of getting that work done, it's just not possible within the realms of current
or proposed.
Or
yeah,
proposed
under the
that sort of staffing. So that is where that additional step up comes from. And obviously we saw the likes of Ollie Kirk, and they were having read through the submissions, you would have seen with regards to the submitters in favour of doing more or even more, the sort of that there's a huge range of different suggestions and options, and there were some really well developed submissions there, which is obviously going to be very helpful for the work stream moving forward, in terms of picking up from some of those ideas. And also there's some obviously very passionate people within the community on this subject, so we'll be furiously making lists to of contacts to sort of kickstart that engagement should council go to that third level. So that's,
I think, yeah, important to note too that our recommendation for option 3 is not just because of the amount of feedback and community. We actually firmly believe it is the right thing to do, and it's where council should be.
Cool, thank you. Look, and interesting through this process is even those that said we shouldn't be doing anything about climate acknowledge that we have, you know, more weather events, and we, you know, and so even I think even if you're a climate denier, there's so many things that council do, and you know, the floods are great examples of that this would help to support. So yeah, I think it should be personally an overarching strategy within council. Councillor Gilchrist, I'm probably sure you don't have too much to say on.
No, probably no one knows how I feel about this issue, because I do keep fairly quiet and secretive about it. I'm just fully in support of option 3. You may already have guessed that. And I just think it's good to remind ourselves of what local government's position is on this. And this is a quote from their statement. Responsive leadership and a holistic approach to climate change is urgent. And so I urge all my fellow councillors to take this seriously and go for option 3 as has been recommended. And our community are very supportive of. Actually, Councillor Burt had a really good idea. It's another surprise.
That's
You're allowed one a year. And that was would our ratepayers feel, would it be worthwhile them being able to see that on their rates demand? Like so that they could pick it out of their rates and go, oh, well, actually, I remember that I really strongly supported that when they get their rates increase.
And or a reminder for those that didn't.
Yeah, and the ones who thought it was central government's job to, yeah.
Cool, further comment? Questions? Councillor Piddington.
Just interested in what it would look like, Andrew. You've come up with the figure. So is that, how many more staff is that? Is it consultants to come up with that figure? You've obviously done some work around that. I'm just interested for our community to see what that looks like.
Option 3 is basically 3 staff. One of those staff will be involved in the community engagement, education side of things, which will also address some of the coastal erosion issues that are going on, Rangitata huts and Milford around there. Yeah, and there's a little bit put aside for consultants as well, for that specialist advice. You know, we're not going to find staff that know it all, so we definitely need that. So, and then we've got the usual corporate overhead.
That's cool. Thank you.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
sorry, Your
Yes.
Worship, just
No, you're
in
right, go
response
for
to, just a little bit of background with regards to the targeted rate. There are councils, Hawke's Bay in particular, are currently in a bit of a 4-year stoush over targeted rate for climate change work. But there are a lot of conversations within that local government climate change sphere around how to appropriately charge this. And that's definitely work that can be done within that broader rating review about who should bear the costs of any work within that space. But if you do recall, when we did the review of the revenue and financing policy, we did do an assessment of where that funding should fall, and it's currently sitting, I think off the top of my head, not in here somewhere, but it was council determined that it would be rated in the same way that civil defence is currently rated. And so the portion sits more heavily with the general rate, recognising that a lot of the work in the beginning will be around more of that resilience and property protection. So that's where it's sitting at the moment, but that the targeted rate is it'll be interesting to see who's the first council to leap on that one. That would be a council decision.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and across all those that have submitted, it's about showing some value for our ratepayers, isn't it? So, which is the challenge. Councillor O'Reilly.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm definitely for some form of with climate change, but the question I ask, if we gave a certain amount, whatever the figure is, anything like what we did before, if we given to VT, you give 180,000, government will come in and pick up, give us a bit more of a, so if we give a certain amount, are we going to get anything from central government? Because I do feel a lot of that should be central government funding. And I know it is now become a requirement of councils to have someone. That's one question. The other one is there any way, that personnel can be shared, between ECAN and other councils, and having, 1 or 2 people work within a certain district rather than just having it tied to one council, or would that not function right? So sort of.
So in response to the first one, Councillor O'Reilly, as part of the Randerson report into the reform of the RMA, there is a proposed bill within that, and at this stage it's looking part of it's called the climate change. Well, let's just climate change act.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called.
Adaptation.
Yeah, the climate change.
Yeah.
Act, let's go with that. And a part of that is the work that's being done to develop that is around funding and who in that broader national scheme how the adaptation should be funded. So at this stage, there's not, other than I guess government's contribution to obviously the emergency works that are going to need to be done. But at this stage, other than that, there's no sort of targeted funding. But that is definitely, I know that's a big work stream within that RMA reform, how to fund, but it is a very complex, that moral hazard kind of question, who should pay? And the sharing of resources, that is, so through the Mayoral Forum, there's a climate change working group. And so there's definitely close collaboration. I guess the difficulty is that there was sort of the split functions in what territorial authorities have responsibility for versus regional councils. And so we do need to still be mindful that there are things that we're not going to get involved in as a territorial authority, and equally Environment Canterbury is not going to tread on our feet within that sense. But definitely close collaboration.
I'll give an assurance that, we're not going to be reinventing the wheel here, that we will, collaborate and learn by others is definitely, Timaru will not be leaders in the short term either. We are probably behind, to be honest. So it's a bit of a catch up. So we have that chance to,
Councillor Lyon. Thank you, Worship.
I'm certainly not a climate denier, but I'm sitting here thinking, when we talk about the climate, about the realities of what Horrible did all those years ago, Mount Horrible, and we're sitting on the lava from Mount Horrible in this building. So I certainly admit and am in awe of the climate and the world we live in. The climate's been forever changing, ever will, always will keep changing. So we should be cognizant of that. And I believe we should have some safeguards in place that look into where our facilities are as a district and look at the important things that they have in our future. And we should be watching out for those sorts of things. What I don't believe, and I can't believe what I've just heard, is that we'd have 3 staff doing that for us, for goodness sake. The 67 councils in New Zealand, if every council adopted that attitude, there's 200 people employed watching the climate up and down New Zealand. Give me a break. It's just really quite silly to expect to spend that kind of money. I can't ask my ratepayers to fund that. They want us to do something. Of course they do, but they don't want us to spend that kind of money. And we won't ignore the climate change. We won't ignore the differences. It's very rich to keep saying that the climate is forever changing. There's been 100-year floods for the last 10,000 years, and it's going to happen forever again. So be conscious of it and deal with it to a lesser extent. You'll glean that I support option 2. And I would have thought 1 staff member would have been more than enough, because this isn't an isolated thing. Climate socialism has been alive and well in New Zealand for a number of years. So this is going on up and down the country, and we have it from central government and we have it from all quarters. So this climate socialism is active and it's here. So if you're a believer, that's great. Most of us aren't, but we will take my hat off, do something about it, try and get it right. But let's not make an industry out of it, because that's what it's turning into, an industry. It really is. And it's an industry of fear, and it's almost turned into a religion, may I say, in the eyes of some people, which I think is dangerous. Consider where we live, respect where we live, do better where we live, consider each other and how we live our lives, but we don't need 3 people watching out for us as a community at the expense of what, $500,000 a year, for goodness sake. There were what? There was 142 that wanted the option 3, and there were 236 that wanted option 1 or 2. So if you're going to do it on a poll, simply more people were opposed to 3 than for it. So don't fall for the 3 one, because more people were opposed to 3. So just nut it around a bit, but my view. I'd support 2, useful, not a Rolls Royce 2, but a 2.
Yeah, if I could just make some comments on that, Councillor Lyon. One of the things you've got to take into account is how much carbon is costing us as a community. Our current carbon cost for this year was over $1 million. Now, it's likely to be rising. We're budgeted up to $2 million in 10 years' time. It's quite, I think, at our current rate, we'll probably be hitting $2 million in about 3 years' time. So if we need to start getting real with our climate change and some of the policies we do to reduce our carbon, to perhaps get some carbon offsets, that's where the work is in that area. It's not just about adaptation as such and siting our facilities in the right place. That's a small part of it. A lot of it is around the policy, the education, and reducing our carbon footprint, because carbon is a huge cost to us. And it's a real cost in our budgets.
Well, I mean, if I could continue, I mean, that's part of an ongoing work throughout New Zealand, isn't it? I mean, there is knowledge that we can plug into for that, I believe. It's not site-specific to Timaru District, is it? Surely. Don't tell me it is.
Every community is different in some way. So yeah, it is some of it. Yes, we're certainly going to tap into that knowledge, but then it's also the work to apply that knowledge and get the education and engagement. And that's it. We need our community to be on board to actually achieve our goal and reduce our costs long term, protect the climate.
Councillor Booth.
Okay. First of all, I guess I've got a question for Fabia. and around, we've just done the district plan. We've just updated that. And during that, we did the coastal inundation and the coastal hazards. We basically reassessed them, and we took into consideration the impact or the potential impact which we were instructed to in regards to potential climate change. So from that direct, and that's the direct thing, I guess, that I can see that as a council and as a councillor, in regards to meeting the requirements of the Local Government Act, that's what we need to do. And I guess my question is, have we done that?
So Councillor Booth, that is so that was a requirement, an ECAN requirement in terms of that, the coastal hazard, that coastal hazard mapping, and us updating that within our district plan. So that work's been done. I think, what was the cost of that? It was like 60,000.
It was 200,000 basically, and it was cost share 50-50 between the two of us.
Yeah, so that was the cost of that, so of that report. And then from there, so that is one impact of climate change. So
It
I
wasn't
guess,
really the question I was asking.
no, oh, sorry, what was?
Well, have we met, as a council, we've got a legal requirement to take into consideration potential impacts on when we issue, and that's why
and so
during the district plan, we actually got specialist input from Environment Canterbury, etc.
Yeah.
But
we have in regard to coastal inundation and erosion, but what we haven't done is the rivers and all the other aspects of this, and the changing land environment with the changing climate.
Was that not required in the district plan?
The overland flood paths are required in the district plan, and that's still being worked on.
I guess the other thing, you mentioned carbon liability. There's a ceiling on carbon at the moment of $50 a tonne. So our carbon liability here is 35,000 tonnes. So that would mean that there is a government guarantee at this stage that that carbon price won't go above that. Obviously, it's in our interest in regards to our landfill is to encourage less stuff to go into our landfill. Is that not right?
Yeah. And that is quite a high cap. At the moment, we're buying carbon, I think about $20 a tonne.
But you
we
sort of
budgeted maximum $40 a tonne. It goes. The new system is it goes to auction.
Yeah, but you indicated there it could be millions. I mean, there is a number that is actually what it is that we can see, and obviously that's something that we can mitigate.
Yeah, because the number is a number of carbon units that we have to purchase and the unit price. So there's two variables in that.
I like your idea of the mitigation, and we've spoken about that previously, and trying to invest in our offset, but that hasn't occurred. I guess I am of the view that it's a national issue, and really it should be driven by central government, and it will be driven by central government. And so it's a top down, not from the bottom up. So I guess while we can collect data, that's all that these people are going to do, we're probably going to have a fair idea what that data is going to be. And that'll be coming down, and then we will have to take action in regards to that, based on the facts.
So as just before you sign off, Councillor Bruce, is there a specific option that you support?
Do the minimum.
Thank you. Councillor Gilchrist and then Councillor Parker.
I just wanted to respond to a couple of things. Councillor O'Reilly, I think it was you that said that you, along with Councillor Booth, you see this as a central government problem. Now, not all of our emissions were generated in Wellington. A lot of them were generated right here. And so we need to keep that in mind. We're going to be dictated what we have to do. We'll be expected to do it and fund it. And so we may as well be budgeting for it now. And you can't expect that someone sitting in Wellington is going to care nearly as much as we do about the Milford Huts, about Saltwater Creek, about whether it's really wet or dry on our farmland. So you cannot expect that they will care as much about that as we do. And I think that's a really unrealistic view. Or you haven't met many politicians from Wellington. Another thing, sorry, Councillor Lyon, you said ratepayers don't want to pay, and yet they have indicated they do want to pay. 121 signatures on one submission. And I think that's a really clear indication of how the community feel about this and the expectation they have that we will show leadership. And I'm not interested in the fluffy stuff either. I realise that you might think this is just a whole bunch of very, very fluffy stuff, but I think we need to employ people who know what they're doing to help us manage our emission trading. Yep, we've got to do something about that. That's so expensive. We need to be talking to and working with our communities, especially the ones who are going to bear the brunt of this. And we're going to see it over and over with our 100-year floods coming every 18 months. So I just think it's really short-sighted to try and do the minimum or do nothing when we've got the opportunity to do the right thing. And I just feel very strongly about that.
Thank you, Councillor Chris. Councillor Parker.
Thank you. So option 1, the 360,000 per annum, would that allow, option 2, sorry, would that allow 2 FTEs to be working on this? So one, sorry?
Yes, that's right.
So one could be do education and the other one could do strategy. How do you foresee that the FTEs may be broken up to?
We're looking at the 2, we're focusing more on the strategy, the policy, and that data collection and the carbon credit side of things. So yeah, the 3rd person, which is covered in option 3, is about that engaging with the community and education.
Councillor Billington.
Sorry, and just taking up that point, though, wouldn't education have an equal weighting if you only had 2? Like someone out at the forefront of it, which is what we're all saying here? Because if we just got them up the hall with their feet going flat out, that's not what the public will see. They want to see people fronting up in the community.
And our community want to know what they have to do to help.
Yeah.
As well. So
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're right. We can't just have a couple of people sitting in an office down there. Yeah, there needs to be someone out there in the community as well.
Yeah, and we'll be working with groups like the Sustainability Trust and to get that engagement and utilise their contacts, their networks.
Councillor Wills. Thank you. Just in regards to the whole discussion, where I sit with this here is, I understand and recognise that yes, there is issues around climate change. We don't need to be particularly leaders nationally around it, but similar to our recycling process. But what I do understand is the fact that we can contribute. And I just put it into a bit of a simple, uncomplicated sentence. All we need to do is have the recognition, the education and the mitigation. Therefore, I'm quite comfortable to go down to option 2. Thank you.
Councillor Rowley. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not against climate change, Councillor Gilchrist. I'm all for it. My point was my point was about Wellington was the fact that it was more funding coming from him, not controlling it. It was just to save our ratepayers and it'd come out in funding. That's really what my point was about that. And that's where I portrayed it wrongly. Yeah.
We budgeted a lot and then we did the next up. That would be a real point for everyone. But let's not rely on it.
One thing I would say is certainly the trend out of government at the moment is less funding, not more.
Righty, Councillor Oliver.
I'm glad I'm following Paddy.
What do you say?
I'd just like to say too is that I agree with Steve. I don't think we want to be seen to be leading this. It just gives central government more and more powers to expect district councils to do more and then do less. So yeah, I'm at option 2. I think that's adequate at this stage. So yeah, I just don't think we want to be seen to be leading it as a district council.
I'll jump in before we run Heather piece, and I'll tell you why, and a slightly different view on why I support option 3 is actually around, we had great discussion around the mayoral
table, and it's around what is the climate opportunity, and you can be a denier or you can be, knee deep into it. Doesn't matter which way, but what are the opportunities? What are the opportunities for us to have the first sustainable industrial park? What is the economic opportunity? So it doesn't just have to be around environmental lens, but a wellbeing lens across it. And what is the opportunity for our district? And I wouldn't support probably exactly as Andrew's got it currently wrapped around, because I think there's different things that we should be looking at. But I would support more work being done and the investment being at that level of 3. Councillor Booth.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't like to see it turned into some sort of situation where there was lobbying going on. And everything needs to be based around fact. We can only deal with fact, not emotion. And I can see a fair bit of emotion here. So I guess from that point, as I say, it has to be well informed and based on fact, and we can deal with that. But anyone doing anything in regards to your comments, me and Nigel, will automatically, if they're setting new business up, they are jumping through all the hoops now. Otherwise, they're not accepted within their own environment. There's pressure coming from their clients and suppliers to do the right thing. So those things are being done correctly. But yeah, at the end of the day, I can see 3 people or 2 people sitting in the office with nothing to do, wondering what we're going to do today, and go and get some data. Really, our wages have gone up by 66% in the last 5 years. So here's another number going on top of that. 10 million per year, and here we go. Here's another 250 or 300,000 on top of that. I'd just be very careful and consider it carefully.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you. So I just want to put it out there that I'm supporting option 2, but supporting it in a way that to relook at what those FTEs will be doing, because I think that stakeholder engagement and education is vital for one of those FTEs, and the other FTE to be around strategy and work plan and that kind of thing. Initially, I think 2 FTEs is a good starting point, but different outline kind of job description and rather what's in the report as it sits.
Thank you. Councillor Gilchrist.
That's probably my last turn.
Oh, that's right. We're not in formal debate yet. No one's moved a motion.
Well, I would just like to move based on facts related to the changing climate, its effects on our community and the opportunities for innovation in our district. I would like to move that we support option 3 as recommended by the council officers to do even more.
Thank you. Motion on the table. Second for that motion. I'm quite happy to second that motion. Any further discussion before the motion gets put to the floor? No, put the motion to the... Yes. Yes, thank you. Yep, cool. So thank you, Councillor Lyon. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Would you all like your votes recorded? Oh, I'm asking that to everyone. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a point of clarity. Yeah. I don't want to get. No. I think we've recorded that. Is that good, everyone? Don't want to bring out the hammer, boys. Come on. Toe the line.
New motion.
Yeah, new motion. Councillor Wills.
I'd like to put a new motion that we look at voting in option 2.
Thank you. So another motion on the table. Councillor Lyon, second it. Any further discussion? Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Go against. And we'll record that as well. Comfortable with having that recorded?
Yes, well, some-
Yeah,
we nearly
But I'm not
derailed,
voting for it.
but we nearly derailed. We should have.
So you,
We
yeah,
nearly derailed something.
motion
It was
carried.
only Alan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you voted for, you started on option 1, but voted on option 2.
Because the whole day in our broader community anyway, so that's where I recognise that we still need to do something. That's why I put down here, we talk about recognition, education and mitigation. You know what we can do.
From my way, I think it's a bit of what. Because it's a bit touched on.
And I no one, he didn't want to vote for it.
I
Oh,
suppose
no, he wanted nothing.
if I was going to support anyone, it would be Patty. I think we need.
Okay, team, we'll have a quick break, 15 minutes.
It was great.
I think we need a lot more of it.
It was fabulous. It couldn't have come at a better time. I love it.
Boxing gloves. We're all ready? Just practice. Do the bare minimum. Do the bare minimum. I'm just playing with you. Alrighty, everyone here waiting on Councillor Burt. Let's just crack in. Sure he'll be here in time. Thanks so much, and Simon, I'll pass over to you.
Thank you very much. We'll also got Cara online.
Oh, welcome, Cara.
So, Diana Gallery, topic is the CPT issue for today. Another topic that's good visibility and discussion over the new months that we've discussed. Thank you all for your support in the consultation process with the community. You will be well aware of the support for the different options that are out there. And obviously the sanctions that we've heard in the last couple of days. So take a report as read, obviously recommendations which is for us to proceed with option 1. Types of finance, that's what is the budget into our plan.
Thank you. Thanks, team. Hamish or Cara, did you want to add anything? No,
Not at this stage, no, open to the floor.
Yep, cool. Okay, questions, team. And option 1 is the preferred option. Councillor Wills.
Not necessarily a question, it's a recommendation actually. Look, I just see this has been an integral part of our district. It is a key area, key location, and with what's happened with some of the other developments and opportunities, I'm quite happy just to move the recommendation.
So there's a motion on the floor and seconded. We'll go to further discussion. Would you like to talk to the
Well, yes, Your Worship. The reason why I do support it is for the obvious reasons excuse me, the community has expressed the wish to continue on the site. The site's a proud site, which is loved by the community, and I think the separation that Argentine gives us on Wadey Road is important. To try and combine it too much with another venue would take it away from the originality and the sense of purpose and place that Argentine provides for us. So I fully support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Billington.
Yeah, look, I fully support the motion too, but I just want to note a couple of points that I think are important. There is still the trust deed there that says how far we can progress into the space itself. I was fortunate enough with Nigel and Bede to meet a family member who is keen to see it progress, but they want to see 2 options really, a 2-storied and a single story. So before we go out with too many plans, I just think we need to note that we need to liaise with the family who do have quite a say in what goes on that site through the trust deed. The second point I'd like to make is perhaps with it, I'm not sure whether this is appropriate or not, but we look at design and build. We have the expertise with Hamish here to deliver a gallery, and it would save an enormous amount in fees and other things. There's other galleries being built, but maybe we should look at our procurement, which I'll also say when we come to the stadium. So they're just a couple of thoughts to note, but totally supportive of the project.
Thank you. Councillor Booth.
In the much the same vein, I'm very supportive of the project. It's a very important part of Timaru, and I'm looking forward to seeing some activity happen. I guess Stu's discussion about the trust, I'm definitely in agreement that perhaps that needs to be fleshed out, and I'd like to ensure though that we actually have a worldly sort of a quite a out there sort of a design. I'm not in regards, I'm not that fussed on what I've seen actually just as a Balkan location, but I assume that's all it is. But I travel around New Zealand. I've been to the Lenlai, I've been to a number of other galleries, and they are quite outstanding buildings. So I just think we should aim for the sky and have something quite unique. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowley.
I do support it, and probably I think I've supported it all along. But what made my conclusion that I did support was the young man that did the painting and that about in the competition. He'd done that painting, and one of his stipulations were that to have a room within the gallery that artists can come along, potters and other people, like an open forum room for them to do their stuff. So yeah, that's how I see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowley. Councillor Burt.
I was just take my silence as support, but given that you've mentioned that you want something really far out, I support it 100%, but think that the design needs to be sympathetic to the existing building and the history that's behind it. But I mean, we'll get into that later on.
Cool, thank you. Any other? Yep, moved and seconded. I've got that. Just want to pick up a couple of points that Councillor Piddington's brought up. Trust deed's really important to me also. I think we have to work with the family. So although I know there's a desire to work within the existing footprint, I don't think that should control the ultimate destiny. I think there's an opportunity here to do more for the community if we just take them on the journey. So I'd actually move that we amend the motion to take in some reference to the trust deed. Also had lots of discussions with the community around transparency of these projects and their ability to be involved, and this is from construction, design and what have you. And I also support the change in procurement method, and I think this would be a great example of where we actually could move forward. It's a project whereby lots of people within the current community would really relish the opportunity to potentially be a part of designing and building this. So I think it's a great opportunity, not taking away the work that's done, but the community expects that from now on that there's going to be a really transparent process around this work going to tender. So I know there's been works done with some contractors in the past, but it is so important that this goes through a full tender process, whatever that looks like. So I would also like a tag in there that around procurement. Happy to have any discussion and move to Councillor Oliver. Only recommended, an amendment. I'm not sure if that's accepted. Yeah.
I am too.
You're comfortable with those two tags? Great. We'll go back through that before we put the motion to the floor. Councillor Oliver.
Yeah, I fully support it. I'd just love to see something architecturally exciting for Timaru. I just think we've got a lot of old. It'd just be great to have something really bland. And I'd say to Hamish, let your creativity blossom. I think it's going to be pretty exciting. I'm looking for something pretty exciting. Yeah.
We've moved from climate day to art day, and I've only just picked up on your nice vibrant pink shirt now. Councillor Oliver, salmon, is it?
No, it's not salmon. It's not salmon.
Okay, so it looks like we're all generally supportive as far as do you see any hiccups in regard to what I've suggested around procurement, potentially in trust deed? Simon?
pleased that we're proceeding with option one. We'll work through the different amendments and the tags to that. If there are any hiccups or fish hooks with that, we'll come back to the team.
No, I don't. Through you, your worship. I mean, I think actually it is helpful to have a clear direction now for us in terms of the trustee, because we can now position when we go out what is proposed. And I think as to the procurement options, I think it's very helpful again to get that steer to come back with what are the procurement options to give effect to the idea of both creativity, transparency for you. So they're actually very helpful and we can work those through.
Cool. Thank you, Joe. So conscious that my EA and Bede's EA, there's Bede language and Nigel language, and they interpret them quite differently. So I'm just wondering if you've interpreted my language.
I've got to include the trust and the existing footprint should the holding back.
Yep.
Yeah. And procurement within options employed.
Okay, cool. Everyone heard that and comfortable. So mover and seconder, further discussion? No, put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Nice work. Well done. It's quite a good looking art gallery, to be fair. So, yeah. Okay, so back to agenda.
11, I think it is.
Yeah. So 113.
11, yeah.
711.
Yeah.
Mr. Motley, don't be shy. Oh, you're okay.
So just put that on the ERC from downstairs.
That's right. We don't judge on dress. I mean, look what I've got to deal with. So go for it, team.
Thank you all. Key issue number 3, and again, item that you know very well, and really interesting public consultation process and straw poll that we went through with the community, and overwhelming support for the options that are presented for you today. So the option here is obviously to look at bringing forward the design planning phases of that for year 1 and year 2 of the long-term plan, and get a head start on the construction build phase into the year 3 of the long-term plan. Happy to discuss and take any questions.
Well, thank you. Councillor Piddington, sorry.
I'm having too much to say. Look, a couple of things. I think there's overwhelming support for just getting on with the stadium through all sorts of ways and means. There's 2 things I'd like to sort of talk. I'd like to see a 6-court minimum. I think, having talked in depth to basketball, netball and their needs, 3 courts indoors and 3 courts outdoors won't suffice. Also, I'd like to talk just briefly on procurement. I think we should go down the design and build track. Having visited the Selwyn courts at Rolleston, they were amazed at what they got by going down the design and build course. And they estimated, I think me and Nigel will back me, they saved $3 to $4 million in consultants and architects costs that went into the development that they had. So that's my 2 points. Thanks.
Would you, Councillor Piddington, I know you've been heavily involved. Would you like to move a particular option?
Yep, I'd like to move that we carry out the design or start straight away. The first option.
Thank you. With those, don't get ahead of yourself, Councillor Wills.
With the
yes.
Aiming for 6 courts and using a design and build process.
Yeah. 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 Let's go back. Sorry.
6 new courts, sorry. 6 new courts existing, 3. Just briefly talking to someone, it doesn't double the cost going from 3 to 6. That's about 25% off because the structure's already there. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, in there is a view, Councillor Line, that there's ample in the budget. To deliver 6 courts.
It's a good question. Oh, well, I don't know. Yeah, but yeah.
Selwyn just completed 9 courts and all the facilities surrounding them, $20 million under design. So they delivered it. We've already got some of those structures and rooms, so we'll be doing a lot less than they did.
So that current budget, just to clarify, that current budget assumes us doing everything, moving of hockey, or does that assume, so, and obviously there's community funding that's going to come into this. Hockey, South Canterbury, the Turf Trust, sorry, Marie presented that they put money aside to do turf, and so it's not going to be full cost around some of those things as well. So it's going to be, obviously it's early days in regard to budget, but there's expectation that there's a fair buy-in from those codes as well, yes. Councillor Wills.
Thank you for that. Just further to that point, yes, I'm happy to second recommendation 2. Number of reasons around that is if we delay it too much longer, obviously the costings are going to keep escalating, going up, especially in the current climate. We're seeing that's happening right across the board. But also too, one of the key principles around it is that over the last few days, we've had really good feedback from the other sporting users of the facility that also want to contribute in a financial way to ensure that this has progressed. So I'm all for progressing early rather than delaying it much further, because then our costs are only going to escalate and go up further as well, the longer we delay this due process. So that's my views.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you. I just want to show my support to the motion. I think 6 courts is a no-brainer. Otherwise, we will outgrow this facility before it's even built. So very happy to get on with it and have the 9 courts in total to be inside.
Councillor Burke.
Yeah, look, I'm obviously in behind this. I think it's obviously very important for our town and big part of us being a central hub for the South Island for major sports events. So I just wonder, is there any area there that I know the existing facility was built 100% by the community, is that right?
No, fell short.
Fell short.
Yes.
So actually,
with a bit of institutional knowledge, when it was rebuilt, right, council had to help fund the gap between what was in hand and what was needed to pay for the contract. There was a bailout involved.
So I guess there's obviously a contribution coming from all the different sports who are going to be using it.
Well, yeah, that might be an issue yet to be finalised. Right. Yeah, it's yet to be finalised, but all the sports are happy to go into the fundraising, ask their communities to be fully involved in the stadium as a group. What's impressed me is the fact all the sports are united and think it's a good idea. There's no dissenting voices, and they've all offered their help to be on a fundraising committee.
Have you put a number, like a percentage, say like 25% or 20% on there for them to a target, or is it just up to themselves?
Well, Stacey Scott, who was involved in Seabay, has volunteered to be part of that. We haven't put a percentage on. Hockey do have some money because they saved to resurface their turfs anyway, but no, we haven't gone down that track.
Mm. And I'm seeing 300,000 straight away, basically, to put it towards. And then what's the number in the future?
Total cost?
Yeah.
The total cost is the 23.4, if I'm looking at the right number, but has an impact with the additional, bringing it forward has an impact on operational costs. That's basically the design will stay in value and it remains the same. Just on the procurement side of things, we will absolutely look at options with regard to design and build. Very mindful that there are components around the facility in terms of building and constructing roads that we might need to look at a various or a range of solutions in that space.
And just another clarification, the 23.4 was for 3 additional courts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to councillor Lyon, capacity in-house around project management, bringing that forward a year. Can we just discuss in brief what are your thoughts around our internal capacity to deliver this? Conscious that a few years ago when we signed off the theatre royal, we probably didn't have capacity, and that's why we've just been quite delayed.
Yeah, I think
Team.
I think with the scale of the projects that we've got across the organisation, it's shown that we need to, within our build cost, factor in their project management, and we'd be looking for that project management as opposed to trying to do everything in-house with regard to this extensive amount of stakeholder engagement, and that'll need to be managed and wrangled with that. So while we will be reliant on some internal input, largely we'll need to be looking at project managers to lead this space.
We'll look at potential maybe fixed term project managers versus.
We could look at a range of options.
Look at a range of options.
Yeah.
Thank you, councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Worship. Look, yeah, I support the options in front of us. I'm fascinated, and I've just had that we can go from 3 courts to 6, and it doesn't alter a thing. So I was going to lecture my fellow councillor on the realities of how he's been, Councillor Piddington, on the Theatre Royal, has ad nauseum has talked about numbers and what they mean and where they are. And here they are putting up an option with 3 courts, which at the table turns into 6, and it still adds up the numbers in front of us. I'm sort of lost, you. So we'll talk about it one day after over a beer. But however, no, I support the project, so that's it. That's fine.
Thank you, councillor Burt.
Yep, 100% support the process, and we can't sit here and be naive that those costs won't actually move. We have to be alive to that all the time, and if we support it at this stage, the philosophy is there and it fits with our spaces and places and our identity and what have you. The only thing I wasn't sure is Netball sat here the other day and said, we've got this facility over there where it's valued at $1 million. We can pull it down or use it. I'm not sure where that lands.
Early on, we had someone look at the building and it didn't fit the courts, it doesn't fit netball, but I think what they're saying is they're happy to donate it to a community project. So to allow if that gym went in there or a community group, Pacific Island group wanted upstairs, they would be happy to hand it over for $1. I guess they're trying just to say they had invested quite a bit at the park, and while they're not flush with cash, that would be their contribution.
Be an ideal location for a small fitness facility.
Sold to Craig.
You know where he's going. Smooth for now.
Well, we're looking for someone to liaise with a particular group, so thank you for volunteering.
That is my job.
Yeah, councillor O'Reilly.
Yeah, one of my questions was answered with regards the community that lobbied us quite a bit through the submissions program. So yeah, no, I fully support it. So and that question was answered about the gym and things like that. Thank you.
Councillor Oliver.
Yeah, I fully support it, and I was just going to mention about the gym. We had some passionate people in here yesterday, and I just want them to be reassured that there will be a place for them in the future, because there was a lot of passion and emotion in here yesterday, and there's a real need for them. So I'm just want to make sure that there will be a place for them up there in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Booth.
I just wonder 23.5 million, whether we should set a number for external fundraising, and that could be where we take on, we say 20 and we expect 3.5, because if you don't set that number, no one will do anything.
Yeah, it's a valid point. Did you want to speak to that as well, Councillor?
I was just following on from what Councillor Brendan said about the extra 25%, the extra 3 courts. So according to my math, it brings it up to 29.25 million as a total for the. So I think we need to somehow include that into this conversation.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry, Sally, I misled you. The design was at that half measure like on Carly, where there were 3 internal courts, 3 external courts with a great big roof on it. The figure that Simon will back me, the figure we've come up with, we're confident you can put the 2 sides of tin on the or the money.
So it's not an extra $5 million. That's a safe.
Just safe one.
So how much do you think we need to budget for this overall?
So
With the, sorry, with the +3, we've got 23.4 as a budget with the 3 plus the other 3. Have we got any figures, any numbers?
So let me just clarify what's gone in. So we're looking at an increase based on the, sorry. Yeah, so based on the modelling that Azura's done, there's an extra 800K required for this to actually bring the option forward. And that covers off the extra project management and build costs and the OPEX with regard to that as well.
Thank you.
So it's
what's that add up to, Sean?
23.9.
23.9.
23.9. Hang on. And so we've got 23.4 funded from debt, an estimated additional 5.9 of operating costs funded from rates. That covers the interest, depreciation, project management, acceleration to deliver that project.
So what's the number?
So, Your Worship, Zora, would you like to come and provide some clarity over, we're talking about the numbers if we accelerate it. I think if you could just, there are some of the costs are capital, but it's the timing of the additional costs. And I think it'd be helpful if we just, thank you very much.
So what we've got on there, it's number 2. And we're just going to get that zoomed in a little bit. So the current increase that we're looking at based on what was on the CD, essentially that's the 800K that has been allocated, and the impact of that over the 10 years, as you can see, is a 0.13% increase in rates. And that includes basically what we've classified in terms of the financial impact of loans, as well as essentially looking at the financing cost as well. So that's inclusive of all of that over the 10 years.
For the purposes of setting a target, though, what I was just mentioned was that I'd like to perhaps get a number and then set a number. So we, if it's 24 million, we basically approve 20 million, and we set a target of 4 million for the fundraising from the community.
So we'll just deal with this. So Councillor Pennington, would you like to respond as the mover of the motion? Yeah.
Look, I don't think it's dangerous like the outcome in the Royal Bank. They've committed to help us and go to lotteries and do everything, but to set an actual target on this one, I just don't think it's quite where we should be at, because I can't guarantee it if no one else can.
Well, okay. Yeah, yes,
It's
Councillor
not
Lyon.
like we'd be leaving them in the lurch, but if we don't set them a target, they'll do nothing.
Councillor Lyon. Well, I have an awful lot of sympathy for what Councillor Booth is suggesting, because, with Seabay, the committee was proud to get involved, and a huge, raised nearly 7 million from memory, or that sort of order. And I'm not expecting that at all. I'm just saying it was a big one. But I think it's a reasonable discipline for the groups that want to participate and want to use it to have have an objective and a reason to feel proud of the facility when it's open and have been part of it. And a good way of doing that is by being part of the fundraising. So, and I think there'll be some, I think the figure, perhaps like Councillor Booth is saying, maybe 3, 4, it's not unachievable. And what you don't do is sit here today and say, we'll guarantee the difference. You say, there is the challenge. You've got how many years to do it? 2 years to do it, haven't you, to raise it? So it's not as if you have to raise it tomorrow. So you're not out competing with every other organisation that's raising money today. You've got at least 2 years to raise it, and then proceed when you've got that amount of funding in place. And that's quite the orderly and proper way of doing things, I would have thought.
Councillor Booth, yes.
I guess I'd put it back to you, Stu. What do you think would be comfortable?
Well, look, I think a target of a couple of million. So let's make it achievable, and they push really hard. They're not going to stop because there's certain groups we go out there. But I mean, you know, it's like everything. The parents are committed to take their kids being part. We had Chris Smell say, coach, let's do this and do that. They're committed to helping us. And if we made it, you guys have to make a couple of million, but more would be great, would be perfect.
And that's wonderful, but it's not just about coaching, it's about connections from the sporting groups, you know, with in the business community.
More than, you know, you're looking for more than that. We're not asking the parents to, you know, go out and have a barbecues every second minute. It's just using the contacts of the sporting community to help themselves a little in the project. That's all I suspect the suggestion is. And you know, you may choose 2, okay, 3, but you know, make it real. Make it real.
Councillor Piddington. Then we do have a motion on the table, so we do need to follow protocol. Councillor Piddington. What's this, right? Sorry, defer.
I'll give them notes for further.
Oh, further, yes. Sorry.
Well, I'd just like to say, if that's the path we're going down, I'm okay with it, but it should be for all our major projects, which includes the art gallery and other things coming up, and it should be a percentage, and I'm happy with 10%. The theatre, we got money from the Provincial Growth Fund. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm just saying, I think 10%. And
that's right. So we've got a current motion. Would you like to amend the motion to set a figure potentially around community fundraising? That might be an easier way to get it to those. I think Councillor Piddington and Councillor Wells, up to you, or we're happy to put your motion as is to the floor. One more comment from Councillor Councillor Burt, then I'll let you make a decision on that, Councillor Piddington. So Councillor Burt, you're up.
No, I was just going to say, look, I mean, we need to move this on and we all fundamentally support it. And I don't think we should get hung up over these things. They're both really connected communities, especially hockey. We've seen what they've achieved up that park without our help. I know that it would be good to have something there. If we can put a 10% in there, we should just grab it and go with it and say it's aspirational that we would like them to support that level. Let's just move it on. So, I mean, if you could amend that just to get it going, I think it'll all fall out in the right way. So happy to put as is. So the motion is as is. Any further discussion for motion splits? Okay, so I've got mover Councillor Piddington and seconded by Councillor Wells. Councillor Wells, motion as is. Put the motion to the floor. Let's just do this right. Please raise your hand. There's an aye. Against? Very cool. Okay, so I think there's still an opportunity, obviously, for community fundraising. So I think I'd just like to note that, and Councillor Piddington, would you second that we do come up with a figure that the community is involved with, and that would be looked at as a saving?
oh, look, the groups are more than happy. Like I say, I've already had 2 or 3 volunteers, including Stacey Scott, who's an experienced fundraiser. So we'll be going out to get the maximum we can from all the agencies available. I mean, Anne-Marie McRae is head of trust Iraqi and has already said multi-purpose sports venues are in favour. So
yeah,
hopefully,
okay. So I'm happy to move a motion that.
Worship.
Yes,
I gave notice of a further motion.
Sorry, Councillor.
And that was on the basis that I supported this totally.
Yes,
but I wanted the inclusion of the ability for some fundraising to occur.
Apologies, Councillor.
And I just wondered whether we could discuss, now that, you know, I totally support the project. This is difficult now because I want to support the project. I just want to do the right thing. And I just wondered whether we should air the fundraising side of it as a separate issue or not. And I'm in your hands. You know, if there's no support to do that, it's left me in an awkward position where I looked as if I abstained because I didn't know how to go.
No.
So you've left me in an awkward place.
You know, my apologies, and we're picking that up now. So do you have a suggestion?
So I would go along with what Councillor Piddington suggested and then withdrew from,
which would be 2.3. And that seems amicably fair to me. And I think that suggestion could run quite happily and satisfy, you know, all the needs and perceptions in the community. So look, I would, if I was able to, I would move a motion that 2.3 of fundraising be set as a goal to be achieved. And if there's no seconder, of course, we can just move on.
Yeah, well, I'm actually happy to second that, Councillor Lyon. Further discussion around fundraising? So 2.3 it was.
2.3, 10%.
Further discussion, happy to put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Cool. Thank you. Thanks, team. So page 1665, City Hub, we've got Andrew and Rosie, welcome. Alrighty, back in the zone, team. This will be an easy one. Alrighty. Thank you. We'll pass over to you. Obviously, this sits under infrastructure, and welcome Rosie as well.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. This is another item that I guess generated quite a lot of public feedback, community feedback, and showed a lot of interest in it. And again, a lot of support for, I guess, doing the preferred option as well as potentially doing more. There are some issues around doing more, and they're basically funding issues more than anything else. So I think too, there was perhaps a little bit of misunderstanding of what transform actually meant. And I think it sort of showed through that people were more looking at, well, their ideas of what the CBD could look like and thinking, right, how much money do we need? And that matches that option there. So there's a little bit of that. But I will get Rosie to run through some of the key highlights in regard to the feedback.
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. That was a great summary, and I think you all made a great decision the first time around, and obviously we're recommending what was initially identified as the preferred option. To Andrew's point, I think there was a lean towards possibly council spending a bit more, but there was also very strong feedback across whichever option people submitted that they would like to see the private sector leading. And that isn't something that we have sort of clearly articulated or designed with the private sector yet as to what that might look like. There was also a lot of passion for particular projects which haven't yet been scoped and costed. And there was quite a strong sentiment that people wanted value for ratepayers and equity across the district, which has come out in some of the conversations about the rating differentials as well, and that hasn't been looked at too closely in the context of City Hub, so possibly some more work for staff there. There were also some very polarised views expressed, so while people were keen for the council to spend money and fix it, other than the tiles, about which there seemed to be a universal appetite for doing that, but what fixing it might look like, whether that was more parking or fewer cars, that was very divisive, and there's an obvious need for us to do some testing and collect some data to support those competing perceptions, because whenever that decision lands, we will need to be able to defend it.
There was a high level of interest in Caroline Bay, although no consensus around what exactly development there should look like. Lots of discussion of the showgrounds development, which we're not in a position to make decisions on today. And some submitters raised things that were probably out of scope for this project, and we'll bottom that out as we go along. So yeah, you've obviously got the report in front of you. We are recommending that the preferred option is the right way to go. It gives us enough money immediately to sense test the ideas we've got, to scope and model and cost up those projects that do emerge as favoured by the community and having the best outcomes for the district. And it leaves an opportunity for the private sector to articulate the value of their investment, both their existing investment and what they might contribute going forward, and make a really strong case, which we could use if we ever needed to come back to council hat in hand further along the line. So happy to take questions.
I think it's important to note that, yeah, I think it was general agreement that the theatre was the bookend at one end and Caroline Bay was the other bookend. There was some different views around, particularly around Caroline Bay and what that should look like. You know, some people wanted to be a nice amusement park type place. Others wanted to keep the natural type environment. So yeah, there is a difference there. And with the theatre, you know, yes, you agree that's great, but then you need something more with the theatre outside, you know, and that's something we're looking at as well. So
I might add to that. One other thing was there was a lot of public feedback suggesting that we undertake activities that are private sector activities. So people wanted particular types of shops or hospitality establishments or recreational facilities. And the implication was that they felt they might get these things out of the transform option. So again, that's where we need to both celebrate what the private sector are already doing and look at what else they might do, and they'll need to do their own testing about what's commercially viable, and you know, that will emerge from the strategy.
Yeah, look, and you know, understanding that this piece of work, because of COVID, some discussion around showgrounds, you know, was right to the point of it being bumped for another 3 years. So we were lucky to get this and be having this conversation today. In conversations with Tracy, who was well involved before she's gone to YMAC, around what transform means, was, you know, we discussed, you know, what are some other CBDs that are doing transform at the moment. And a good example is in Invercargill City. That's a massive public-private partnership, and even that feedback from Nigel Gilkinson on the CBD group was around, yes, we want transform, but it's public realm investment. It's not, and some of that sentiment was echoed, I think, around what the role of council is in this space and what the role of private is. So we've got to be really, really careful. And a lot of people are telling us, hey, buildings aren't your, isn't where you should be. So interesting. But we've got a comment from Councillor Lyon.
Well, just a question initially, Rosie, you keep mentioning the option that you recommended, but am I reading the wrong thing? There's no recommendation, no options in the recommendation. Am I reading the wrong bit?
It's on point 9.
But the recommendation at the top is that we just consider. So, okay, does it come through later on, is it? So you're recommending which option, Rosie? Help me.
Apologies, that was my lack of familiarity with how strongly I could recommend, so I didn't put it in the box. Officers are recommending option 2.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's all. Thank you.
Councillor,
I just did one point. Yeah, I guess we've left it a little bit open because it was actually a very strong view for option 3 as well. So we're saying, yes, although we're saying to you, we recommend the third option, there is a choice there for you to make today.
Thank you.
Councillor Booth, and then I just think we need to, just before we go too much further, just give some consideration to the other things that have come around that Caroline Bay investment, take into account we're doing some planning around that, but also how it affects the townships, community boards, presentations, etc. But we'll go to Councillor Booth first, and then let's maybe encompass how that might work.
Yeah, look, I guess I'm in support of 2, for sure. And obviously, and I'm quite keen on 3 actually.
Save you spending money.
You know, 25 years, for goodness sake. We've got a bit of time to make up. So, and that amount of money over that period is not much. And so I just read the ODT today, and they're trying to push through a master plan for 73 million for Cromwell. So let's put things in perspective, you know. Are we serious? So, and I guess the other thing, you know, there's some of these airy-fairy ideas about, you know, closing streets and having bean bags. They tried that in the Octagon last year. It was an absolute disaster. So you really, you know, when we talk about doing these things, you need to get worldly people, again, I keep saying that, who are experienced. And yeah, we need a reset for our main street. You know, we even got horse and carts going up there now, and truck that used to be the bypass. I mean, you know, all the stock trucks used to drive through there. And of course, it's spread out, just like Ashburton is now. Things have to change, and I think we've set the tone where that needs to change. And I really think, even if it is the 31 million, over a period of time, as we develop, that number things will probably get added, as has occurred with the Theatre Royal. Things will come up, and we'll say, well, actually, we may as well do this properly. So that's where I sit.
Yeah, thanks. Really valid point. And Rosie might be able to speak to some of this, but there's a real focus on a lot of planning and getting this right, because it's a lot of infrastructure investment, and you know, 3 years is going to go by pretty quickly with another LTP and consideration around this very topic. So the options are, maybe you don't sign off a large amount now, but in 3 years' time, we're going to know exactly what the projects are. You've done most of the planning, and that's probably actually when we require and wanting to know what those numbers are behind it. But would you like to comment on that, Rosie, at all?
I would like to agree with that. I think when we scope things up and cost them, and we will have done not just beanbags, but you know, a range of different trials and with the appropriate expertise, I would like to think that we come up with a core suite of projects and initiatives, not all of which will be on the ground. Some of them would relate to things like earthquake-prone buildings and our enabling program there, the bid policy, events, those things. And we would have a strategy that included everything that could be afforded within the budget, and then some add-ons that we would like to pitch in future that would enhance value. But we would test all of that at the same time, and have a here's what we can have and here's what else we'd like to have presentation for you.
As officers, you know, we firmly believe that we need the 3 years to actually plan this. It is a significant investment, and we've got to get it right. So yeah, give time there. And then next LTP, we can look at it then. And yeah, if you want to move to transform, then you'll have some good data and you can make an informed decision at that time. At the moment, I don't believe we have that.
I think you also have that opportunity to get a stronger community mandate, because while there were many people leaning towards transform, there were also quite a handful of naysayers. And you know, they may still feel that way in 3 years, but we do have an opportunity to put forward something much more compelling in terms of what they would get for their money and what the private sector leadership is going to look like.
Thank you. And I would just like to note my $500 annual investment into beanbags pays great dividends for our business. So does have opportunities more. So actually, can we just go back to equity amongst townships? And also how we might see, and Rosie, you might have given some thought to this, I'm not sure, but also we've got Caroline Bay. Yes, we're doing planning, and I think probably the answer will be we're doing planning and then consideration in a few years' time around what all those investments actually look like. But how do we get equity in this space?
Obviously, I wasn't invited to participate in that earlier conversation, but I'm supportive of it, and I would welcome the opportunity to support the other townships, not to direct, because there is a desire for that local autonomy and knowledge, but to be involved with and to support and to enable. I think that makes complete sense. And I think as well that there's an opportunity as this project rolls out for some of those learnings to be transferred where they are wanted. I think, you know, there are things where we won't have to reinvent the wheel, and there'll be other areas where it's totally appropriate. So that certainly makes sense. And in terms of Caroline Bay, as I mentioned this morning, I think that this funding has been presented as being made available to create the strategy out of which the projects will fall. And I just think we need to be careful about advancing any of those projects until the strategy has been at a high level confirmed, because of the perception that we are making arbitrary decisions. And I realise there's a lot of data and feedback and passion around certain projects already, but there are, I mean, there's others, for example, such as Strathallan Corner, that stakeholders were quite passionate about during the work that Becca undertook. It didn't come out at all. There was one comment about it in the long-term plan feedback, and it was opposed to a massive regeneration in that area. So I think we should proceed with some caution, but it's not to say that we wouldn't start the planning process immediately and start engaging the community immediately.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things in that. There's the strategic plans that came as a sort of a separate item, and that'll tie into this, but there's also the rollout of the CBD work within the township. So there's lots of crossovers, isn't there? So lots of work ahead, Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Worship. But clearly we are discussing the CBD now, aren't we? You were talking about the global thing, but really we are at this moment discussing the CBD.
Yes, but taking into account the submission feedback around.
Yes, indeed, indeed, and that's credible, absolutely. But and that's, I applaud that totally. But this discussion is really about option 1, 2, or 3 on the CBD, isn't it? Now.
Well, it is, but some of the feedback is around those submissions. So the opportunity is now rather than 3 years.
Yeah, but the point is, haven't we put, well, if we've tick it off, we've started with getting strategic studies done in the towns. If we tick it off, haven't we done that already or not?
Yeah, we have, but I don't think it necessarily deals exactly with this.
Just if my memory fails me, when we initially talked about the CBD upgrade, we talked about CBD, get it done, get working, get things going in the CBD area, and we all agreed to that, I thought, and then the small towns will follow and we'll learn things from that. And I believe we're on track doing just that today. I think we're doing very, very well. But I would have thought now is the time to talk about the reality of the CBD and what we've got in front of us. But I might be wrong.
Yeah, I just want to reinforce the point that, you know, equity came through around what are you doing for the other townships? And I know we've signed off, I think that strategic planning that was signed off, just move that to the side. For example, it's Geraldine clearly said, and there's some themes that have come from Temuka around, you know, what are you doing for our CBDs as well? So let's just, you know, I think it's worthy of the discussion now. Otherwise, we'll be, yeah, so that's, yeah. Yeah, no, and that's why I want to talk about those things that came in from submissions now before we make a decision, and then we can't consider anything. Yeah. Councillor Rowley.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, I bet Councillor Lyon, this is about it, but now because of the submissions that have come in, it has opened another door, and we're grateful that it's been recognised, and let's just work together down the track. You know, that's so yeah.
Yeah, I think it should be noted to just be aware that the funding that has been allowed for is for Timaru, and we don't want to be, we have an allowance for those other townships separately.
Yeah, so just to reinforce, it is before I go to council, it is timing and funding. So, you know, currently this is budget, which includes Timaru for the next 10 years. So once we sign this off, we haven't signed anything off for Temuka or Geraldine. The opportunity will be 3 years' time. So that's why it's worth giving consideration now. So I'll go to Councillor Oliver.
Yeah, I think it's appreciated that we've been included. Obviously, you know, if you're going to pull up your tiles, our tiles are the same as your tiles. You know, we probably want them pulled up at the same time and done as well, because it's important that we're included in some of that decision making on our own CBD. So it's great to feel that we've been included. It's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Lyon.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I just can applaud Councillor Oliver's sentiments, and Councillor Riley. You know, we do appreciate what's come out of this consultation process for the small towns. But I'm sort of now
the reality is, we're here to talk about Timaru CBD and the options that we'll put out. If that's, is it appropriate to talk about that yet, or do I wait a while longer? No, we can. My point, Councillor Lyon, is that we have to listen to the community, and the community is clearly said, and no, they don't have as big a voice as the Timaru Urban, but the communities in Temuka and Geraldine have clearly said, don't forget us. I've had a lot of feedback. This is a Timaru centric plan. So if we just go off on a track that is Timaru centric, we've forgotten our suburbs, our townships. So I'm just mindful that this is the opportunity to be inclusive as soon as we go past that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll wait again.
Councillor Booth.
Even though I would like to transform, I'm getting the feeling that perhaps option 2 of enable, and perhaps with obviously things will move along as we know what is going to come. So I'd like to move that motion.
Okay, thank you. Mover and seconder. Councillor Lyon, did you want to speak to the Timaru CBD? I feel like
you winding him up.
No, not at all.
We've waited till past 4 and tired, but I thought we'd all wanted to work.
Yeah. Well, I think there's probably general consensus, but we don't want to my point before. But if that point's missed, that's fine. Let's talk about the Timaru CBD.
That's what we consulted.
Sorry,
We consulted on the
just
CBD.
for a point of clarification.
Yeah,
Sorry, Richard.
yeah, go.
So are you suggesting we should put some money in a fund with the likes of your age?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that the opportunity is the discussion now, because that is not in scope. Yeah. I thought it would have been pretty clear, but what's in scope and what's not out. And we've had submissions that say we want this in scope. Are we just saying no and just considering? Well, that would be the message that we would send if we sign this off as is, and that's fine.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, Councillor Booth.
The way I understood it was this for Timaru, and in year 3, when we come back to revisit this, that is the time when we will know what, and then the other centres will have had their study and strategy done, and they'll know, and then we'll have facts to base some decisions around. So that's how I took that.
That's fine. Okay, so we're going to move on a seconder. Yep. Any other further discussion?
I guess, Nigel, my concern is somewhat, I'm halfway between Alan before Monty and what we've got, because the time we rip the tiles up and do some of this other stuff, it's going to take a fair chunk of that budget. So I don't know. That's all I'm saying. We're not going to enable too much with the figure we've got that in the moment, as Alan said, they're going to spend 74 million on Cromwell. So I don't know.
Yeah, look, and I think I'm making an assumption that Cromwell's probably further through the process than us, understanding what and identifying those projects possibly around what the dollar figure is. And to our point, we only just got this into long-term plan, and it was quite likely that it was going to be 3 years' time. So, sorry, Bede, would you like to?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so I think what I think you've heard is that there's a real desire from the community that there's a significant involvement by council. So the facilitate model really didn't get any momentum, but the enable or transform did get the momentum. And the way in which we have to look at these things, the auditors will come along and they'll say, how much are you putting in? What's the amount you're going to borrow? What's the amount you're going to rate? So I think we have to put a number in there so that we can go and say, here's the amount we are funding. And over the next 3 years, I think there's quite a lot of work to do where we actually start to flesh it out and put something around what it starts to look like, what are those projects, bring along the stakeholders, and you start to really develop up a plan. And so that when you come back next time, you'll have much better visibility over the actual initiatives and where the community is sitting on particular ideas and work streams. So I think what you're doing at the moment is saying we're going to sit and opt for the one that says, yes, we read and hear the message, we want significant council involvement. The actual extent of that, I think, will be determined in another round of consultation in 3 years' time. That's how I think it is. you might have seen some of the feedback. But you've got to put a number in there. That's the reality of the world.
With that number though, how much we've got in each year, and what's our potential? We visit it in 3 years, I get that, we'll put more money in. But what are we going to spend the money on in the first 3 years? If we're still not sure what we're spending on.
The first 3 years will be planning and identifying projects and costing them up, as well as consulting on those projects, getting that engagement. From memory, we're around about $670,000 for year one, and it ramps up to about year 3 of 1.6 or 1.7 million.
Zora, sorry, can I get 3 year, your worship? Zora, have you got the numbers that we're allocating in year 1, 2, and 3 handy for on the option 2? And that's, I think, what the question is. The option 2.
That's not a question. Yeah, I don't think we have enough information to go any further. Yeah. Can I ask another question? Yeah, can. I mean, are we sitting there and, I think we all support option 2 pretty much. But are you saying that part of the funding that's proposed in option 2 goes to the small towns? No, what I'm saying. I'm confused. No, not at all. I'm just saying we need to, it's come back through quite clearly. Thank you very much. That's what you do. No, what I'm saying, it would have to be additional. I think that would be clear. But what I'm saying is, let's not forget that those people have submitted and we need to listen to them and just be clear that, Councillor O'Reilly and the Temuka Community Board, although they've submitted about enhancement around the Temuka area, just be clear that we've given them funding to do some strategic planning. For the next 3 years, there will be no change because from council investment into that space. So that's my point. Council does not have the capacity to support the Temuka Community Board for the next 3 years in that enhancement project, unless we have to dive into parks and other things, funding that we, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so we've listened, but we've said in 3 years, we'll reconsider. Okay. Yep. I'm just saying, how do we achieve those things for our communities without considering this is the opportunity? No. But if we want to say no, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why we're not on the same page on this, but Councillor. Are we talking about the CBD now or not? Yes, just the CBD. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I'm totally supportive of funding coming to the small towns. I'm the representative with Paddy for Temuka and Pleasant Point. I sit on the Pleasant Point Community Board and I sit on the Temuka Community Board. So please don't think I haven't got an interest in the small towns in our area. And any money that you want to direct or wish to direct towards our small towns will be gratefully received after we've had our strategic plan. That would be wonderful. So if that's coming through today, great. If we're just talking about the CBD, I'll start talking about the CBD. So tell me what we're doing. Are we going to apportion some of it or not? I think you're probably trying to be difficult around this, but but I'm just trying to be clear. We're talking about the CBD. Yeah, we are talking about the CBDs, but we're talking about equity. Well, yeah. So no, all I'm saying is I'm happy to support that option. I don't have any issue with that. What I'm saying is we're saying no to the Temuka projects at the moment. We're saying be clear. This is the message we're sending. We're supporting the strategic plans. That's it. This is the message we're sending. Okay, so that's fine. I'm happy to support that. Well, I'd happily move that we bring a percentage of the option 2 money towards the small towns, and that would be the most equitable way when the strategic studies have been done. And you could get that done in year 3 after the studies. You have 2-year study, and if you want to nail it down that way, Your Worship, I'd be delighted to support it. Absolutely delighted.
Could I clarify, Richard?
No, I don't need you to clarify. I know what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to understand whether we're trying to take money, from the CBD option or not. And if we're not, no, we're not at all. All I'm saying is, just be clear. This is take the money. We're signing off on this money for the Timaru CBD, and that's it. And that's fine. I'm comfortable with that. But just be conscious that the townships that have, such as your submission from the Temuka Community Board, we won't be allowing funding for 3 years. So that's the message we're sending. Comfortable if that's the decision of council, but let's just be clear about it. So you would have to request additional funding. This is the opportunity to do it now. If we wanted to include enhancement of the Temuka area, as an example.
If you wanted to learn from history, you would include the small towns in the whatever number you put up now. Because
Well, we
that's what
haven't
was-
through this,
that's
this is what I'm
precedent
saying,
for that.
this is the opportunity, we haven't to date. We haven't to date, this is not about those, but we're hearing the feedback, so do we want to or not?
Well, naturally, I'd say yes.
So you would say yes, so but you're saying within that existing budget versus increased budget? Yeah, okay, so councillor Booth.
Yeah, look, I just, Bede's comments is how I've seen it. That obviously we're going to flesh out what needs to be done. And as we go along that journey, we'll probably discover a few other things, but like everything else we do, and which will need to be included. And that probably will, you know, it's going to be it's going to grow, I can see, but we start there and then we get the big picture, and that's we may come back in 3 years' time and when we may need to relook at it. But at that time, we'll have all your guys' feasibility and plans, and that's when obviously we'll have the numbers and the details, and we'll have the whole big picture, and we'll know what we need to put into the long-term plan. But this is like a 20-year thing. This is like, we've had 25 years since we did anything last. And so to be sure, it will probably grow.
Thanks, councillor. Councillor Piddington.
I think I understand. Look, I'm with you. What you're basically saying is, Temuka presented community board and said we want to do some nice things around our car park, but if we just go with where we stand now, they will get nothing for 3 years except their aviary.
Yeah, that's the message. That is it. That's
And yeah, strategic plan.
Yeah. So the scope currently is Timaru CBD, and with planning around, but if we wanted to include those townships, the scope might have to increase, and we'd have to question the funding to Councillor Lyons' point, whether it's a percentage of or whether it's an increase. So that's the discussion.
Yeah, the numbers that have been done are based on projects in Timaru.
Totally.
You know, so taking a percentage of that and putting it to the rural town is simply going to slow down the project completely. Yeah, and you know, so you add another few more years to it.
Yeah,
Well,
all I'm trying to do
15
is
years
give,
anyway.
and I'm happy to move this forward. All I'm trying to do is give equity to the likes of the submission from Temuka Community Board around that enhancement. And Councillor O'Reilly, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, no, and that's probably where I guess, you know, we've got 25-30 days to do it. That will feed into the next round of long-term plans. So really, our aspirations is not to get it up to zero, it's just to get some system.
I'm going to, as the mayor of the entire district, I'm just going to have to challenge you on that, Petty. I think you've got a golden opportunity here to get something in, to do some enhancement work for Temuka. And I think and personally, I think it's fair, you know, if something was included in scope to address that. Just putting it out there, I'm just wanting to be equitable for the district.
Yeah, and my energy scope has been on as Councillor Lyons says, on the Timaru CBD, and this is another realm that's come back around. And you know, if as Councillor Lyons said, if there is a desire to have some money within, you know, coming to the small towns, but that is, our officers have said, if we start doing that, that's going to slow up the process in the CBD going forward, if that's correct.
Okay, so
or I need guidance.
That's right. I think we can address this two separate ways. Let's address the Timaru and let's just have a discussion separately. Is that okay? Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Lyon, only because you've suggested a percentage potentially? So that would be moving it as is now and then coming back to it. And yeah. Well, I'm just trying to be fair. Yeah. Okay, so,
Would it be helpful if I read out the numbers too for the first 3?
oh, we can go the first 3 years, yeah.
So, yeah, at the moment, as they stand, it's $614,000 for year 1, 957,000 for year 2, and 3.66 million for year 3, which it continues on in the millions after that.
Yeah. Cool, Councillor Wills.
So all I'm looking at is listen to the arguments and discussions. Look, ultimately, we've put $100,000 aside to go to rural towns, to look at their strategies, and they'll get their strategies worked out and feed back into what we're going to be aiming towards. I think that's where I'm sitting. I'm very comfortable with that, without distributing all the money equally at the moment where there are other wants and needs. So strategy money sitting there at the moment, and that can feed into the 3 years.
Okay, we'll go final question. I'll put the motion to the floor. Councillor there.
I'm in the twilight zone. Usually this conversation should be reversed.
You're trying to get the money and
But they're two separate issues. We need to, we've got a motion on the floor with respect to this. This is what we've been driving all collectively. We've put our energies into it. Let's do that next, have that conversation if we need some other funding separately to this. So I get your point to that. So let's, with that motion on the floor, I think we need to vote on it.
Thank you. So we've got the motion originally from Councillor Booth. You can, but there's a process around that. I think, well, that's my point to you before. They want to come back to it. Yeah, as a separate item to discuss. So, well, this is where you lose the option to take funding out, because then it would be additional funding, and that's my point. Well, no, it would, the discussion would be additional funding. Yeah. Oh, certainly. I'm not sure. I'm not going to.
Create another big spend. If we can be accommodated within the spending that's available, we would feel a lot more comfortable. I think that's the sense I'm getting from the words in my podcast.
Yeah, no, that's great, but don't be afraid to put your magpie or your Geraldine colours on for a moment. I'd challenge you on that. Councillor Oliver.
I just think we just need to wait for our strategy to be put in process, and then we can obviously you've declared to us in a conversation today that you're happy to talk to us in 3 years. Well, I hope we're going to be first cab off the rank, maybe, if we want something done, because you're going to probably go to that transform stage at some stage. So that's the way I look at it, and I think the Geraldine community would be happy with that approach.
So we'll do. So we'll do Councillor Piddington, Councillor Lyon will give you a final comment, and then we'll put the motion to the floor.
Okay, the 3 million in year 3, what's that being spent on, Andrew?
That is yet to be scoped. So yeah, we are in that process, and that's, I guess, what the work of year 1 is going to be, is scoping that up. So yeah.
To my point, this only just got to that long.
Yeah.
Specific.
Can I please just add an officer comment, which is that so far as the community feedback goes, we did consult the wider community on a proposal for the Timaru CBD. And while I propose while I'm fully supportive of the strategic planning and of looking at funding for the townships in 3 years' time, to reallocate this funding to the townships wouldn't be consistent with what we didn't ask the community how much they wanted to spend on the various townships in the CBD. So that is it's a significant variation.
Yeah, that's fine, but it is a variation to your point, but it is taking into account feedback that we've got. So motion, Councillor Boot. Oh, sorry, Councillor Long.
You know, I don't want some early clarity about what we're going to do with the money. I mean, we had the chairman of the CBD group in here yesterday saying that they do not wish us to get involved in any property purchases on the main street. He clearly said they just were going to, for us to be involved in the public realm. He said it several times in answer to the Mayor's question. And don't we need to nail down a couple of things like that, are we open to, may I just remind you that, through your holding company, you do own property on the main street for development, and that's an exciting opportunity for a whole community, which will be progressed in due course. So, we've got some skin in the deal, but we had a clear indication that we were not advised to get involved doing that again. So do we take a position on that now into the future because, or for the next 3 years or not? I think it's a big question because the transforming view is that we get involved buying buildings, doing the market, knocking them down. And I don't believe that that's what this council wants to do, but I might be wrong. But tell us, please talk about that because it's pretty important. Because otherwise the perception that we could go out and buy these buildings and do things could be still out there. And if that's what you want, please tell me so I can understand whether I agree with you or not. Because I think we're leaving it a bit high and a bit dry.
I mean, option 2, if that's the option which is being mooted at the moment, that does not include, that's not public buildings, that's public realm.
Right, so we're clear on that.
Yeah, on crystal.
I mean, are we all clear on that? Because it's really important to me.
Yeah, crystal on that, not so much about the rest of the conversation, but that's right, it's been good debate. So we've got a motion on the floor, option 2, Councillor Booth moved it, Councillor Burt seconded it. There's no changes, there's no amendments to that option, it is just as is. So I'll put the motion to the floor, all those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So as a separate point, do you want anything to separate motion? Do you want anything included, Councillor Lyon?
Small towns require some funding, for 2 years, so it's no doubt some funding in year 1 or 2. Sorry. During the strategic studies that we've been offered today, if we tick it off on the board, of course, you won't need funding till year 3. So we're only talking about potentially having some funds available for the small towns in year 3. And is that, do we want to land something there now? That's what you're asking.
Yeah,
that's what you're asking.
So I'll go back to my view is that this is the long-term plan, and I, through my short time in council, I know we come back and kick this around at every annual plan, but I think this is an opportunity that we set our rates, we set them for 3 years, we get it right now. So things are in and out, very small changes in the annual plan, but please don't come in 12 months time. This is a good lesson for the council officers. We don't want new projects, we've got enough to do. So if you want things included, try and include them now.
I move that we include 200,000 for each small town in year 3. After the strategic studies have been taken out and considered. And if the studies aren't complete and the money's not needed in year 3, it's not to be uplifted. So I'll move that, see how it goes.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor O'Reilly.
With that, I'll second that motion. It's we've got it. Year 2.
Once if they align with strategic or something on that already.
In year 3.
Yeah.
See how it goes up there.
Okay. Could I just make a comment that, $200,000 is not a lot of money. You take I think in Geraldine with the refresh, we spent 140,000. And that was just doing some furniture up and a bit of paint. So yeah, just be aware of that.
So I've still got.
Okay, if you want to do this, pay this game, you want to round it out of the million?
Hold on, we'll keep with. Sorry, we'll come back, Councillor Lyon. Are you finished, Councillor O'Reilly?
Yes.
We'll follow protocol, Councillor Booth.
Yeah, look, I guess I just reiterate. I mean, this is about the Timaru CBD, and we've got a plan in place.
It was, now it's not.
It was,
and now it's a new consideration
for the outlying townships, where they get their strategy plan, and once they've got that plan, and we'll know where we're going at that stage as well. That in 3 years' time, the long-term plan, because that's where it'll have to go. Because the number's going to be bigger than that. It's going to be peanuts, just what you just said. It'll be significant, and we'll need to put that into our long-term plan. So that's, You need to plan and then put it in, and then it'll happen.
Well, it's actually similar to what our current, what we've just signed off on, to be fair. So just be conscious of what isn't piecemeal. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Parker and then Councillor.
I'm supportive of what Councillor Lyon is saying, because if you look at the strategic plan, which will take a couple of years, and then on year 3, 200,000, which is we're spending 600,000 on our first year, which is, this is just the beginning. So things will ramp up after that, but then the next long-term plan will come in there as well. So I think it is a fit.
Yeah, cool. Might be some master planning or something. Councillor Burt.
No, I was going to say that when we were first here, somehow it's being driven by you as opposed to the stakeholders out there who are very happy for a starter to say, yes, year 3 is the good time, not in year 3, but when we've done our 3 years and they have all their strategic plans in place, that we are all mindful that we are going to step up and support them at that stage. But look, I'm quite happy to support your, if that's putting something in motion.
So Councillor Riley.
Yeah, no, just add to it, and I suppose it shows we have a caring mayor that supports the whole wide of the community and has directed us in that way.
Thanks, Councillor Oliver. I just don't. Sorry, Councillor O'Reilly. I just don't want you to miss a trick, because you'll have another chance in 3 years' time. Councillor Oliver.
I don't think this will be forgotten. I think this conversation is great because we will remind you in 3 years, I'm sure. So, look, I'm with the whole, the first 2 years, there's not a lot going in the CBD, and boy, I think at year 3 would be happy. I don't know if after year 3, but at year 3, I think we could be happy that we have this conversation again and we get something in place for the next year or 2, or however long it is, to get some money spent in our CBDs. We've just had a lot done, as Andrew said. I don't know what we'd actually do at the moment until we get our strategic vision in place. So I think we just have to wait and put those processes in place and get them down pat, and then we can definitely come back. But we will remind you.
Alrighty, looks good in front of me. So motion was Councillor Lyon. The seconder was Councillor O'Reilly. Thank you. Put the motion to the floor. All those yes.
It is 200 in each account in year 3.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried in principle. Add that to the whiteboard.
Well, it's probably
Yeah, it is. It's all provisional. Next team.
Rightio, so this is like the most visited revenue and financing policy ever. So just bringing back the revenue and financing policy amendment around the footpath funding following consultation. So if you turn your minds back to earlier this year, Council adopted the draft revenue and financing policy, including this amendment to take the funding of footpaths to become funded in the same way as roading, rather than through the targeted community works and services rate, recognising the benefit across the district for the provision of footpaths. So we undertook that consultation. It got a wee bit muddied around, so there was a bit of feedback around CBD tiles, but it's hard to go past those tiles, I guess. And,
One foot at a time, Fabian.
oh, nice.
Just a high knee lift.
Yeah, thank you. And so we got 101 submissions directly related to the revenue and financing policy amendment. 44 were supported, sort of explicitly supported the proposed change in the policy, and 11 opposed the change. And so on the back of that feedback, so recognising that council had previously adopted the policy as draft, and now the feedback's in, officers are recommending that the revenue and financing policy is now adopted for inclusion in the long-term plan with that amendment to the footpath funding.
Just from an operational perspective, just going back to the reasons why we set this up, is that is to allow, you know, the more grouping of funding and then addressing footpaths where the greatest needs are. And certainly in a lot of submissions, particularly around footpaths, it was very much about the core standard of footpaths, and a lot of this is driven because we just don't have the budgets ring fenced in those particular areas. So having a district-wide budget will make that operationally a lot easier to address that issue. And it is one of the main issues that people run up is about footpaths. And is it any different to CPD funding as well? Is the other thing, you know, should, you know, now we're funding CPDs, all of them, you know, should they be targeted rate? We're saying no, it should be district-wide. I agree that footpaths are the same.
Yeah, so it comes a conversation around equity. How do we provide a footpath? And Winchester in the past has been a works and services rate. Is that what it has? And so it's very targeted. Budget's not there. So potentially you can say the rural community where there's less population would get a benefit from a district-wide policy. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, and part of that was, so from that operational perspective again, because of the underinvestment within those rural communities previously, because of the nature of those smaller ratepayer bases and the funding that's the way that's been funded, the condition rating, correct me if I'm wrong, this is from Susie, downloading Susie's information, the condition rating of those footpaths is to a lesser level of service than in the urban centres.
Yeah.
And so because of that, as a direct result of that, this change in funding, those footpaths will be the first targeted for improvement. So there will be a very visible improvement in those over the next 3 years around those replacements.
And certainly in those rural towns, there are areas where streets have no footpaths at all. So, you know, we'll be able to address that a lot easier. And yeah, and whereas Timaru has, because of the large rating base, the big budget, you know, they have pretty high level of service.
So it's another trying to be equitable again. We got confused over that last topic. So Councillor Booth.
Yeah, I'd like to move the motion. Thanks. Option 1. Get on with it.
That's cool. Thank you. Motion moved. Councillor Wilson.
Oh, sorry.
I'm happy to second that, but first of all, I'd just like to ask a question around and also put at the forefront of people's thinking is Pariora. I mean, so we had a lot of discussion today around the other communities that sit within our district. And I just don't want to see them forgotten about either, especially through this sort of process stuff. So maybe for some of the other councillors who may not know the history behind it. Ashley, I know that we've done some visits down there over the years and it does get raised from time to time.
Yeah, well, Pariora currently is funded by the rural rate, targeted rate for footpaths. But yeah, one of the issues with Pariora is they don't have a community board to really lead the process. So they tend to get a little bit left behind. But under this proposed policy, it gives Pariora a lot more opportunity to raise the level of service down there.
I'm just mindful that people.
Yeah, no, that's right. And I met with some Pariora residents recently, and with my connections to Pariora, I've officially taken over the Pariora Award as their representative. So I'll be pushing for Pariora upgrades in a long-term plan come to you soon. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, no, the idea of, you know, getting our smaller communities smaller than Temuka, and the other ones, you know, I think over the years they have been missed out on a lot on some of these things, and yeah, I'm for it, so, yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah, I missed out on the debate, I apologise. I was struggling at the moment, but yeah.
So main points covered. I think Councillor Line, we talked about the ability to lift the level of service in the rural townships. Yep.
And that was probably the key driver. Would I be correct in that?
And we talk about the reality of the rural works and service rate that is contributed by the rural community now to the small towns, and what it means and what difference that will make to the rural rate when you bring in the new regime. So what number, you mentioned number $200 extra one other day, Andrew, is that still real or is that not real, or help me? Your page 181, I think, is the table down the bottom.
Yes.
So just the transition from rural works and service, I mean, it seems pretty brutal to me, but tell me about it. Tell me the numbers.
So those are the numbers. So on page 181 of your agenda, Councillor Line. So those are the numbers that were included in the consultation document that Council adopted and has been consulted on. So it's page 181, and it provides there the sample properties. So the impact, financial impact of if this policy is adopted versus if it is not adopted. So if you're looking at the rural sample properties, a sample at the higher end, so a rural property of $2.1 million would have a rates increase of $251 from this policy.
Yeah.
At the lower end, a rural property of 606,000 land value will have an increase of $100.
Right. So that's over the existing rural works and service rate. Yeah. So that's an extra charge for the potential of a better standard. Is that what we're saying?
So that was probably part of the conversation that you missed as well, that the potential is very real in terms of those rural, those areas, other communities like Ward Councillor Bowen's, Periora and the likes of Winchester and Cave will be, because of the condition rating of their current footpaths, will be the very first cab off the rank in terms of the improvements to those.
Is that so? Because when we've all worked, you know, getting in Pleasant Point and Cave and Barrows particularly, to get one footpath on the side of each road, and it's been a long journey. So you're saying Father Christmas is going to come and start putting footpaths on both sides of the road?
I'd say
if the farmers pay an extra
It's probably me
$250.
to answer.
Beg your pardon?
That's probably from more in my area, but yes, our intention is to lift the level of service in the rural
Not
communities.
intentions. You're going to take $250 off each farmer, each rural ratepayer, potentially. What are we going to get for it?
Could I just make a note? And
Because we don't
that is
get a promise that the footpaths are not going to be doubled in the rural small towns or done twice as much. I can't sell that to people. Just so one day.
I think an important point to note is that level of service in these rural towns for footpathing is lower than
We know that
other
because-
towns. We know that. If we were to lift those towns to a level of service that we're proposing, those rural ratepayers, if we left the policy as it was, would be paying probably the equivalent or if not more. You know,
we've accepted one footpath on the street as a policy for all my time, and we've had no complaints from the community. We'll get a lot of complaints from the community asking for $250 extra, and if we don't deliver the extra footpaths pretty quickly, you're asking for a pretty tough call. You're going to leave me and some others pretty high and dry. So I don't know how you can't see that, but never mind. It's a reality. It is. So, and this is a promise. You're going to say, right, we'll double the activity in Point, Periora, Cave, and Winchester because of this rural rate grab. Really, how can you sell it? That's all I'm saying. I can't accept this extra charge on a promise that we might get an extra footpaths now and again, one down the future. Because I've worn this bloody small town thing for a long time of footpaths. So give us a bone, chuck us a bone, chuck us something.
Tried to before, you're chucking it back.
I think you've got an opportunity here. There's an opportunity.
Yeah, there is, but we're paying for it.
Yeah, but
So
you'll be
when's
paying for
the
it
when's the
anyway.
delivery of the opportunity going to come?
I think long term, you'll be paying less.
Yeah, God,
Sounds-
yeah, I'll be
sounds-
dead.
sounds
I'll be
like
dead.
TIA.
No, sorry, Andrew, I don't want to be facetious, but surely you must understand what I'm trying to say and the reality of that. I can't buy into a promise for $250 potentially on a rate demand. And I see the point gets a lesser rate rising. I just, you know, it's not fair. It's just not fair.
It's cool.
Promises some works and activity, and I can sell it to somebody, but I can't sell a bubble at the end.
Well, in regard to new footpaths, the decisions will still be made by the community boards, and it will still be driven by the community board.
We've been doing that for 25 years, 26 years. That's fine. We do all that. It's when they're done and how many are done. That's what it's about. And I'm sorry to be a grumpy old bugger, but it's just, what are we getting? You're taking the money. What are we getting? When are we getting it?
It's cool. We'll might circle some other questions, Councillor Lyon, if that's okay, and then we'll come back to your point before we go any further. So,
The way I read it,
Councillor Lyon.
this we're going to
Sorry, Councillor Booth.
we're going to get more bang for our buck because we're going to get a subsidy from the Waka Kotahi towards the footpaths, and it's going to bring all our footpaths up to one standard, and which is what we need to do, in my opinion. So that there's a motion on the floor, so it's been seconded. Put it to the.
Yeah, okay.
I don't even know the motion to go to the room. Sorry.
I put the motion for except option one.
Option one.
Yes. Who was?
Adopt the revenue and financing policies as presented.
I take as a question from me before we go any further. So works and services rates gone, new rate come in place. Is there any substitution effect, or is this the new cost? So this is all new. No. Yeah. So what I'm saying is works and services gone out as far as that footpath. So this is the new cost attached to a property down in this table. So the real example that's works and services is gone, which was X, and this is.
So this is the, what's reflected there is the change, the increase in the general rate. So it's going from,
It doesn't take into account that works and services has come out.
it does, it's so
It does,
works and services, it remains in there because that's the works and services funds, stormwater. And so footpaths
Yeah,
is coming out
sorry.
of that, and so then it's redistributed across the UAGC and the general rate.
Yeah,
So
gotcha.
on the rates bill, the the works and services rate will go from whatever to a big decrease.
Yeah.
And it will be spread across their general and UAGC.
So what I'm saying though is this is accurate as to the increase based on the average property.
For those, for those sample
Yeah.
properties.
Of those sample properties.
Yeah. No, sorry, examples of, yeah.
And there are some who get decreases, I think,
Yes.
particularly around the Geraldine area. Yeah. Because we've been spending a lot of money on footpaths in the Geraldine.
Put your mic on. Richard, put your mic on.
Well, I'm just saying Geraldine, I don't know how it's included because it's like Temuka, it was a borough and they do it in a totally different way. That they don't get their footpaths off the rural works and service rate. Do they? They never have. That's right. So that's totally different to what we're talking about with the Points, Cave, Parrywara and Winchester. Totally different. Geraldine doesn't, it's not in it, nor is Temuka.
Okay, so any further discussion? Sorry, just a point of clarification, Azura.
I just want to add to that. Thank you. So just wanted to highlight this is basically like for like based on the sample properties. So if you have a look through, I think if you have a look at well, instead of rural and commercial, which is this sort of is in the CD as well. If you look at the dollar value, this 0.2 and Sound 11.35, $12.59, which is the cost per day. And then looking at the rural $17.29, the effect of what we're proposing. So that there versus that there, in terms of a property that's 2.19 in the same footpaths targeted rate versus footpaths generally ADC. So that's essentially the difference.
So it's under $1 a day. I'm just, oh no, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is.
The reason being, because through you,
Of course, we're not talking about this in isolation because somehow the other factors involved in that 30% relevance. What are the other factors, Laura?
Yeah, so I mean, for the purpose of the revenue and financing and the shift that we're discussing at the moment, yes, that's the major effect of it. But in terms of the actual rural properties, there's obviously the QE that we discussed earlier on in the day. But majority of those properties that did go up, that had quite a big impact on those values. And that's the whole differential discussion.
Go for it.
yeah, through you, your worship. I think what it is that if we'd gone by the targeted rate, there still would have been an increase because we would have been increasing the amount. And so the increase would have been that $12.59 for a rural property of $2.19 million. We go to the very far end, the rural property, where it's spread as part of the general UAGC, the increase on a per day basis is $13.29. And what it equates to is that we were going to have an increase anyway. And so I think you've got to look at it with the increase already factored in and then see what the difference would be, because we were already going to spend more. How much more was proposed, Andrew, in the total footpath budget? Half a year, $500,000. And so there was going to be proposed to be an extra $500,000. So for a rural property, $2.19 million on the old targeted rate, the cost would have been on a per day basis $12.59. So what did that come to on a yearly basis? John,
but that, you total you're saying, yeah, yeah.
But if we were going to put it as if we put it as the general rate, it's $13.29 per day is the amount for that same property, because we're spending an extra $500,000 on footpaths already. Well, I think when through.
No, yeah, you may. There's an opportunity through this process to have focus on that, but so. Well, that's fine. Yeah, we'll go to the chief executive and then
Through you, your worship. So when the policy was originally put forward, what it was that the money was getting ring fenced, and so Timaru Urban, for instance, which got the bulk of the money, was getting better quality footpaths. And so if you do a condition assessment, what Susie Ratahi, the roading manager, LTU manager, has said is that those rural properties where they have not had the money in the past, their condition assessment, they have a higher need, if you like, because the condition is lower. So they will be prioritised out of the pool, because in the past it was jam jar accounted via each of the urban areas and then the rural area. And what it is the proposal is this takes away the jam jars, puts it all in, and there'll be a condition assessment. Now, the condition assessment from Susie Ratahi is that the rural property, the rural footpaths have a lower condition, therefore a higher priority.
So microphone.
We had water in the same.
Yeah.
Even water was in the same position, jammed out around, And many years or a dozen years ago, the decision was made to do district-wide water, and what that meant was some cooperation between the urban dwellers and the rural dwellers, to the extent that it meant a small little rise on Timaru district people, the rural, where the numbers are, it was about a $5 rise on their rates, so that we could bring in district-wide charging for water. And I'm just wondering why the same kind of cooperation couldn't occur with this one, because I'm not trying to take money off Timaru people, but I'm just trying to, if you want to act as a district, that's the fairest way to put it, because it'll be a pittance on the Timaru rate take if you spread it across the whole district. It would be an absolute pittance, just like it was with water. I think it was something like $7, $6, something like that. So I know it's late in the day, but in the name of if you want to do things as a district, there is an opportunity to do some rationalising, evening out, whatever. But it would require our town and city friends to be involved in it to the extent of they're proportioning it across the whole district, and that would take away the blip to the rural people. But that's, I know it's Labor Day to even suggest it, but that's what we did with Auburn Water, and it worked a treat, an absolute treat.
So through the Mayor, Councillor Lyon, when we went through this, so this change came out of the review of the revenue and financing policy. And so if council had wished to change the way it rated water, because
No, I'm saying we've done that.
yeah, and so I guess that was left, the water was agreed that it would remain as targeted rate there, and this one was.
You missed the point. That we did that to get equality across the urban water schemes. This to me is a similar thing to get equality across the district's footpaths, and there was a will to work together to do that then. And could, I know it's too late in the day, but we could have talked about some kind of equality in the same way, so that the mass of the Timaru district would help each other in this occasion. So Timaru would hardly feel it, and it would be a help to the rural community.
So it's a district-wide targeted rate versus, is that what you're saying? Just to achieve the same.
If you're urbanising it, you harmonise the rating.
Yeah, no, totally.
So if you're not harmonising the rating and just trying to harmonise the footpaths, it's actually missing the point somehow.
Yeah. Any other discussion on this? Everyone understanding Richard's point? Yeah. I think there's
too much.
No, that's right. Well, there's some further reviews that we are undertaking as far as differentials, and I think some of these things, potentially could get picked up. Yeah. So who was the mover? Councillor Worth. Thank you. Councillor Wells. Okay, we'll put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Yeah, I'll say no too, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I can run my role. Thank you, though. Thanks for the help. So I want to pick up just briefly something we've sort of missed. So we can move a motion around the Aorangi gym just to make sure that that is included. So that would be a motion of council in regard to those submitters. So to make sure that that is picked up in the Aorangi plan, Aorangi work. So is everyone comfortable with that? I'm happy to move that. Councillor Wills, everyone understand? Everyone hear what I just said? So it's to include that, be inclusive around the gym and those 50+ users at Aorangi Park. Councillor Burt.
So we're saying that we're definitely going to have a gym in there regardless.
No, so we're just going to be conscious.
I
think we're going to acknowledge and recognise where they sit.
Because a very good point was made today that building it could be very multi-use and perfect.
No, totally. I think it's to taking the needs of that specific group within the wider Aorangi Park.
Fantastic.
Everyone comfortable with that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I moved. Councillor Wills, seconded. Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Now,
rates discount.
Yes. Yeah, so. Oh, it is. Okay, so separate supplementary team, we'll go to 7.15 and just do the rates discount policy. So you received that or been you?
It's a separate PDF.
Apologies for that being supplementary. It was,
That's okay.
a huge amount of paperwork, and in the Q&A process, quality assurance process, we discovered this one still had to go out. So
that's right.
Signed that off. We've sent it out, and it.
So a supplementary agenda, it will be in your and on the hub, yeah. Yes. Probably the hub's the easiest way to go. 7.15. Yeah, there's probably more discussion around 1.4, so we'll go to 1.5 and take that up.
big agenda, Ellen? It won't be in that one. It's in the supplementary.
Yeah. Are you on the hub? Yeah.
I can send it to you councillors now if you like.
You've
I can describe it pretty well.
yeah, as long as everyone's read it, that's fine. Yeah, over to you, Mr. Harper.
The policy was put out in the CD as one to be deleted. It gave a 2.5% discount for a single early payment, and it was deemed to be favouring those that could afford to pay it on the first instalment. It wasn't necessarily fair to those that couldn't pay it, and therefore those that couldn't pay it paid more. And so it's done the consultation, and my friend Fabi here will talk about the results.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is another policy that we did as part of the development of the long-term plan, and so council agreed in principle on the 2nd of March to repeal the policy, but that it be included in the consultation for community feedback on that. It was a hot topic, receiving a grand total of maybe like 9 submissions. 5 one way, 4 the other way, so it's a resounding majority.
We also heard from Don Reeford on day one, speaking against it. He was opposed to everything, but clearly had money to pay for it also early.
No, point taken.
Sorry.
Sorry, microphone. Microphone.
And so taking into consideration that council had agreed in principle previously, and with so considering the community feedback, officers are recommending that the rates discount policy is repealed.
Cool. So questions around, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Questions around, should it stay or should it go? So do I have a mover or? Thank you, Councillor Burt. Second it, Councillor Booth. Any other further discussion? Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Against? Noted. Official? Yep, no. Yeah.
I think we can start talking about people's wealth. We did the other day, so.
Yeah, no. No, look, and it was it. Yes.
No, not at all. How can you? We said the other day, that people who have got very little money sometimes plan their lives financially very well. Some of those people might be having a discount. You might not get it. So
Oh, look at it.
So just consider it's not really.
Oh, no, yeah. No, and it's not for us to assume or make judgment. Yeah. No, there's a lot of people with a lot of land value, but don't have the ability to pay. No, cool. Okay, so 7.15 done, nearly there. We'll go now to 7. Go back to my other agenda. 7.14. Deliberations, financial strategy, rates and funding. Page 222. did I not find it? No, it's okay. I thought it was. Okay. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's on the,
Oh, table of contents, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, good. Thank you. Yeah, cool. Let's crack into this, eh? So here we go.
Right, this comes out of the Commercial and Strategy Group. It is financial strategy, rates and funding and so on. The first recommendation, and that's my recommendation, is that we undertake a full rating review in the next term of council. In the next 3 years for the next LTP. The reason I recommended that is that there's issues around differentials and funding and a slice of the pie and so on. There's all that there, but there are other issues that go with it. And that is the one that I see a bit around areas where rates are charged. I think we're still working on the old former council areas. And so the urban rate for stormwater for so on doesn't include areas where there's been expansion. There's areas on other areas that are just outside urban boundaries that use all the urban facilities and so on. And so I think it just needs in some respects, for some of that stuff, a clean slate approach. Where are we heading with this? What's the strategy? We've just deleted, we've converted footpaths, works and services rate to now a general rate. There needs to be a look at the annual uniform general charge, what proportion that is of general rates, and all those things. And I think it's time that, given what we heard and the arm wrestles that are sort of implied in some of those things, I think it's time for council to think about what should its rating matrix look like. And so I've recommended that for the next 3 years before the next LTP. So probably it's in the realistic in the next 2 years, so that you can consult about it and actually give it some fresh thought. How are we using all the rating options that are available to us or not?
Yeah, thank you.
Dare I say, and somebody might even want to look at capital value versus land value. But that's a biggie, but that should be part of the scope and scale of what needs to be done, in my view. And so I've recommended that because that's what I've seen come through the submission process.
Yeah, look, I agree. I think it's certainly time to give it all consideration. It might come and might end up circling the wagons and come back to where we are, but worth consideration. So, Councillor Lyon.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. And surprisingly, it's always difficult, setting the rates and setting the differentials and all those things. And I think, we've managed to get through without doing this for a number of years. And I do agree with the recommendation from Ashley Harper that it is time to look at it. And I think it is timely. I really do. Because we've sort of got an example of that today with the wee mop up of the old way with the new way and the things we need to do and look at, the fairness of it all. So it will be a hell of a piece of work for whoever's around at the time, and it will be controversial and it will be difficult. But I think I agree we should accept the nettle and work towards it. So I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Lyon. We're going to move it. Councillor Booth.
Perhaps, Councillor Lyon, you can assist me with when was the last time it was actually?
Well, it's been in this manner. It's probably never been looked at that in this manner in my time. It's always been, adjusted, moved, after a bit of doing things this way, doing it that way. And we've always carefully said that it's not an exact science, and it never will be. Even with doing this, it won't be an exact science, but you might get it a bit better. You might get it a bit fairer.
I'm agree.
So I'm
Cool. Do I have any comments or second it? Second it, Councillor Burt. Any further discussion?
Yeah, the board is quite long, but we probably should note that we will need I think we'll need some funding for this because it will be a big, complex piece of work, and there will be some financial modelling that we'll have to do. And so I think I would think some can be done in-house and will be done in-house, but there will be other parts where I think we'll need some additional support or resource in some shape or form to support us with the modelling, because it will be a very layered piece of work.
So, suggestion on funding?
Yeah. Oh. Ashley, have you, Mr.
50 in year one and
50 in year two, something like that. Yeah.
Probably some existing consultancy will come up somewhere to help that. By allocating a little bit of funding, it actually puts it on the radar.
Yes.
It's then seen as a project, right? So we're doing our existing stuff, then it disappears, so who's doing it?
Yeah.
I started at 10 and
Yeah.
50. I'll move that.
Yeah, happy with that. Okay, I'm going to move on. I'm happy to. Do we move that? Where am I? Do we move the first one? Put the motion to it? No. Okay. Sorry. So the So we'll just amend. We didn't move the last motion, so we'll just amend to attach and funding. Comfortable with that? Seconder. Move the amended motion, which has the funding attached. Put that motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Cool, we're on to that easy one, lucky last.
And the second recommendation 2 really is, and it is an assessment of all of those, and what's the cost. And I know in the past it's been very helpful if our finance team have an hour or 3 to actually sit down, digest, or check the minutes, make sure that's right, and then come up with agree between us. And I'm wondering whether you want to adjourn, Tuesday.
Yes.
Something, and just is there a bit of time just to double check all the numbers and make sure we're robust, because at this stage now you don't want to make a mistake.
So do we have any, do we have an indicative numbers based on that, Azura, just to give us a?
Yes, I guess.
Yep, we do.
Just to add to our discussion around the NZTA, that is a huge factor at this point in time.
Yes.
And I know Andrew's busy trying to find some more answers for us, so it would be probably the best starting point would be to account all of that and then review that, because obviously that's quite a bigger impact in terms of the scope of that. Yeah.
I agree with because we are alone.
Yes, we are alone.
Because we are alone. It's two. I'm alone once here.
Who's on there?
Sure.
We are in a public meeting. Yeah. So
what did those numbers add up to? About 600. I'm just trying to think in my head. Was it? On rates we're talking.
600K. So it's another %. Is it roughly? So
Yeah, I mean, roughly based on the modelling that we have done to date, it's looking at about 0.7 to 1% at this stage.
Okay.
The increase, but that's of course excluding the effect of our roading, which is quite a huge.
Well, Waka Kotahi, lack of funding.
And there's 2 parts to the Kotahi lack of funding. There's the work Andrew has to do in terms of the budget he works with, but also it's our revenue and our ability and capacity to borrow, because we can borrow 2.1 times our revenue. So if we've lost $1 million a year in funding from Kotahi, that cramps our style for borrowing. So that's the other part that we have to model through.
Because if we go over that cap, Audit New Zealand will not sign off our audit.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
And also around our contribution to roading.
Yes.
Has to be questioned.
Yes.
We can't really probably decide that until, so there's a few unknowns.
Few unknowns at the moment, and that's all
Yeah. So
I think there's a way forward, because that's still doable.
So is Councillor Piddington, thanks.
I'm comfortable with that as long as we get some communications out, whatever it is, explaining to people what's happening. We're taking time to do it because the Juno's been in here. He'll write a whole lot of stuff. And we just need some clear.
So we need we need a press release to state
just explain
what's been considered.
We can get that out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes, that's good advice.
Cool.
Just so everyone's
Yeah.
And we'll reference the Kotahi funding.
Yeah, I think very much so.
Very much so.
Yeah. And can we put my name to that? I think rather than council spokesperson based on the importance of this matter. Yeah. Okay. So thanks everyone. What else have you got? No, sorry.
The start item.
Seaplane. Oh, I think it's that line. Is that seaplane? Seaplane. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think just what I'm pointing to note, we haven't fully gone through the differentials, but I think we need to know some of that information before we go back to the differentials, and I understand the outliers that we talked about this morning in regard to the specific communities. So in my mind, they sort of go together. Councillor Lyon, are you comfortable with that? Yeah. So let's just double check we haven't missed anything. Oh, so did we? Well, sorry. Yes, we can do that. So one thing, did we get information around disaster recovery fund? Oh, cool. Just speak to that briefly. I'm just conscious that with the recent flood, we should be.
That actually helps us, ironically.
Does it?
Yeah, because Andrew, can I just,
yeah,
because, well, maybe I'll just say, like, it's the silver line. That's we'll get additional Katahi funding, which actually helps us next year.
So how much are we putting up there?
71%.
So currently,
Yeah. So what council does is, a quick refresh. 5 years ago, Waka Kotahi changed the way that disaster funding, and they said disasters have got to be a much higher threshold, right, and a much lesser scope and scale. So council took the view, to start funding more money into the disaster relief fund and put in 200,000 a year. And our neighbours subsequently said what a great idea, and they should copy that. And so we are putting in that 200 a year, and it currently has a balance of 2.44 million. And we'll put another 200 in at the end of this financial, and there's another 200 from next financial. So you really reasonably think we've got 2.8 million in the fund. And if we hear what Andrew said yesterday,
2.6 million, yeah.
Yeah, 2.6. So what he said is, and you get the 51% on the first half mil and 71 after, then it looked like to be sufficient funding for that. But given 18 months ago we had Rangatata, 18 months later we've got this one. One's got to think in the future that 200 a year is not really enough, because right now it's running at 2 million a year.
So what was our expenditure 18 months ago out of this fund?
I think it was about $1 million. Total spend was 2 million from what I recall, and we took about $1 million out of the fund.
It's about 800, I think, after we got all the subsidies,
Okay,
wasn't it?
800. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, because we allocated a bit of maintenance money as well, but given the time of year, we don't have any maintenance funds left for this financial, but and that's for a response,
yes,
as opposed to repair.
Yeah, no, totally.
So because you spend a lot on response, and then you spend a lot more on repair. It's two real portions of this, and right now it's response out there.
So taking into account, I think this is important because it's going to feed into what these guys need to go away with as far as the numbers. And we can reconsider on Tuesday. Really keen to have a conversation around, is this enough? 2 major events in 18 months. Should we be looking to have more? Obviously we can, there's other ways to fund these sorts of things, but I think it's been a pretty good initiative to actually put that money aside as opposed to debt fund, recovery effectively. So really keen for some comments.
Sorry, I didn't want to take over your role.
No, we're nearly there, team. Councillor Booth.
So do we need to just give it a shot in the arm? Is that what you're saying? Pretty much $500,000 or something?
Well, yeah, I don't think we can afford to, quite frankly. Could I suggest a way?
You can sell, but right now you can sell that to the ratepayer because they've just seen it.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's 2.5 million sitting in the fund.
Where are you going to get the money from? Borrow.
Yeah. Well, I don't.
1.55 roughly.
500 and the 1%.
So it'll be loan money or not? What are you talking about?
No, it's rated. It's rated. So the question is 200 enough?
you know, should it be 400 for the next 5 years to build up, rebuild as an example? So those are the sort of considerations. 2 would be what, a 0.4 or something like that as far as a rate increase roughly, is there? Yeah.
If we get this event and the event of December 2019, even at 400 or 500, we are still slowly drifting backwards, but at a slower rate, that's all. Because we get most of the damages to the road network, and but there is stuff that we have to fund, and maybe there's damage to some of our water.
Don't think so at this time.
Not this time. But
No, but other times, absolutely.
Yeah. So
as a way forward, I mean, a suggestion could be that we look to fund, you know, additional 200 from year 2 through to year 10, understanding that the rates, you know, they'll be slightly different now, but roughly 5%. We've probably got more affordability, and so that would be easier and more palatable with the current conversation that we haven't yet had. What about that as far as maybe the team doing some numbers? Councillor Lyon.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, it's a good discipline, what we've done and what we.
Absolutely,
we shouldn't
brilliant.
Back off the discipline of, you know, that's sort of the, you know, it's real money in the kitty for a disaster, and that's a good discipline for ourselves and for the community, isn't it, really?
And it's an
So,
actual aerial sort of calculation, you know, what's the custom and practice and where's it heading, and it's heading the wrong way.
Yeah. So I mean, what you're proposing, I think.
That seemed to work. I'm happy to move that in year 2 to year 10 that we had 200,000. Councillor Wills.
Absolutely, I think it's a safe and viable way to
Sorry,
approach it going
yeah.
forward.
Is that on top?
Yeah, it's on top of. Yeah. So it's 400 per year.
But at least we can explain it to our ratepayers, they'll understand it.
You're looking at something that you'll review in, you know, in 3 years' time if we've had no major events. I think it's something that
Look, I'm comfortable with a safe and viable approach to it.
Comfortable with that?
I was just going to say we've got the perfect opportunity now to sell State Highway 72 back to the central government and get them to put the bridge on it. It's ridiculous that their redundancy is a single bridge.
So we'll sell it because it's very valuable. And we'll put that into the disaster relief fund as well. Is that what you're suggesting?
And we'll put it up there. What's that value worth?
Okay. So move a second. Any more conversation? Happy with that? Put the motion to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, Mark, we're pretty good now, I think, aren't we?
As Zura said, given
that's about
her assessment is 0.7 to 1% more than what was proposed.
11.2 to 11.5 roughly.
Yes.
Yes.
Roughly, yeah.
And that includes all of those items up there. Plus the 200 from year 2.
Yeah. And
sorry?
Potentially another percent, exactly, yeah, in year 1.
1%.
But without.
Oh, that would be 0.4 of 1% more in future years.
Yeah. So your roading consideration as well. Okay, so I think that's wound us up. Thanks everyone. Good debate. I think we've got some good decisions in principle for our community, and we'll
And for clarification, that Councillor Booth just asked the extra 200 from year 2 to 10. Actually, it's a 0.4 of 1% increase in year 2.
Yes.
And then never again because it's already increased for those years.
It's in there, yes. Yeah. No, so it doesn't show as a percentage after that.
No.
Yeah.
It's a one-off.
Very good point. Yeah.
Step.
Yeah.
And hold.
Yeah.
Well, and that's right. And that's the effect of all of them.
Yes.
You might find by going to 4.95, you add quite a lot of across because every year it goes in.
Yeah, that's right. And that'll be considerations for Tuesday where different things land. So
it's 50K.
Yeah, we'll have to come back and confirm. But we've got meetings in the morning, but not a full agenda.
Normally he's the one that wants it done.
Yeah, we will cost get us.
Which means it comes in at our cost.
Exactly.
You're my cost. But one day
we should still be in the middle of that.
Yes, one day.
All right.
Yeah.
You're in wing committee for a minute?
Yes. Sorry, so meeting adjourned, team.
What is it actually? About sea play.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So
team, we're nearly there. We're just gonna finish. So recording finished. Thanks, Joanne. And we're just gonna move to committee really briefly.